this.
Yeah.
This is really happening.
Yeah, he seems pretty set on this whole hot dog bet thing.
I mean, I don't blame him. Also, can one of you please retweet the whole, we're going live thing. Chris refuses to use hashtags.
What's that gif of you saying it's bullshit?
We were watching the Bills Giants game. The one where they would let them.
Oh, like
they
the
went down
14 to 10
drive,
one?
and then he just
All right.
the rest of the game.
All good.
Okay.
Quite confident
We live? We live?
Are we live?
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
I'm pretty sure we're live.
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to the show, everybody.
Welcome, everybody, to night 2 of the NFL Draft here at the Rock Sports Network. Well, no, brought to you by Rock Sports Network here at the Rockpile Report studios, the fancy studios, on the Hashtag Sports Network channel. Hope that's not too confusing for the two of you who happened to join at the exact same time that we were starting. We're here for the night 2 of the NFL Draft. I'm Ryan Lasel from Rock Sports Network. To my right, it's his studio, his place. He's kind enough to, well, it's really Chris's place, but Drew has been nice enough to invite us all in against Chris's better judgment and willingness to have night 2 of the NFL Draft tonight. Drew Gear from the season ticket holder, Drew Gear.
Season ticket holder Drew Gear from the Rockpile Report podcast. You know, it's it's an intro that bothered Ryan so much I could never stop doing it.
I'd be disappointed at this point if you did stop. So don't cave to peer pressure.
People don't understand my commitment to a bit. It's never going to end.
We've also got the hashtag guys because, you know, you can't log into their YouTube account without them here, so we had to invite them. Mario Granata, Paul Wineski from Hashtag Sports. And, guys, there's going to be a Buffalo Bills pick tonight. I can guarantee that much. We may not know when it comes. We may not know who it will be, but we do know that a pick is coming tonight. So let's get into it. The Bills started the NFL Draft last night, night 1, sitting at number 28. They proceeded to trade down with their conference rival, the Kansas City Chiefs. Chiefs moved up from 32 to 28 so that they could take Xavier Worthy. Am I doing all this to nobody?
Yep.
Maybe.
Okay, cool.
It's entirely possible.
That's awesome.
It said it streamed 2 minutes ago.
That's awesome.
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't put it to public?
Yeah, for whatever reason, it's set to.
Everything's set to private, so you don't accidentally post something.
How do you?
I got you.
Boom, bow, bow.
Hey, can you do the link in that chat? Jason's fantasy draft.
Yeah, once we
I'm
get
barely going to be able to pull Excel up on this computer, let alone share links.
Oh, because you lost the...
Dude, this computer fucking... No, I have a computer that Paul
Yeah.
was kind enough to pass along to me, so I've been using exclusively that.
Yeah.
And that's when then I realized last night.
All right, we might be live now.
Okay, Mario, can you get us live? Mario, can you just get us to the point?
Dad!
Just give me the finger that we're live.
Drive the car.
The talent is not operating well in this chaos. I always get a 3-2-1 from Gary.
Is it the Wayne's World 3-2-1 where it's like?
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, I heard something.
We're
Somebody-
doing
I hear Paul. I hear Drew's computer here.
Oh, hey.
We good?
Sounds like we're live.
Hey, we're live. All
everybody,
right.
What camera do we look at?
We got it figured out. Am I this one? Am I this one? Take my cues from the producer.
How about it doesn't matter?
Okay, it doesn't matter. We're great producing from Chris back there, as always. Just
Look at the camera.
don't matter. Doesn't matter. Welcome to the Rock Power Report Studios. This is night 2 of the NFL Draft. I'm Ryan Lasel from Rock Sports Network. To my right, can you turn that
mute
off,
that
maybe?
for the
I mean,
love
like,
of
what are we
God?
doing here, man?
I want to make sure
this
that
is
you...
a fucking Mickey Mouse
I want
production
to make
that
sure
we
it
got
doesn't
going on
explode.
here.
Listen, hey, listen. One of us runs a pretty successful podcast out of this studio. 2 other people, they stream online
let's
to
be
varying
fair.
levels of success. And one of us here is just, for whatever reason, the talent.
Let's be real. But you're trying to give yourself credit for producing a very successful podcast. That's
true.
the
I do
producer
nothing.
of the podcast.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're the
That's
guy
fair.
who shows up and drinks really hard and just yammers into a microphone.
I believe bloviation is the proper term.
Bloviation. Okay, fair enough. So
Bloviation.
night 2 of the NFL draft. Welcome to everybody who's joined in on the Hashtag Sports channel. Welcome to Hashtag Nation. I'm Ryan Lasel again. Drew Gear, Mario Granata, Paul Wineski. I think you know all of us by now. We've been here with you for the last 7 years of the NFL draft. And we're going to have a Buffalo Bills pick tonight. I cannot guarantee you all much, but I can guarantee you that there will be a Buffalo Bills pick tonight. They are sitting currently at 33 after trading back twice last night. We'll see if they make it thrice tonight. Apparently, they are fielding quite a few offers to get out of 33, but the quote was it will take quite a bit to get them off of 33. So we'll see how things shake out. But last night, uneventful, although eventful for the Buffalo Bills.
Absolutely.
They trade out twice. They pick up an extra third-round pick. They upgrade some of their fourths and sevenths. And ultimately provide themselves the ammunition to draft at least 3 times tonight, maybe more if they so wish.
Yep.
Because they certainly have the ammunition to get back into the third round. We talked about that last night as the show went off the air. They've got 4 fifth-round picks. Those 4 fifth-round picks equal a third-round pick, lower half of that draft. So really, if they wanted to, like Paul talked about last night, if they don't want to carry these guys that may have to try to sneak into the waiver situation to get to the practice squad, they can get into the third round. So now that we've established the rational aspect of things, Drew, how did you take last night? How did things go for you? Paint the picture for your audience because they like the picture, and I think Hashtags Nation deserves a little glimpse into what your audience gets on a weekly basis.
Well, Hashtag Nation hates me, and you know what? Honestly, I'll wear the black hat.
It
for this
started
one.
already, Drew.
I've earned it.
It
I've
started already.
I
in
have,
the
I
chat.
have,
This guy
I have-
again?
I have earned my reputation with your fan base, and honestly, I kind of revel in it.
Yeah.
So last night, the trade with the Chiefs happens, and I just thought it was funny, and the amount of hate it got. Again, you're drinking whiskey, and you come up with some. It's knee-jerk reactions, and my knee-jerk reaction was to tweet that Brandon Beane just turned into the Jaguars GM from the movie Draft Day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
I saw that.
That did not go over well with a lot
No.
of people in Bills Mafia.
No.
And honestly, I was frustrated, and I get the value. I understand why you would do such a thing. And again, it's when you look at something like that with sober eyes afterwards, you take emotion out of it. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense. But in the moment, I thought it was one of the dumbest things you could do, not because it was the Chiefs. I feel like a lot of people took umbrage to it because it was the Kansas City Chiefs. And you go, oh, how dare you trade with that team?
Yep.
I guess I just looked at it as there's a thing that happens in drafts where people go, well, we got our guy, and we like this value, and we like this thing. I think back to when we drafted E.J. Manuel, and you traded back, and then you drafted E.J. Manuel with the 16th pick. And everyone, they go, oh, we got our guy. We got our guy, and we got an extra pick. He's not your guy. If he was, you wouldn't have risked some other team just taking him, because then what would your draft have become if that was truly your guy? So in that way, I guess my takeaway from it after I've had some time to marinate is that none of those guys, the Legettes, the Worthies, none of the people involved in that chunk of the draft there were their guy, and they weren't afraid to lose whoever that was. So I guess I have to trust that, correct?
Yeah, well, and if you look at what everybody's talking about for the Bills in the start of the second round, everybody's naming 3 receivers. Well, there were also 3 receivers taken in 5 picks to end the first round.
Yeah.
You know,
there were
so,
7 total taken last night.
right,
yeah.
but there was a run of them at the end of the round. So the fact that there's 3 receivers that people are reasonably talking about as being the next man up tells you that Buffalo looked at the board and said, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Right at this point, let's get value and let's get time. I think that's one of the most valuable things that Brandon Beane did last night was he bought himself time to call San Francisco, to call Cincinnati, not to use the 33rd pick in order to do that, but to at least have those conversations where you could talk to the player, find out what financially is going to be involved. If you're going to make a trade for a player, you got to know financially what you're getting yourself into there.
Now, can I also point out, just so in the movie Draft Day, that is the whole reason the Jaguars GM panics and trades his pick, is because he wants more time to face. He's like, everyone took my guys. I don't know what to do. I don't necessarily think Beane was panicking, right? Like it's unfair
Right.
to paint him like that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's that concept of, okay, we had a guy. We couldn't justify paying what that guy was going to cost. So then the board kind of fell apart for us. So rather than make a rash choice now, let's sleep on it. Why not? Especially if someone's going to make it worth our while to do so.
Well, and then I think at the with the second to last pick in that round, in that first round, the 49ers take Pearsall. So now it's like, okay, well, the 49ers might be open for business for one of their wide receivers. So at 32, why not give yourself time? And by all accounts, it sounds like they did take last night and today to reach out about Deebo Samuel. It doesn't sound like a deal is going to get done, but you don't have that time with the 12 minutes that you have with the 32 pick. So, okay, let's trade back. Carolina, which we talked about on the show last night, all night was an option to get back into that first round. They needed help, clearly, with their team, so they trade back into the first round. And then, Mario, so they try to trade for Deebo Samuel today, which I think obviously gives a little bit of a smoke signal as to where they may be going with this 33 pick. But again, I mean, are we expecting another trade back scenario, or do you think that they're going to hold and finally make a pick here?
Well, early rumors state that Washington seems like the landing spot that they might go. And if that is the case, maybe, just maybe, this whole time, what they knew is that they needed volume and they needed more guys in the room, and they couldn't go with they weren't a wide receiver away. Like, I was hammering the table with that. I asked Bill's Mafia, I asked Hashtag Nation all the time. I said, listen, let's say you trade up, you mortgage your draft, you Julio Jones the draft in order to get a Dunze. Then what? What if Bernard goes down? What if what if another corner goes down? What do you do? I mean, Belichick did that to the Bills for years.
Yep.
Yeah, Mario's making stuff happen over here, making the magic happen.
So I lost my headset too. It doesn't matter. I don't need headset. Here's what I need.
Volume.
Well, no, volume. That's what the Bills need. It's what I need. I need more volume. We need to figure this out, but that's the same way the Bills need it. You're talking about a team that consistently every single season is stuck paying. Now, not a fortune, but you're stuck paying for veteran tackles, veteran guards. You had to pay Connor McGovern. You had to pay Mitch Morrison. You were paying for all of these things. And the reality becomes, essentially, if you want to build a solvent offensive line, you got to invest some capital, right? It can't just be a wide receiver and then what do we do? Yeah. If you're trying to build a truly cap solvent team that you can then gear up and make another like legitimate, hey, we're going to be a Super Bowl contender from from the week before the season onward, you got to figure out how to stock your cupboard in multiple places because you aged out, you got expensive, and it's time for a reset. Right now, the Bills have an opportunity to, if they do nothing, if they stand pat, they don't make another trade tonight, and they go through this process, they can draft over this year and next year. They're going to have, I think it's like 6 to 8 picks in the top 90.
Well, that makes sense.
8 picks in the top 90.
To Ryan's point,
you can do a lot building a cap solvent team at safety, offensive line, wide receiver, the most important positions that you have, defensive end.
So Drew's on record for Jackson Powers Johnson being the first pick tonight. So
no, but to your point, Ryan, playing the waiting game drove the cost for either Ayuk or Samuel down because they drafted a wideout. Do you agree with that on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the longer you went in the first round, if there was an appetite to trade those guys, they started with, does somebody want them at pick 1? Does somebody want them with pick 2? And now it's like, okay, nobody wants them for a first this year. Now we're probably trying to get maybe a first next year for them, which, again, on the Jimmy Johnson draft chart, it's a first next year is a second this year. Like, that's typically how that type of calculation goes.
Okay.
When it comes to those draft analyzers, those calculations, it's just less around from where they are. So if they're trying to get up, move for a Deebo Samuel, which I think a couple of us at least last night were on record that that's not the move. Like Deebo Samuel's not the guy.
No.
Of those two, if you can get one, it's going to be Ayuk, but then they go out and they draft his former Arizona State teammate in Pearsall. So maybe they're not trying to move off of Ayuk. But the other one is T. Higgins. Paul did a really good job of breaking down how those moves are, doable but tricky to make those types of moves because you're going to have to sign those guys. You don't have a lot of cap space.
Well, and that's why that extra day makes a lot of sense, right? So you can work out the finer details and know exactly what's feasible, right?
Yep.
Because knowing what's feasible is what makes that trade solvable. Because you don't want to go ahead and drop assets for something that's going to be ultimately a rental. That's not really what you're looking for.
No.
But then you look at the draft, then you look at the players that are available for you right now, and you have to say, okay, well, I've got, Troy Franklin is what, $175?
Mhm.
You know, like, and don't get me wrong, he's got speed for days, but is that really what you're looking for? You know, McConkey is the next guy that everybody's talking about. You look at the profile and say, well, I've got players like him. But at some point, why are we drafting profiles? Aren't you supposed to just be drafting talent? Isn't that what we were sold all offseason was it doesn't matter who our top receiver is. Our top receiver is going to be whoever catches the most passes that day.
Right.
You know, like, and Mario, as far as that's concerned, can you see the talent of this Bills team being able to spread, 45 targets around and have them still be a viable threat in the AFC?
Well, you have to replace a lot of the targets that happened last year.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are you going to try to do with that? Obviously, I came into the draft saying, listen, no one knows 100% for sure what Joe Brady's going to do. He was operating under Ken Dorsey's offense last year, and he was able to do what he needed to do. Bill's backs were against the wall. They had to do some extreme stuff throughout the year to get into the playoffs. So this year with the offseason and everything, maybe they retooled the offense where, wide receivers that were now I'm not talking about the top three. You put those in any offense.
Right,
I don't care what you're
exactly,
doing. But the other guys that are like the second tier guys, the Thomases, the Worthies, and all those guys, maybe they just saw them as the same person and like, listen, why are we going to rush up to get this guy? There's other teams that really covet these guys a lot more. Let's get back. Let's get some more assets. Let's get some more players that we know that we've scouted that are like, okay, we'll be able to get this guy in the second, and he was a first-round grade. Or this guy was, we're able to get him in the third and whatnot. So I think they wanted to recoup and get more bodies in camp because, listen, you just took the dead money bomb at Stephon Diggs.
Mhm.
You're going to have to
Big
pay
time.
Josh Allen one of these years. As you said, Paul, you're going to have to eat his cap and not push it aside. So when do you plan on doing that?
Right.
So
So
I-
the draft kicked off. I'll let Drew get in here real quick. So the draft did kick off. Bills are on the clock. By all accounts, it sounds like they're going to make a pick here from everybody on Twitter. Full disclosure, for those of you watching tonight, we will do our level best to allow Goodell to make the announcement before. But these draft shows typically devolve into us
Quickly.
just going
Yeah,
to
quickly.
Twitter and saying
Yeah.
the pick's going to be this. Let's talk about
So,
it.
with them hitting the clock, I think before this first pick comes in, everybody gets enamored with, oh, well, what do I want to see happen? Let's go around the table real quick. What is the worst case scenario for you for this pick?
Let's see here. You draft a center.
Okay. so not a JPJ fan.
No, he's not.
Mario, worst case scenario before this thing gets called in.
They draft a running back.
Oh, you son of a gun.
Running back here. Ryan?
Worst case scenario for me is anything but wide receiver, because I think there was a tweet earlier today that I think a lot of folks, Jeremy White is the one that's going to get called out on that. I think
Yeah.
they've really done everybody a disservice in thinking that
Yeah.
a wide receiver will fix this offense. And
Yeah.
I think to Mario's point, I think they're more than a wide receiver away. Not a lot, but they need more than a wide receiver.
Mhm.
The other thing to that is if it's not a wide receiver, I have to drink a Seagram's, and I'm not looking forward to that. So hopefully it's a wide
Is this
receiver.
a double Seagrams?
Oh, dude,
Is this a double
well,
Seagrams?
Well, so there's
Seagrams,
speculation there. We'll
Seagrams
see.
are such a delicious treat, though, because it's getting, like, sometimes you have to take your medicine, but it is so much fun watching your friends have to suffer through them. Like, that's why we started this thing. Chris and I could have been betting money all these years. I don't want money. I want your suffering.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I
want your
want.
soul. I want your
I
soul.
want a piece of your soul. So, the one thing that I do not want to see here, right? It's the thing, like, it's my what was that? Who was it? What pick did I derail your last live stream?
Yeah, it was the AJ Epinesa.
AJ Epinesa.
Oh,
My
God,
AJ
yeah, I
Epinesa
remember
moment
that.
is if they go to the podium right now and the pick is Keon Coleman.
Mhm.
So here's a problem with wide receivers getting into the NFL. You go, hey, I need speed. Like, it's 2024. We understand the need for good route running. Separation is more important than contested catchability and all these things. So you're going to intentionally go and prioritize one of the slower wide receivers in the draft class at a position where we all know that will cause you to struggle unless your route running is elite, which his is not. You're, like I said, when you have all these other things on the table to make that decision here, I might have to go take a walk.
Yeah.
So looking at the hashtag sports big board that we were working off of last night, there are 4 players left with a overall rank in the first round. So
Mhm.
Cooper DeJean, corner out of Iowa, Jerzon Newton, defensive tackle out of Illinois, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Paul's one of Paul's draft crushes, cornerback out of Alabama, who was a captain
Roll Tide.
for the
That's right,
Crimson Tide.
captain.
Roll Tide.
Captain.
And the aforementioned JPJ center out of Oregon are the only ones left with a first round overall ranking. From there, it takes quite a while to get down to when you look at that wide receiver position and what those guys look like. But the top wide receivers that are still left on the board at this point, Adonai Mitchell, who the big version of the wide receiver from Texas, is obviously there. Roman Wilson from Michigan, Keon Coleman, who a lot of folks are speculating might be the pick,
Pick
from
is
Florida
in.
State.
Oh, then the
pick is
Bills
in.
are making the pick.
Jalen Polk from Washington, and then Troy Franklin are probably the top 5 guys that are left on the board at this point. Lad McConkey, but he's not
guys,
top of the second.
Right.
No matter how this pans out, let's all toast
Hey,
to the first pick for the Buffalo Bills in the
little go
2024
Bills.
draft.
Little go Bills action.
Go
I was
go
handing out
Bills.
tall boys, and I
Gentlemen.
got one for myself.
Yep.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Bills.
Hey, go Bills.
Jenny Kolsch.
Guys, it's all downhill from here. This show
So let me.
is all downhill from
Yeah.
here.
Hey, I forgot to bolt down the tables so we don't end up like Charlie McDennis.
Yeah.
Who tries flipping a table.
Okay, no flipping tables tonight. Understood.
Now, let me ask you
Understood.
guys this before this pick comes in. Do you guys hold any reservation for these guys that were in a system where there was 2 studs that were looking to, go high? You got Worthy and Mitchell. Okay, does the fact that if he was a number 2 in the offense in Texas, and he's asked to be a number 1 here, does that give you some reservation to the draft picks that you have, like Neighbors and Thomas? Everyone was talking about, well, they were. You had a quarterback that went 2. So how could you really assess how good these guys really are and how dominant they were? I'm just curious.
I will say
Yeah.
I will say that I don't know
Yeah.
because you look at the guys like, okay, tell me, was Khalil Shakir a good wide receiver for the Buffalo Bills?
I mean,
Okay, hang on. I asked that question because Khalil Shakir wasn't the number 1 wide receiver on his football
And
team.
if you ask
Yeah.
Brandon Bean, is a top 15 wide receiver in the NFL right now.
And
Right.
so what I look at is what you were in college, and then trying to extrapolate that and compare it to what you could be in the NFL it's tough because
right.
there's guys who you're going to take in the 3rd, 4th round who were the number 1 at their university who just proceed to become
Right.
bleh.
Yep.
No,
No,
they're
I-
number 1 in their university because of they have to be.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, and I think Buffalo is going to prioritize athletic profile. That's what they prioritize is athletic
always have.
profile. They always have.
Every
they always
position,
will.
they will
Yep,
go with
they
the athlete
always will.
over-
I'm going to ask you a question.
Absolutely.
Is this happening?
Yeah, it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You got tipped?
the
Yeah,
pick, yeah.
yeah, we know what it is.
So the pick comes out. So pick 33 overall, which is the first pick of the second round, is in, and
We are watching this live on TV.
we are watching it, pretending to be surprised. But again, we're going to do our level best at least before the drinks hit.
Yeah.
We will do our level best to not spoil picks ahead of the broadcast.
Yep.
For everyone watching.
So I got railed pretty bad last night for this one.
Phrasing, Paul.
Yeah.
Phrasing.
So Keon
but-
Coleman
yeah.
is the pick for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
Wide receiver out of Florida State.
And again, from a profile standpoint, right? Keon Coleman fits that big receiver
you
that
have a
Buffalo
Seagrams?
lost, right? You lose Gabe Davis, you lose Stephon Diggs, who doesn't fit that big profile. But you have a guy in Keon Coleman that is just, again, an impressive athlete. 6'4", 215, but as raw gets. Not a great separator, not great long speed. I understand why they're attracted to him because they
Why?
clearly have a type. Well, they clearly have a type, right? They just drafted Gabe Davis again. That's what they did. They just
Gabe
replaced
Davis
Gabe
was
Davis.
a lot faster than.
Yeah, there you go, bud.
Can't,
There
so,
you go.
so let me ask you this: what did I don't want to derail you, but if you could just look up what Gabe Davis or one of you two find me what Gabe Davis ran, just so I can
In the
try to-
40?
4.6 something.
Yeah, it was
Which-
it
which
was
is
bad.
slower than
It was-
Coleman.
yeah, it was slower. Yeah,
In
so-
the interest of not derailing your live stream, Paul, I'm willing to listen to you. So here,
Yeah.
sell me.
yeah. So,
So Coleman,
how do you
Coleman
like
ran
run
faster at his
blocking?
pro day?
How do you like
right?
run blocking? Do you like run blocking? Then Keon Coleman is pretty good. Do you prioritize run blocking?
I think it's worth mentioning that Coleman is the prototype of what's missing in this offense. Like when you talk about what's missing from a wide receiver standpoint, you're missing the big go get it eraser play that the Bills really wanted Gabe Davis to be, and
Yeah.
Gabe Davis just couldn't create
didn't
a
have-
catch ratio enough to be considered that eraser type of throw. They need to go get it.
He
guy.
wasn't dynamic
So,
enough.
so
Yeah.
Chris was nice enough to throw the RAS score because that's the beauty of having a studio like
Yeah.
this. There's
Yeah.
TVs everywhere.
Yeah.
The RAS scorecard here for him, height, weight, explosives are off the
Yeah.
charts.
6'4".
He's
No, but-
he
but-
posts an elite RAS score.
But it's worth mentioning that elite RAS score goes up, and I'd be interested to reach out to Ken on that. Is can we get that updated with the 40 that he ran at his pro day? Because he ran a 4.53 at his pro day.
Right.
Everybody runs
But
out.
hey,
Okay.
but listen,
Okay. Willing to
that's hammering his RAS score right now because he's a 4.64 unofficial.
Now, the one thing that does make me feel better,
Mhm.
right? If I'm trying to, hey, do you hear me, hashtag nation? Do you hear this? I'm trying to be reasonable. Mark it down. It's one of the first
The
times
show's
it's
been
ever
on for
happened.
20 minutes, Drew.
His 10-yard split is wild. At that size to have a 1.5 second 10-yard split,
Mhm.
that is an elite. So what that tells
So
me
we have
though
a
is
trade too, just so everyone's aware. So
The
so there's
Chargers-
a trade. So the Patriots trade out of 34. They give up 34 and 137. Chargers give up 37 and 110. So
That's
the
important to
Patriots
know.
move back
Yeah.
3,
Yeah.
and then they come up 27 picks in that 4th round.
Yeah.
Which again is good to know because the market's getting set now. Because
Right.
the expectation is that the Bills may not be satisfied with waiting until 60.
Mhm.
They may want to get up earlier.
Right.
So the last thing I'll say before I give you guys the floor and we talk about the next pick, but Gabe Davis's thing was like you saw that early on. He in his career in college, he was a deep threat. He was a vertical threat. These numbers tell a story of a guy who probably isn't that,
Mhm.
but inside of a shorter area, he's got a decent burst. He's still got the same frame, catch radius. He's got these things. So it's not going to be Gabe Davis.
Mhm.
It's going to be a Gabe Davis-esque receiver, but maybe
2 inches taller.
and what
Yeah.
you're doing is you're trading maybe better ball skills
Mhm.
for the deep speed.
So a couple things on that, right? So Lauren Aubrey in the chat says his NFL comp was Marquise Colston. I think you go back in football lore,
Yeah.
right? Colston was a great player, but not flashy.
Underrated.
Not
No.
flashy.
Underrated
Right.
is the perfect
Yeah.
way to refer
Yeah,
to it.
not flashy.
Underappreciated, I think, would be another word too,
and-
because he was always a guy that I would target late in fantasy drafts,
Yeah.
and everybody would be like, "Why are you drafting Marquise Colston?" And then he ends the
Yeah, he's-
season with like 8 touchdowns, 800 yards,
Dependable.
60 catches.
Right.
Like,
Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
his baseline.
Right.
Now, with the equity the Bills were able to obtain,
Mhm.
could you guys say to a man, Ryan, I'll start with you, is the Buffalo Bills offense better now than they were yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
See, I'm on the fence there. You know,
Because we used to talk all the time with you had the difference between Gabe Davis and John Brown was the fact that they both stretched the field different ways.
Mhm.
You could throw a 50-50 ball up to, you know what I mean,
Mhm.
and see what was going on with
Right.
Gabe Davis. But Brown smoke would just go by it. So does he stretch the field for you even though he doesn't have that long speed?
so I think,
So Lad McConkey's the pick for the Chargers,
which
Interesting.
makes a ton of sense
Yeah,
for them. That
absolutely.
makes an absolute ton of sense. McConkey's going to be a great player for them. What I will say, see now, do you see the soul slowly getting sucked out of Drew?
Because can I just say this? I'm sitting here. I'm on a hashtag broadcast. It's the thing again where I go, here's the thing I didn't want.
Yeah.
Immediately followed by the thing I feel
At least
like
he
we
didn't go to the
need,
Patriots.
and I have to see
Right?
it again. And it does. It's
He's
well, good. Him-
McConkey's out of the division. It's
Who's
fine.
This isn't Terrell Troop and Rob Gronkowski. Relax.
but it's this concept that it's like, man. And then I think when you looked at how that worked out, at least early,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
J.K. Dobbins to A.J. Epinesa. Now, if you take a look at where they are, 4 seasons, 5 years into their careers, you've got a much different dynamic at play. But for the early parts of their career, one of them was very firmly ahead of the other in terms of value to their franchise.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is going to be another one of those situations where I look at it and I go, you went into the second round and you did this to me again.
Okay.
You,
All right.
you did
I
it
can't-
to me again.
I can't do it. Paul, you or Ryan, I can't look at him when he says this. Can you tell him what the offensive coordinator is in LA?
So, no, I won't. I'm not going to play into this.
No, could you tell him that, please, though?
No, I'm not playing into
Why?
It's Anthony Lynn still, right?
No,
No.
it's Greg Roman.
this. Roman.
Oh, God, that's right.
Yeah.
Do you really want him now?
Yeah.
They don't throw the ball.
Holy.
They don't throw to wide receivers in that offense.
Changes the whole story.
Yeah, really.
That's what we call putting things into perspective.
Yeah. So let's go back to Keon Coleman quickly, right? So I think the last time the Bills had a 6'4" wide receiver from Florida State. That went fine. 6'4", 6'5".
Calvin Benjamin.
It was fine. But I think
To be fair, that wasn't a 6'5". That wasn't a wide receiver from.
no, that was a tight end.
Florida State.
You got a tight end at that
That
point.
might be generous. That was a left tackle.
So the one thing about sort of scouting reports that people need to pay
trade here,
attention
just
to
FYI.
is
Arizona's trading out.
when you hear the term contested catch guy thrown around, that doesn't mean separator,
Nope.
right?
No.
Like
No,
and
no.
Well,
it's
they're contested catch guy because they
can't
can't
get
separate.
separation, right? And that's what I'm saying, right? So when you read, like you talk about Keon Coleman as being an alpha guy, right? Yeah, he goes up and gets the ball, but it's because he's got a corner on, as a backpack because he couldn't get rid of it, couldn't shake him. He doesn't have top flight ability. But everybody talks about, well, Justin Jefferson, that profile people chase. And Keon Coleman is a chance to chase that profile. And the question is Josh Allen the type of quarterback that's going to benefit from a big target like that? Well, he didn't really have many, right? He had Gabe Davis, end of list,
Yeah.
right? Like, you look at his tenure, that's kind of where that list stops.
Well, his contested throws would always go to Knox,
Mm-hmm.
and last year started to work in Kincaid a little bit. But even Kincaid wasn't really a contested
Right.
catch guy.
Yeah.
And I think there's kind of like, when you listen to, the quote-unquote experts, I was listening to Bomani Jones, and he always has Dominique Foxworth on Fridays. And that's what kind of what Foxworth talked about is like, there's two different types of guys. There's like the twitchy guys, which corners have trouble staying with. Those are the guys that create separation. And then there's the guys that just don't care if they create separation because they're just going to go out and go get the ball.
Like,
and they're
Coach,
just going
I'm-
to take it away from you.
Coach, I'm in his kitchen and he's just jumping over
Yeah,
me. And he's
exactly.
getting-
Like
you can't
if you're
defend
a,
those.
if you're a cornerback and the ball goes up and you've got a guy that's 6'4", 220, like what do you do against that?
Right.
Because you can drape yourself all over him. If he's just going to go up and strong arm the ball, then that's fine. But again, the question that comes is, can Coleman do that at the next level? Because he did it
Yeah.
at Florida State, but Florida State's in the ACC. That's not necessarily primetime competition. Can he do it at the NFL level when these guys are trained to go up against like guys like DK Metcalf?
Yeah,
and,
the fact
you
that
know,
he has
Instant
done
Man
it though, I think is a big deal.
Sure,
Number one
sure.
is he your number one right now?
Yep.
Like Coleman's your number one, correct?
I don't believe that for a second.
Well, I mean, I think the
no, I mean,
concept
your
of
wide
a number
receiver
one,
one.
the
I'm sorry.
concept of a number one, I think, has changed
Because
in today's NFL.
I don't need.
Okay,
I
I'm
don't
just
need a wide
trying-
receiver one, but if you want to talk about where you are in the pecking order for target share, let's say if you're trying to frame wide receiver one as being the guy who sees the most targets on a week-to-week basis, right now for me it's still Curtis Samuel, which is not where you want to be.
I think it's Khalil Shakir.
Which is this is why I'm watching this intently, because you go, okay, Coleman, you like the fact that he is, and you are a GM who's known for kind of, you take these blocks of clay give me the Tremaine Edmonds, who the knock on him, the reason he fell behind Roquan Smith in that back in 2018 was that they were like, his processing isn't slow, but he's a freak athlete.
Yeah, that's
Josh
what they
Allen,
take. Yeah.
wild card. You're gonna have to sand this guy down for years, but he's a freak athlete. They like these raw, but I've got a lot to work with, and if I can sand it down, and I can, it's like when you're making a sculpture. You start with that block of marble and you start chipping. They believe that they have the coaching staff and the ability to do that.
I'm just wondering, because my follow-up question is, I want to try to figure out where this offense is going in 2024 with Joe Brady. You came into 2023 with Stephon Diggs as your number one, a guy that can separate and was a great route runner. This is not that. So if he's your number one wideout in the depth chart, so to speak, how does that change the look of Joe Brady's offense? Does he want, because now you got Kincaid, you got him, and like you said, you got Shakir and Samuel who can separate. So how is this offense going to look?
So just for what it's worth, Brandon Beane, because it's night 2, he's meeting with the media after every pick now, right?
Okay.
So we do have some quotes from Brandon Beane. Brandon Beane quote about Keon Coleman. He has what we call that dog in him, where it's his ball and nobody else's. Brandon Beane says Coleman is big, physical, has size, and plays above the rim. He does have a basketball background. He was a 5-star recruit in basketball coming out of high school with all kinds of offers to go to Division I colleges. Decided to go to Florida State to play football. quote, still an ascending talent. He is younger than a lot of these wide receivers in this class.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
20.
believe he's 21 yet.
No,
So
he's
that
not.
matters to
that
Buffalo.
matters
that
a
matters
lot for
to Buffalo.
Buffalo.
A lot. Yeah.
Bean notes his age and how he has a lot of room to grow. Quote, and we did hear this coming out of the combine. Quote, he loves Josh Allen. You can tell he really wanted this to work out.
Yeah.
Coleman was vocal about wanting to come to Buffalo in the pre-draft process. And then, quote, of the bigger guys, we thought his release was as good as any. His play speed is definitely faster, closer to that 4.5 number that we saw at his pro day versus where
He
was
is
in the
not
combine.
yet 21.
I think there's something to be said for this concept of these big wide receivers. And I think Gabe Davis was a victim of this, where Gabe Davis became a go-get-it target because he had to, because he was the biggest wide receiver on the roster. Coleman is a go-get-it wide receiver. Like, that's
2
his
drops.
right. That's his mentality.
Well,
and Bean talked about that. That's his ball when it's in
Right.
the air, and that's a mentality, and that's not something you can teach. We
Yeah.
found this a lot about these guys, where just because you're big and just because you're long and just because you're physical doesn't mean that ball is yours when it goes in the air. And if Coleman has that mindset already, and all they got to do is teach him how to do it at the NFL level, I think that goes a long way, and maybe why he was the pick versus an Adonai Mitchell, who has the size but maybe doesn't have that type of mentality to it.
And you do go back and there's some games like, so Go Long TD. They talk about different Tyler Dunn website.
Yep.
But so he put out a tweet and he would just kind of cobble together. This is what Bob McGinn and some other scouts had to say about Keon Coleman. You hear things like big guy, but doesn't have any quickness. So one scout said he was just a number 3 type guy, quote unquote, because on like slip screens, he couldn't give you much juice after the catch, but that's not his game, right?
Yeah.
They've got 3 guys on the roster that are going to be the slip screen guys. Right?
So what they're
Yeah.
saying is if you're talking about body control, hands, understanding of a defense, and like up here, how to find holes in a zone, that's what our offense has been missing. And the more guys that you can get who operate like Kincaid, who operate like Keon Coleman purports to, that's going to be what your offense is. We've seen, like last year, the deep ball didn't exist in our offense. It was a failure across the board. And so after a while, they stopped doing it. And what you saw was them become but they were still successful. They just had to do it differently. This is an extension of that, I think.
Well, and this is also, Keon Coleman also took almost 30% of his snaps from the slot this year, which was a big change for him.
was
And
just gonna
actually
read
saw
that.
a big drop in production.
Yeah.
I think Buffalo looked at Keon Coleman and said, listen, his production was down, but the football player is better.
Yeah.
So we're willing to bet that he's a first-round talent. If he puts up the numbers we feel he probably should have had he stayed on the outside.
And Brandon Bean talked about that. Actually, there's a quote I was just going to read. Brandon Bean says that he believes Keon Coleman could line up inside, but his position to start is going to be the X receiver. So he's going to be that outside, what Diggs was in this offense. And again, they've got plenty of guys that can run slip screens. They've got plenty of guys that can line up in the slot. They've got plenty of guys that can motion into the backfield and take a jet sweep or take a bubble screen. What they don't have is a guy who's 6'4", 220, and knows how to use it.
What I want to know is how many people are at home right now screaming, "We have Justin Shorter. Why do we need him?"
Yeah.
Because Justin Shorter plays special teams.
Well,
and we can't have guys doing both on
and-
this Bills team.
And Justin Shorter is yet to practice with the team.
Exactly,
like,
right?
let's
Like,
not forget
yeah,
that Justin
yeah.
Shorter, when you're on IR,
Justin Shorter is a concept, not a reality at this point, right? Like,
Yeah.
He's a story.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a thought.
He's something we've heard of,
Yeah.
but nothing we've seen.
So
thus far.
he's what I hear you saying is he's Isaiah Hodges, except he's still here.
It's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Chris,
right.
So
my
basically-
producer Chris probably remembers. Nate Geary came on our podcast years ago and said that he felt that draft recap kind of after the every year Nate comes on our show the week after the draft and we just tear it all down, figure out, talk our way through it. And he declared that Isaiah Hodgins was going to be a better player than Gabe Davis. And then it was funny though, and this is where you talk about it's all about scheme, it's all about opportunity, it's all about time, what it takes for that player to grow. Hodgins had himself a run with the Giants, and he popped at the end of a season, and everyone said, "Where was this guy?" And you go, "Yeah, but look how long it took him to get that opportunity." Coaches aren't stupid. If they were watching that guy perform like that in practice, he would have been on the field.
And jokes on Chris, they both wound up being useless. Hodgins and Davis.
So if Justin Shorter hasn't gotten a crack, because that's it. I've already seen like 3 tweets from people, and maybe that just says something about the people who I see on my timeline. But this concept that we have big guys, you don't have a big guy like this. In this way, I'm willing to take a deep breath accept the fact that this is the way things are. Now, if they do it to me again, I'm guys. I said I'm trying not to derail your. You hear me? Hashtag Nation. Are you happy now?
Well,
I'm not being a hyperbolic ass on their podcast.
I want to ask the nation too. Now, if you want to go 1-to-1, because we like doing funny things like that here. Out are Davis and Diggs, in are Coleman and Samuel. How do you feel about those two? Just those four, when you put them next to each other.
You're never going to be able to tell me that you're better when you lose a player like Stephon Diggs. You're never going to be able to tell me that you're better.
Mm-hmm.
What you will be is more cap solvent. You will be
Yes.
Well, what
That's
you
true.
will be is you will be philosophically different in terms of, hey, I know, like when you're a defensive coordinator and you're lining up against the Buffalo Bills, you go, okay, I already know where I have to allocate safety help. Now it's a little ambiguous because you can say, well, I think I know what their attack is, but I don't know.
Mhm.
And if some of these things that the Bills are putting in place work the way I'm sure they envision them, you become a more diverse attack by default because now there isn't, on one hand, I feel like this is a good thing because it makes you more diverse and you can feature different players. 1 week it's going to be James Cook's show, right? And then 1 week it's going to be tight end heavy. Another week you could say, okay, we see mismatches we like. Let's go out there with Shakir and Coleman and take advantage of some of those. But also, I can't help but kind of feel like the movie Dodgeball when they're like, your best player's a pirate. And he goes, joke's on you. We don't even know who our best player is yet. We don't even know who is the best wide receiver in our depth
And
chart.
for the record, that's a phenomenal movie to quote. But on top of all that, I think this kind of plays into the dynamic that we've been talking about with Bean when we talk about him having a type, and it's guys who are just automatic catching the football, right? Keon Coleman had 2 drops last year, right? And that tells you that he's not somebody that's going to put the football on the ground. And that was the same thing with Hodges and with Gabe Davis. They were automatic catching the football. It should be about running routes and getting separation and reading the defense and not, oh my God, this ball's coming in at 76 miles an hour straight for my chest. I think Josh Allen's a very intimidating quarterback to play with if you're not 1,000,000,000% confident you can catch everything your way. I have to imagine that plays in a little bit, right, into the type of player that you're ultimately trying to draft.
Well,
Now-
you've caught passes from me. How does that feel?
I've caught.
Our
Yeah,
producer,
thanks,
Chris, at a
Thanks, Chris.
tailgate, caught a pass from Mario. Mario he was like, how do you want it? He goes, you want the Brett Favre delivery? And he goes, just give me the high heat. It hit Chris in the forearm. And 2 days later, his entire forearm was just one giant bruise.
I watched Ryan and Mario throw a football at the tailgate. Mario threw it over Ryan's head. Ryan had the vertical of a Matchbox car, and then it almost knocked over somebody's charcoal grill. And Ryan had to go chase it down, and Mario's like, I don't know who that is. What fucking asshole threw the ball that way?
Look at this fucking guy. He didn't catch the ball.
Speaking of that,
Well-
with all this wide receiver talk, just really quick, Drew, I have to pay my bet.
Oh!
Yeah,
I completely
speaking of
forgot
asshole.
about it. Attaboy.
I gotta pay
Yeah,
my
Well,
bet.
pay your debts,
And
my
for those of you
friend.
that don't know, Ryan already mentioned it. If the Buffalo Bills' first pick in the 2024 draft, not first round pick, first pick was a wide receiver, I would
you
have
hear
to
me?
drink. I would have to succumb to the rock pile tradition of slamming a Seagram's.
Here we go, baby.
Jamaican me happy,
Ronaldo
huh?
always
Jamaican me
pays
happy.
his
Yeah,
debts.
that's it.
Jamaican me happy.
Making
and
me happy.
The Jamaican me happy and the Calypso cooler are those are what we call vintage flavors. Those are the original, the OGs. Yeah, let it hit your lips. Hang
one
on.
of the three.
I'm enjoying this.
So one of the three, one of the 3 best players left on the hashtag Big Board is off
Closer
the
to
board here.
diabetes.
Washington
Yeah, right.
selects
You
Jerson
did well.
Newton,
That's like
defensive tackle out of
drinking a
Illinois.
Starburst.
So he's going to the Washington Commanders. Still on the board right now. Surprisingly, we've got 3 of the 4 top players are corners still.
Yep.
So Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, JPJ, and Rackestra from Missouri is still on the board as well. So
Now,
a lot of defensive talent still there, and that's what we talk about. It's
That
been
first
set.
round. Yep.
It's been it's been set in terms of like what it's going to take to get up, right? Like the market's been set. Is Buffalo interested in one of these
It's a 3rd round pick.
players, right?
Yeah, it's a 3rd round pick
Yep.
right now.
Yep.
If you're looking to go.
So the Patriots traded back with the Chargers for the Ladd McConkey pick. They're on the clock right now, and one of the things I find interesting about them is what they do here at this spot's going to say a lot about what they envision their team being next year.
Well, they have a defensive-minded head coach.
You have a defensive-minded head coach, but as you know, I was telling people last night at the draft party I attended, every single Belichick understudy has flopped. Every single one of them. There's not a single one that has stood on their own 2 feet and succeeded in the NFL. Once they kind of left it, okay, Jalen Polk. And that's a great pick, I think. I think it's a great pick for a team that they don't want him throwing down the field a ton. He can do a lot near the line of scrimmage. Here's the thing about what they're going to be next year. They're going to be, I think, kind of they might come out and try to throw it around the yard, but I expect more of a 3 yards and cloud of dust type offense.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're going to trust their defense to carry the load.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I think there's a recognition that you can't have Tyquan Thornton as one of your, like who are your wide receivers if you're the Patriots. So this is what I wanted to see. If they had taken defense with this pick, they were probably banking on being in the top 10 again next year.
Mm-hmm.
This tells you that they're at least looking to put weapons around that rookie quarterback. I just wonder what they think they can be.
Well, and the Patriots have historically been an awful franchise drafting wide receivers.
Yes,
and
that's
awful.
And that's why it's now that Bill Belichick is gone and there's somebody
we'll
else.
See. Yeah, we'll see.
But Elliot Wolf, I believe his name is. He's not really a GM either.
No.
So maybe it's different just because Belichick had bad eyes for these things.
Mm-hmm.
That was just a position that was in his blind spot.
Right. Well, and to go back to some of the comments on the YouTube chat, I just want to point out that 40 times don't necessarily mean anything.
No,
right?
There's been fast guys. John Ross played. He ran fast. He played slow,
Yeah.
and that's why he couldn't separate.
Well, I think it matters.
Yeah.
I think it matters what you're trying to do, right? If you're trying to play the slot with a 4-7, it's not going to happen for you, right? Like that, it's not going to happen for you. I think you can play the outside with a 4-6. If you're 6'4", and 220, you could play the outside with a 4-6.
They just ran a statistic across the thing for the Tennessee Titans. Tennessee Titans quarterbacks were dropped on 31%, or were sacked on 31% of the dropbacks.
Yeah.
Or no,
Well, look at their quarter. Look
Oh
at
no,
their
no,
head play quarterback.
11%, which is 31st in the NFL. That was the number.
You had a guy that puts mayonnaise in his coffee.
So they're going to have to take a tackle here, right? Like you kind of.
They lost Trent Brown.
Yeah.
You lost,
So,
so you kind of have to look to do something.
Yeah.
And so we're sitting here, we're talking about scheme. What are some of the comments about the wide? I'm interested to see what #Nation thinks about.
Well, a lot of comments about Justin Shorter, which I think is fascinating.
See,
in the
told
YouTube
you,
chat.
Justin. There's kind of like there's the beehive for Beyonce.
Mhm.
There was a Justin Shorter hive, and I don't know where it came from.
Yeah, that's a thing that actually is mentioned here as well.
I don't know why.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of mention of that. So yeah, my brother has a bee raving over Coleman for a while now. Oh, Ben. He meant to say Ben.
Yeah.
He spelled Ben wrong. I thought he said B. I was like, yeah, actually, somebody did write something about a B in the chat. It was spelled wrong. I think, again, once you start pulling back the layers on what to do with a player like Keon Coleman, the fact is that he's complimentary, right?
Yeah,
He's complimentary. And
you're not drafting
Buffalo's-
him to be Rome. Or he's never going to make anyone think, oh man, it's a good thing we didn't get Odunze
Mhm.
because we've got Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
That's not going to be it.
But in the second round, what are you expecting? But there's been some very good players taken in the second round. Debo Samuel was a second round
Yes.
pick. Like an early second round pick. There's some very, 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 very capable and good players that come out of the second round at the wide receiver position. I think Buffalo is betting on profile here, but that profile should be offset by another offensive threat that's not Dalton Kincaid or James Cook. And you're not there right now, which tells me Buffalo's not done.
Yeah,
You know,
100%.
yeah, they're not.
The upcoming
They are
picks
done
are
on the
going to be
offense.
interesting.
So
Now,
another quote
They're done.
worth reading for Keon Coleman. So when asked, kind of where he sees himself in this offense, he says, "I fit what they want. Come in and work hard, be accountable, make plays on the field, and have a great relationship with Josh Allen."
Mhm.
This kid is a Josh Allen stan.
Yeah.
There's a quote where he said, "I don't know how a Wyoming game wound up on my TV, but I watched one game of Josh Allen at Wyoming, and I've been a fan of his ever since."
Someone should tell Coleman you shouldn't want to meet your heroes.
Exactly.
Like-
Never meet your heroes, kid.
No, but you know what? If we think about it, let me just circle this around a little bit. Jalen Polk obviously just went to the Patriots. Now you got a wide receiver threat there that they didn't have before. Obviously, you have the two-headed monster down in Miami, and you got Mike Williams and Garrett Wilson in New York. Does that play into the fact of the Buffalo Bills at 60 going on the other side of the ball now in order to try to take somebody to stop those guys?
You better not. Don't do it. You're right now. You're in a position. I hate this because this concept of like, well, we want balance. Like, I'm not Thanos. This isn't. We don't need all things in balance. There's been an imbalance. There's been an imbalance of where you've spent your capital over the years.
Being already Thanos the team, he got rid of like 8 people.
Oh, he snapped his fingers and everybody just evaporated.
Yeah, they're all gone. But yet AJ Epinesa is still here. Aren't we lucky?
Will you stop?
Somehow. No, that's like when when the snap happened and Black Panther disappeared, and you're like, wait, what?
Yeah,
who's gone? And we're stuck with this guy?
And we still have Ant-Man.
Yeah, we still have
not fair.
Ant-Man here.
It's
Why?
just not fair.
So, what I think is you've already done some things to shore up for the short term your defense. Now, defensive tackle, obviously, you've got some. The defensive line in general could probably use some help.
Yeah.
But you guys were actually the ones who put out the statistics about pass rush and disruption and how that deteriorates over the course of a draft and then over the course of a rookie contract.
Yeah.
I fell in love with that stat, Paul, and I steal it all the time, but I attribute it to you. So the concept then becomes if all we're talking about to really make a difference, quote unquote, there's maybe 1 or 2 guys, and they might even struggle to see starting playing time because of the moves we made in free agency and the things that we've done to shore up the defense, then you would be doing yourself a disservice not to use the rest of your premium picks to continue to try to flesh out that wide receiver room.
Yeah,
Tavondre Sweat. So
sense.
this was a thing that we talked about in our podcast right before the draft. I said, this is going to tell us a lot about last year, the Jalen Carter situation. Certain GMs will tell you show you that they don't care about character issues.
Right.
I said, Tavondre Sweat was supposed to be a 2nd-round pick. Let's see what happens to his stock knowing that he was involved in a car accident, hammered, at he's Ted Washington 2.0, which is obviously something NFL GMs covet.
Yeah.
At the same time, what are you willing to sacrifice for a dude who might just be an idiot, who might not be able to, he doesn't have a lot of self-control. That's what I mean when I say an idiot. How much are you willing to gamble? And the answer is, once again, NFL GMs do not care about character.
Well, I'm looking at Kansas City.
Yeah.
I just look at Kansas City.
Character goes out. I mean, character goes out the window because at a certain point you have to win football games, right?
But tell that to Buffalo, Ryan.
Sure. Character.
Yeah.
I mean, and we've said it before. Like, I've said it multiple times. Like, just give me Mutant League football at this point, right?
Give me
Like,
51
I don't
convicts.
need-
I'll win a Super Bowl.
I can teach my kids not to look up
longest
to
yard?
football players, right? Like, I want to go win football games. I can tell my kid that's not someone to grow up to want to be like,
Right.
Other than the money and the fact that you get to play a game for your
My
career.
my buddy's
But-
father was the bartender at No Names. It was a bar that was popular back in the 80s and 90s. No Names. There was a sign outside, and it was just, but it was a very kind of exclusive bar downtown. A lot of football players would hang out there. To this day, he hates Jim Kelly's guts because of some of the antics that went on inside the bar. He's like, do you know how many thousands of dollars of tabs I comped so people didn't call the police because people's wives would get hit on and things? Now, these are all allegations and stories that I'm hearing secondhand. But the idea is that even the guys who you look at and you go, man, that guy's awesome. He's doing charity work and this and that. They're not all Boy Scouts. They can't all be winners.
No.
Do you want that or need that? No, because my contract with them is you do the thing, I cheer. If you do it poorly, I'll boo. I don't care what you do outside of this, within reason. And as long as no one gets maimed, then realistically, I don't care what your social stances or political stances or foibles are. If you do this thing well, you'll be here. If you don't do it well, I reserve the right to boo, and you'll be gone, and they'll replace you with someone else for me.
So we're getting into again. I mean, when we talk about compensation, so the Rams trade up. They were sitting initially at number 52, and they've now
That's a
traded
big
up to
move.
39.
That's a big move. That's a big jump for
Bills
Buffalo.
type of
That's a
jump.
That's right.
So the compensation on this is the Panthers give away number 39. They get 52, 155, which is a fifth, and a second in 2025.
That's a big. That's a lot.
That's
So Panthers doing a good job of kind of retooling and setting themselves up for an opportunity next year.
Yeah.
That's
to have an
second
impactful
next
draft.
year
That
is a lot. But I mean, the
stuck the
Rams were
landing.
coming in out of the round.
I mean, and the Rams also first time in 8 years that they've taken a first round pick last year.
Right.
So they
Mm-hmm.
clearly don't value. We all value players differently, right, Mario? And clearly there are some teams that value draft picks
Right.
differently than others.
Well, and it's
right?
fat guy season now because
And
DTs
here's
are
your
flying
runner.
off the
Here
board.
comes
And I was going
wrong.
to say the
Yeah.
defensive tackle run is happening.
Mhm.
Now I want to point something out, and this is I saw a tweet last night, and I think it's fitting. The first defensive tackle was not Tavondre Sweat, and I bet you Tennessee's GM was doing like jumping jacks inside of the draft room when he saw that the Falcons drafted Ruke or doesn't matter or who gives a damn. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What I love about this, I saw a tweet last night and I screenshotted it, and I want to read it to you. This guy is a Falcons fan who has had enough.
Obviously, yeah.
He goes, there's a picture of Terry Fontenot, the GM for the Falcons, and underneath it says, drafted a tight end 4th overall over Jamar Chase, Micah Parsons, Jalen Waddle, and Devonta Smith. Drafted Drake London over Garrett Wilson and Kyle Hamilton. Passed on Jalen Carter to draft a running back at pick number 8. Drafted a 25-year-old quarterback with 7 ACL tears a month after signing a free agent quarterback to a 4-year deal. Passed on Romo Dunes, Latu, and Dallas Turner. Fire Terry. I'm not hearing any more arguments. This guy needs to fucking go. And then you watch him come out in the second round and take a 3rd-round prospect at the top of the second round.
So here's what we were
Falcons fans are going to self-immolate.
So we were lamenting this last night. How many more times are NFL GMs going to let Howie Roseman do this?
Yes.
Eagles have now traded up with Washington. They're at pick 40 instead of the Washington Commanders. We'll see what the compensation is. But Philly's
but you're
coming
not
up to
supposed
get
to
somebody.
trade. You're not supposed to trade with teams that beat you regularly and that are better than you. And
Yeah, we've been down this
Guys,
road
you're not
yesterday.
supposed
We were
to
down
do
this
that.
road yesterday. We were down this road yesterday.
because it's a bridge too far to trade with a team that has your number, right?
I think what was most interesting about that was Bean was quoted as saying, "I didn't care who they drafted."
Yeah, I don't give a shit who they
Yeah,
draft.
right?
I don't like
Well,
these
again,
guys.
you
Well,
look-
it's not his job, right? His
Yeah.
job is not to be concerned with other teams' picks.
Yeah.
Unless they're trying to trade for said picks, right? Like
Mhm.
his job was, and he has his job is to get the best return for his team. So
Yes.
if at the end of the day his decision was made that I'm going to move out of 28, then his responsibility is get the best that I can get for 28. And if that's the Chiefs, hey, they gave me the best offer.
Well, and
So-
I think a lot of people are going to get frustrated with Bean here because everybody talks about what a great, maneuver GM that Bean is, but this is too conservative for a lot of people because you gave Kansas City a weapon who only catches the ball half the time, and you drafted a guy who needs a lot of work but only dropped 2 passes last year. Right? Like you just have different priorities than the team that keeps
Yeah.
kicking your ass
Yeah.
in the playoffs.
So
in the
here's
playoffs.
the
I think
compensation.
I think that's the different conversation. You're beating Kansas City. You're not beating them in the playoffs.
So Philly was at 50. They came up to 40. So
Mhm.
here's the compensation for Philly to come up. So the Commanders, let me cover the Commander side of this trade first. So the Commanders give up 40
Mhm.
and 78,
Ooh.
okay?
Wow.
And the Eagles give up 50, 53, and 161. So they
That's a
gave
good
up
deal
2
for the
seconds.
Commanders.
All right.
That's a really good
That's
deal
fair.
for the
Gave up 2
Commanders.
That's
seconds
it's a
and
balanced
and
trade.
and a sixth.
Now is
Right?
this?
I would argue
in
they
order
got better
to-
value on this trade up. Like there was better value kind of shared by both teams than there was in the last trade. We just
Well,
talked
what
about.
I'm saying, well, when you're in your division now too. Those always kind of skew the terms of trades. You know, what I mean, if this wasn't, within the division, I think that the picks might have been a little bit differently.
Maybe, but also I would have held them more. I would have demanded more of me, knowing that they're in my division. But that's also because
50 and 53 is
I'm also an
that's,
ass.
that's a nice. That's
You're
going to
get some phone calls now, like for 50,
Well,
53.
and it makes you wonder if, like, for their needs, it's clear. Like, or do they really circle the draft board on that corner they have to have? Right.
Here's an
Well, they
idea.
drafted a corner last night.
Right.
Here's an
Right,
idea I've been
so-
trying to float, and I think this is the right forum because last night everyone was just too drunk to really have a lucid conversation with me
There's
about
another
it.
trade. The Saints are on the clock.
Oh my
See?
God.
Here we go.
So Green Bay trades out. So again, we're getting behind. We're ahead of the broadcast at this point, right?
Right.
The broadcast is still out there. So I'm early, but I'm going to break it,
Yeah,
right? So the
yeah.
Eagles traded up for Cooper DeJean.
Which
that was their
again
pick,
makes sense
which
because
is their
Is
second
it
corner.
Dijon or Dijon?
DeJean.
So they got the 2 top corners.
Two of the top 3 corners in this draft. Yeah, are going to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Because again,
They
we
needed
talk
it.
about take care
Yeah.
of your division.
Yeah.
Philadelphia's taking care of the division, right? They're not afraid of anybody, other than maybe CeeDee Lamb, which is what they address for.
Yeah.
But they've got a lot of teams in that NFC that they've got to worry about come playoff time. The
Yes.
Rams have 2 very good wide receivers. You've got, San Francisco, 2 very good wide receivers, and they just added another one last night. Like, at a certain point, you move beyond taking care of your division, and you've got to start taking care of your conference.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And
the
that's
Buffalo
where they're-
Bills.
That's where they're going here.
The
with these
Buffalo
2
Bills
corners.
over the last 2 or 3 years have been drafting to take down the Chiefs, not the Dolphins. You know what I
Right.
mean?
They're
So,
building their team to go after Kansas City and Cincinnati.
yes.
Now, can we all just have an appreciation for a second? All of you in the chat at home, all of you sitting here in this room. It used to be that there would be all kinds of talk about trades,
And
like
nothing
draft
ever
day
happened.
trades,
Yeah.
and it was mostly smoke and conjecture.
Mm-hmm.
And we as fans would sit at home and postulate trades and talk about, well, if they do this and this team could do this and we could get value and move here, this team needs to move up for this type of player. And it would never materialize because GMs were too stodgy and married to what they thought this draft value chart was. And it's like in the NHL where everyone's looking at the thing going, well, I'm not going to be the one who does it first. Somebody else make the trade. Now we live in a world where picks just get traded and GMs are much looser. How much of this has to do with the ever rising salary cap? In your mind, how much?
A primary portion of it.
Knowing
Here's why,
that-
right? If you look at the Eagles, we'll use the Eagles as an example, right? They've got a bunch of players in the top 10 at each position as far as overall contracts. You don't get there unless you draft 2 starting corners in a draft, and that's what you have to roll with. Like, it's just a product of what you do. At some point, you have to pull starters out of the draft, and that means you're pulling starters in the 3rd round. You're pulling starters in the 5th round because that's the financial burden you have of having a franchise quarterback. Is the rest of your team, the other 51 guys, not all of them are going to be the caliber that you would have signed in free agency.
Well, and the other thing that, Paul, you brought up last night, which was a great point, is you also get to a point with your roster construction where you're not going to sneak guys to the practice squad, right? So you look at the Buffalo Bills are a good example, and I think the Eagles are a prime example of this as well. You would rather take those 10 picks for the Buffalo Bills and turn them into 4 top 150 picks, because those 4 top 150 picks are going to make your roster. Whereas if you're drafting 4 guys in the 5th round, all 4 of them are probably not going to make this roster, right? Like realistically, maybe 1. So that means that 75% of your picks that you made, you're just going to give to other teams because they're not going to make it through waivers because they're 5th round players, right? And other teams that could have picked them didn't have the opportunity to. So the Washington Commanders are going, well, let's circle that guy because our roster is in shambles.
Yeah.
And when Buffalo tries to sneak him onto waivers come cut day, we'll just take him.
Yeah, and certain
We'll take 'em
teams, certain teams do well with certain players. So, like, if you're saying if one of the Bills picks in that 5th round, say, is a corner, and they try to come up him on the practice squad, well, they know how to scout corners.
Alex Austin?
Yeah.
I mean,
was taken-
but that's
he was
an example,
taken by
right?
the- yeah.
He was
Nick
he
McLeod,
was
Alex Austin,
He
yeah.
was let's go put him on the practice squad because he's not good enough to make our roster, and then he's starting for the Patriots.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Like,
So you let the
that's
other teams do the
roster
work for
have
you.
If you're the
you know what I
Buffalo
mean?
Bills, so if you're the Eagles, I can take 5 picks and turn them into 2 of the top 3 corners in this draft. Sign me up because
Yeah.
they're off the bus starters, and now I don't need.
All
to
right,
worry,
Doug Whaley.
I don't need to
Off
worry
the
about
bus.
Doug
Yeah, off the
Whaley,
bus. He's
Adolphus
starting versus
Washington,
off
Reggie
And now
Ragland.
it's-
He goes,
and-
guys, we got 3 off the bus starters.
And now if you're Howie Roseman, I don't need to worry about what I'm going to do with the 161st player in this draft because I just turned him into Cooper DeJean.
Well, and you also look at the money you just gave AJ Brown,
Yeah.
and it's
And
like
this is what I wanna
it's
talk
gonna-
about.
It's just going to be what happens. Yeah, this is going to be
The
what happens.
teams that you see trading up, the reason why I asked this question, I knew you were the right group to have, like I said, a lucid conversation with about it. Who are the teams that you see being the most aggressive in getting up the board?
Good teams.
It's teams that know they're paying a quarterback.
Right.
Or they know that even if I don't have a quarterback who I'm paying a ton of cash, I'm going to have to pay him. So the trades up are coming from teams that recognize the value of those top 90 picks. And at the same time, now GMs, now trades are in vogue. I love it. I think it makes the league more interesting. but I also think it
Makes the
hurts.
draft very
Yeah,
interesting.
watching Kool-Aid McKinstry go to the Saints.
Oh, just a part of me just died a little
So
watching.
continuing to talk about going back, I guess to talk Buffalo Bills is Keon Coleman, and as they've picked him, more has come out about Keon Coleman. You talk about that athletic profile of his, and he was asked about his athletic profile. His quote was, "I've never been caught from behind, and there's not a corner in college that when I ran at them, they sat down." He said, "Opinions are opinions for a reason." So he does not view himself. And then the other thing is these advanced metrics are coming out. So you've got that gauntlet drill, which is the drill where you run, turn, catch, turn, catch. He posted since all the receivers in last year's and this year's draft. So last year's and this year's, he posted the fastest time, the fastest top speed in the gauntlet drill. So he was 20.36 miles an hour, which beat out last year's best, a guy by the name of Puka Nacua, at 20.06 miles an hour, and also beat out another guy that was pretty good, Tank Dell. So the top five consisted of those guys. Keon Coleman's at the top.
You could
Well,
stack
they
Puka
said-
Nacua and Tank Dell on top of each other. They're not Keon Coleman.
Brett Coleman from Bootleg Football had a tweet 2 hours ago where he goes, you know how everyone's been doing, like, in my opinion, it's just 2 photos and it's like a draft comp? And it was Joe Alt and Hodor. Just Hodor. He goes,
He doesn't know who that
Of
is.
course. I love the fact that you have that hair and you don't know Game of Thrones.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't invest time in things like that.
No, he invests his time in Fortnite.
Yes.
That's true. Yeah.
Except not as much as this guy.
No, Ryan's got
All right.
pretty good at Fortnite.
Hey.
Ryan's got pretty good at Fortnite.
No, I thought there was another stat though that said
Got to
that
be
even-
pretty good to carry your 8-year-old to victories.
Meanwhile, mine carries me.
Yeah.
But what they were saying was that even at the combine as well, when they were running the 40 times, he had one of the fastest time. Like he didn't have the fastest time, but he had miles per hour. He had one of the
top
fastest top speed. So it's people are gonna be happy with the pick. People are gonna be upset with the pick. But in the end, is the Buffalo Bills offense better today than it was yesterday? And I think it is because you added something that wasn't there.
I
So-
think
Chris Sims comes into it to he said the Buffalo Bills just got one of the most freaky specimens in the NFL draft. Coleman has an incredible route running ability. He's dangerous with the ball in his hands, and he's got the chance to be the best 50-50 ball wide receiver in the NFL.
Well, and I think that's what you're drafting, though, is you're drafting opportunity.
Yeah.
Right? That's what you're doing. And that's why when you start looking at a player like Ladd McConkey, right? Like, don't get me wrong, he's going to, off the bus, be the player that you drafted. But his floor is also probably his ceiling, right? He's going to be a contributor. He's going to be good for you right away. But at what point is that his ceiling? And I think you get to his ceiling probably faster than you do with a player like Keon Coleman, who has some things you got to straighten out. Like he runs 4 routes, like that's what happens. But he's also coming out of college, and this isn't uncommon.
I think that's that's always going to be the thing, right? With the Buffalo Bills and the way they approach the draft is they're going to take swings on players who they believe they don't care about. It's almost like they don't care about floor. Floor matters to a certain degree, but you drafted Dawson Knox. You traded back up into the back end of the 3rd round a few years ago to take a tight end named Dawson Knox who had 18 targets his final collegiate season. But they said, hey, we see some stuff, and if it pans out, we can make him useful.
Yeah.
Now, Knox might be a comp that's not a great comp because it rankles people. They go, you paid him X. Now, that was the mistake. It wasn't the drafting him. It was paying him.
Yeah.
Because now you're paying top 15 tight end money for a guy who's never finished in the top 20 in any statistic other than touchdowns. But it's the concept that they took a guy and made him worth something. Some other team was going to pay him. We just were the ones who did it. They believe they can do that a lot with these types of players.
Let me put on Drew's hat for a second.
The tinfoil one or the regular one?
Just say the regular
The
one.
black one, the tinfoil
This
one.
is the I'm gonna upset #nation hat. Okay. So now just thinking of this offense moving forward in 2024, who is really the only guy that we saw visually that challenged Josh Allen? And it was Stephon Diggs. They got rid of him, and now they have a guy who admires Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
And then even Joe Brady is in awe of Josh Allen.
Well, he better be.
Who, if he has a bad game, is going to be the one to hold this kid accountable? as the quarterback of this offense.
I think you're expecting Josh to hold himself accountable. You're paying him $50 million.
Yeah, I don't
this
have to
year. You know
worry.
what I mean?
And
like,
listen,
at a
what-
certain point, you're a grown man.
When I
Right?
sign you to that,
you and I said this
when
last year
you
when
get
he would run.
$200+
You're like,
million,
eventually he has
Yeah.
to-
I don't have to babysit
Jesus,
you.
Drew!
That's not my job.
No.
My job is not to babysit you when you're making over $200 million.
No, but my point is this: it's like, okay, somebody has to tell this kid. Somebody has to tell him to stop trying to dive over people too, or he's not going to do that when he's 34. He's got to
Well,
learn that as well.
But he's
I
going to
think-
burn that bridge when he gets
I
there.
think the
You know that.
responsibility is that someone's got to tell him, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
They don't necessarily have to make it somebody who's going to listen, right? So Joe Brady is going to tell him,
Okay.
Josh, and you've heard a little bit of that already, where
Yeah.
Josh said that for whatever, it was a weird quote to me, but he made the point that Brady is focusing on going through your progressions and not just one read and go, which again is odd to hear because we've
Josh
seen
is in
him
his-
go through
yeah.
his progressions,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Like we've watched him.
Yeah.
So I think if they're going to say, and maybe Brady's going to have him, maybe it's like potty training a child, right? Like it's a bad analogy.
I
to
can't
make,
wait to see how this goes. Please continue.
But you find what works. So maybe you can't take the clock out of Josh's head, but maybe you extend the clock, right? Like maybe it's Josh. I don't have a problem with you running, but look at 3 reads first, then go. Right? Instead of maybe it's been, hey, go through your progressions and then everything breaks down and he just takes off and runs like he did with Dorsey and like he did with Dable. Maybe they're just kind of tweaking his clock a little bit and just saying, Josh, I'm cool with you running. Like, I understand it's a part of your game. Do me a favor. I'm going to be your buddy here. Like, do me a favor. Go through 3 reads in your progression first and then take off.
I'm going to tell a story quickly, and I might be misquoting the story, but I'm going to tell it anyway. So Peyton Manning, and I believe it was Austin Collie, if we're going to go back into the Wayback Machine.
Yes.
So Peyton Manning and a rookie Austin Collie. Peyton threw a ball across the middle. Austin Collie goes for the ball, reaches out with one hand,
McAfee said this. I remember
tips
that.
the ball, doesn't catch it, right? Peyton Manning catches Austin Collie on the sidelines and said, listen, if I ever throw you a pass and you stick one arm out again, I'll make sure you never see another pass in the NFL. Austin Collie never put one hand out to catch a ball anymore. At some point, Josh Allen has to be that guy. And
you're
you
$200
haven't
million.
asked him to do that yet.
Yeah, your $250 million quarterback at some point has to be the alpha
Right.
on the offense.
Yeah.
Also,
And then I think the other thing, circling back to that, because we talked a little bit about, do you go corner? Do you feel pressure to add to the defense? If you're the Buffalo Bills and you're a Bills fan and you're a Josh Allen and you're Brandon Beane, I think the question you have to ask yourself is how many times are you going to watch this defense let the offense down?
Yeah.
Because the offense doesn't have one more drive in it.
Yeah.
Right? Like they don't have one more drive, 13 seconds. Right? They had
Absolutely
the
right.
lead when they
The
left
Chiefs
the field.
game.
How many
This
more
last
this
year.
last year?
Yeah.
So how many more times, I guess the question is like, Sean McDermott, you do great things with players who are maybe underdrafted. You do great things with these free agent reclamation projects. But at the end of the day, your defense isn't going to win you a football game. We've seen it time and time and time again. The offense leaves the
Right.
field with the lead, and
Yeah.
they don't win the football game. So let's just go out and get guys that just give us one more drive every game, and we'll win those football games. Right?
It's-
The Chiefs game. I don't need you to go out and
five
stop
third
them.
downs.
It's-
Five.
I don't need you to stop them.
it's been a
I just
problem.
need you to let them go down the field. If they're going to score, let them score quick, and let's get our offense back on the field.
Now,
We got
now
more
guys,
weapons
some
than
of you watching at home might be seeing the chicken legs in front of Paul here.
Yes.
I grilled before. We had a little cookout before before the show, and I grilled a whole bunch of chicken legs. Chris did hot dogs. Chris actually made a mean mac salad. We sat out there.
And then Chris brings. I'm just going to say, Chris brings the hot dogs down with the buns, no condiments.
No.
I don't know what he thinks is going to happen with these hot dogs.
what he wants somebody.
You want condiments?
Yeah, you go get condiments.
get
and I think
condiments.
these things will start getting eaten.
I'm gonna start eating these
'Cause
hot dogs.
I'm 2 tall boys in.
Sideways?
So-
I've seen.
Sideways.
You're from North Collins. You eat hot dogs sideways.
So, well, I mean, they are a sandwich.
So we're
So,
saying-
so
we're
we're
hot
saying
dogs are a
corner
sandwich.
run.
So why wouldn't you eat them that
It's
way?
American taco.
On the draft, we are seeing a corner run. So
Well, that's what I
McKissick-
say. Hot dogs are a taco, and that's the like tired and wired. Tired is hot dogs are a sandwich. Wired hot dogs are a taco.
I heard a very valid point that a Big Mac is actually a lasagna.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, that's a tough argument to fall against.
Yeah,
Is
because
it-
once you explain what it is, you're like,
Yeah, is that a
it's
Big
meat
Mac's
in
lasagna?
between bread. What are we
Yeah.
talking about?
Is a Pop Tart a ravioli?
I will say this: when you talk about accountability and like owning yourself and who can tell who what, you guys have been friends with me for a long time. I've known you guys for a long time. Mario,
Can't
you
wait
and
to
I,
see where this is going.
you and I actually had one of the most epic like friend fights.
Yes.
And it actually got resolved at
When
a
I
draft
had
show.
to be held accountable.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It actually ended at a draft show.
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
like this. Like we're sitting here today.
When you told Ryan, I'm not messing with him.
I'm like, what are you going to do? I'm going to show up and fight him? Look at him. He's going to put me inside of one of those garbage cans over there. We talk a lot. I've given him a hard run, but also he's going to fold me up like a Hot Pocket. Now, with that said, Josh Allen is a dude and I'm a dude. I know I don't have $200 and something million. And I know I'm not a freak athlete. I know I don't have the ego of a quarterback. I've got an ego, not one of a quarterback. There are also certain things about me that none of you are ever going to get me to stop doing. I am who I am. This is what it is.
Yeah.
And
there's your guy.
Jackson
Jackson
Powers
Powers
Johnson, the
Johnson,
Raiders.
that's
It's
it.
you.
He
You
went to
left
the
room.
Raiders.
The Raiders knew you were leaving, and they did it. Behind your back.
So we have some picks just to update for those who maybe are relying on us. I apologize if you're relying on us.
Yeah, if you're relying on us.
So the Eagles came up to get Cooper DeJean at 40. We had the Saints come up for Kool-Aid McKinstry at 41. So we did have a mini corner run here. Houston Texans took Kamari Lassiter out of Georgia, the corner, at 42. 43, Max Melton. The corner just came off the board, so 4 straight corners. Capped off by who was our last first-round grade on the hashtag big board, Jackson Powers Johnson, the center. Really the only true center in this draft, because you had the kid out of Duke who was really a center tackle combo. He's got some Liam Perrins there for his hot dogs. So those are the moves that have come thus far. The Packers are on the clock with the pick. Oh my God! The Packers are on the clock with the pick that they got from the trade for the Eagles. That's to catch everybody up where we go.
So to finish my point, some things, when my wife married me, she knew all of these things that you guys both love and hate about me. All of the things that your listeners hate about me, they're all true, guys. Like, there's no sugarcoating this. I'm awful. And at the same time, my wife, when she married me, accepted those things because she goes, the good still outweighs the bad, and the bad, some of this, no one can actually do anything about it. We have that same relationship with Josh Allen. All these people who talk about, well, someday he's going to have to stop hurdling and he's going to have to stop doing this. It's if it happens, it's going to happen because he has no choice. Mm-hmm. It's not going to happen organically. It's not going to be because one day he wakes up and says, hey, you know what? I realized that my career would be a lot longer if I stopped trying to run over linebackers instead of around them. Mm. That's not why. Mm-hmm. It's going to be because one day he's going to try it and it's not going to work. Mm-hmm. And that'll be the day when he either pivots or he dies. Mm-hmm. But we all have a little bit of that. And this is what we have to accept with this.
Well, I think early in this season, in this 2023 season, I think you saw what Josh Allen was when they forcibly take that aspect of his game out.
Well, and they made him a pocket quarterback with a shoulder injury. Yeah. So let's not cover that up. Right. I mean, he was hurt the whole season.
But again, I think there's a difference to your point. I think he can be effective if it's his decision to take that facet out of his football game, right? And that's something that, as Drew mentioned, we've all got to come to terms with. Like, Mario, you're a good football player, right? I mean, you played Division III football. It's nothing to shake your stick at. You're a great wrestler. But at a certain point,
nobody wants to
you
see
stop
Mario
doing that stuff because your body's just like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I'll do it, but you're gonna hate yourself for the next 3 weeks.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you did it. So you decided to stop doing it. So that's what Josh Allen's gonna have to take out of his game. He's going to have, at a certain point, he's gonna take a hit. Mm-hmm. And it's going to hurt more than it's hurt in the past. He's going to wake up tomorrow morning and it's going to hurt more.
Back.
Carolina trades up with Indianapolis.
Right. So Carolina with a lot of ammo
decided
can
move
to
around.
Trade back up, right?
Yeah,
so they're getting that flexibility back, which they lost in the Bryce Young trade last year.
Mm-hmm. Well, Green Bay Packers take Edgerrin Cooper.
I love Edgerrin Cooper.
Texas A&M, first linebacker taken.
Yeah. Edgerrin Cooper's, I'll tell you what,
it's crazy
Green Bay knows the linebacker market. Yeah,
Yeah.
Green Bay knows the linebacker market. They do a great job
Oh,
of being
all the
prepared
time.
in the linebacker market every year.
Yeah, it's weird that
Well, wasn't
45
Quay
the first
Walker-
one goes.
I know.
Like,
Quay Walker was like a starter for them at one point, and didn't they have to like completely rebuild that room?
100%. Yeah,
They had to
100%.
completely
I do
rebuild
want to
it.
get to some of the comments. Some of these are a little bit back in the
Sure.
chat, but I think it's probably good to call them out. So we're gonna go over a few of them. You'll kind of get the temper of the chat, right, with how quickly this
Oh,
goes,
boy.
because these aren't separated by very much. Mike says, I do not get what Buffalo is doing. I expected a huge pick, a bring down the house immediate starter pick. You didn't get that. Steve Hampton, I think everyone wanted us to come in and somehow replace Diggs with the 28th overall pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. John Ram, I'm not going to pronounce that name right. We want to be competitive every year. That means not trading up every year.
Yes.
So there's a big, there's a big mix of what's in the chat, because people are obviously disappointed because you waited a whole day for this, right?
Yes.
Multiple times you were on the board. You let receivers go. So of course you have to compare Keon Coleman to every player that got drafted with the pick you had. Like, it's not possible to not compare them anymore. So people are noticeably disappointed by that. However, is this again a sign that Bean is willing to try and take, I think is Bean trying to get too cute. I think the chat is getting frustrated with the approach.
I think part of this is, and it's something that I've brought up a couple times in our group chat. For whatever reason, I feel like Bills fans are still struggling with how to be fans of a good football team, right? Because when you say things like "I was expecting a splash," it doesn't happen when you're a good football team.
No.
Like, you're not going to get Marvin Harrison Jr.
I'm gonna
right?
I'm gonna time out you there on that argument right away, because the Chiefs added Hollywood Brown. Right, they had a need at wide receiver 1, and they answered that need at wide receiver 1. Buffalo had a need at wide receiver 1.
Is Hollywood Brown an answer at wide receiver 1?
I mean,
like,
it's
we
a
watched
better
this guy
answer
for
than
5 seasons, and he's not that good.
It was on the heels of Rashid Rice, right? They had to do something, so they responded immediately.
But
you
again,
trade Stephon Diggs, which you knew that room was bad. You
right, but
knew
it's not
that
like they
was
traded
coming.
for Justin Jefferson, right? They traded for a guy who's at this point in his career, he's a journeyman. He's not been able to stick. He's played with decent quarterbacks. Like, Lamar Jackson's he's a decent quarterback, right? Like, Kyler Murray is a decent quarterback. He's not a top 5 guy. But I mean, at what point, I guess, if you're using Hollywood Brown as like a wide
Jonathan
receiver
Brooks?
1, like
Is that first
that's
running
the first
back?
running back
Yeah,
off
I
the
was
first
board,
gonna say, so
Jonathan
first
Brooks.
linebacker
Yeah.
and first running
Yeah.
back. I like this because what you're doing is now you're starting to crack into other position groups.
You're creating the run.
That
Yeah.
we already saw defensive tackles push some of these guys down. The closer we get to where the Bills are going to be picking again, I'm kind of liking what's still available on the board.
I really need a running back in the first 3 rounds of this draft. I have to have a running back. I can't stand James Cook. He puts the ball on the ground too much. He's gonna get run out of this town with this coaching staff if he keeps doing it.
So
can't-
Carolina. So for what it's worth, Drew, we just talked about Bills potentially coming up. I think Carolina gave up a lot for this. So the Colts come out of 46, they go back to 52, which is where Carolina was coming from. So they came up 6 picks. Carolina didn't get anything other than the 46 pick. They gave up 52, 144, and 155.
That is
So,
a lot. I
for
mean,
the
they have a
Bills-
lot to. I
so
think
for
the
the
difference
Bills-
is they have a lot to give up.
So by comparison, the Bills have the picks to
Yes.
come up 6 picks. Because
Yes.
they've got 4 fifth-rounders, right? Which is what that 142 and 155
Yes.
equate to our 5th-round pick. So the Bills have the ammo to come up 6 picks. If they come up 6 picks, that's approximately pick 54, somewhere in that range. That's about what that asking price is. It's going to be a little bit less because
To get the first guy off the board at that position, though. I think that's
but
why
again,
they gave up.
Yeah, but again, teams aren't asking that question, right? Like
No,
they
no.
may
What I'm
ask,
saying is,
yeah.
from the Carolina standpoint, they're
right.
like, listen, this is our guy. We have to get.
And
this
they don't
guy.
have they don't have a running back
They
on
don't.
the staff.
No.
So they needed a running. Like, Paul wants a running back and thinks that
Yeah.
the Bills probably
He's
need
already
a running
on my
back.
bench for
The
fantasy.
Panthers
so just like-
absolutely need a running back.
Oh, without
Now,
a doubt, yeah.
the idea, though, that, okay, running back just went. First one. Here we go. Run on running backs. When you look at the board right now, best available, right now, this moment, there is a ton of defensive talent out there. There is a ton of it.
There's the first true safety
And-
is still on the board.
Yeah.
Tyler Nubin from Minnesota, who's a pretty good safety. Bullard from Georgia, safety,
Yeah.
still on the board. Those are the 1-2 in terms of the safety.
What I'm
talent.
interested at as far as where the Bills are now, if we want to start forecasting our shot for this next pick, because I think it's a good time to start. I mean, we're getting close.
And the Bills are picking when?
The 60.
60. So we're getting within striking distance. I like the concept of, now call me a homer for the Alabama thing, but you're talking about a defensive end room that doesn't have a lot of juice to it right now. Everything's hinging on whether Von Miller's actually healthy and ready to contribute something or not. Now, Leonard Floyd signed with the team. This is the thing I try to caution everybody on. The team isn't done building the roster when the draft ends. We saw that with Leonard Floyd's addition.
Yeah.
And Leonard Floyd went on to have 10.5 sacks for us.
Yeah.
So
He did. He gave you what Von was supposed to give.
realistically, you still have options. But if you want to do something on a cost-controlled basis with term to it, Chris Braswell out of Alabama is still out there. And I like the fact that for a guy, he's got the same build. For those of you who aren't familiar, he was not a starter for Alabama, which is something I kind of I held against him until okay, you're behind Will Anderson and Dallas Turner. No, you're not going to be a starter for a long time. He's got the build and some of the same tape as a Jerry Hughes. Smaller guy, 6'3", 250, 255.
Yeah.
But sets a nice edge.
Did he come in as a linebacker too?
You could put him in, if you were going to run a heavy set and overload the line, you could put him on the line. You could put him out in space a little bit, and he doesn't need his hand in the ground.
Gotcha.
But if you put him in that kind of a position, I think he could be good for this room. And I think people would hate it because they're still looking for that wide receiver. And maybe I'm making a liar out of myself because I just got done saying we need another offensive player.
Yeah.
But the value at adding a player who in his rookie year and sophomore year, maybe over the course of 2 seasons, I'm willing to say conservatively, can contribute over 2 years, double-digit pressures and sacks. We saw the AJ Epinesa arc. First 2 years, he'll be more productive than that guy in the current system. I think you have to think about it.
I think once you get outside of round 2, drafting a defensive end is a complete waste of your time.
And that's it. I know you think that. And
Yeah,
that's
it's-
why.
Well,
And that's what I'm saying. I hate the fact that I'm saying
So
it.
let's go back to a
But now I
podcast
see
that we
it and
did
I go,
a little while ago. I'll explain what you had mentioned before. So we were doing a podcast. I was doing a podcast with Drew here on Rock Power Report, and I'd come with a stat that I had researched over efficiency of sacks and pressures of players based on round. And not only round, but where in the round. So top 10, top 25, first round, and then everything else.
And the amount safety off the board.
That was bound to happen sooner or later. We're in the middle. We're at 47 overall, and the amount of sacks that you get from players drafted in the second round and after was half of the pressures that you got from players drafted in the first round.
There's plateaus.
It's a huge plateau. It's almost not even worth drafting a defensive end in the second round, in the third round. It's almost not even worth it because you can go out and get a veteran
who can do that.
Who can do that for you.
Meanwhile, conversely, you just saw the first safety, true safety, come off the board. We just did a show with Bruce Nolan last week before we had Nate Geary in studio, and one of the things I did was, it's a hack exercise, but I took all of the draft history for the last 10 years, and I counted how many DBs, specifically safeties, were drafted and where, and then just based on what we know about how their career went. Did they get signed to a second contract? How did their career go? I assigned pretty crude values, just based on did they give above average value, average, or poor value. And one of the things you find is that first round safeties struggle to give good value, but that's because you made them first round picks.
Yep, that's absolutely right.
But all these people who see the Jordan Poyers of the world and go, well, he was a 7th round pick and Micah Hyde was a 4th round pick. We can just get more of those guys. The Bills have been doing that. They've been drafting safeties late and none of them have developed. And it turns out they're not alone. Most teams that have taken late safeties, they don't develop into plus starters. The sweet spot is the 2nd and 3rd round for safeties because a safety is never going to be as good as in terms of what you can do on a football field. You'll always take a good safety, a good cornerback above a good safety.
Yeah, well, it's
depending on what your scheme is.
Well, the safety, center, and guards are not really high-priced positions.
Yes.
That's why. That's
But-
why. That's why you get the first, second rounders are the quarterbacks, the corners, the tackles,
Yes.
all that stuff.
And so that's why it was interesting to see how where you're talking about this is a wasteland if you draft DNs in this position. This is also where you get the best safety.
I think it's an interesting exercise to look at. Like you talk about, Poyer and Hyde, and then Rasul Douglas, right? Those are both guys. Those are all three guys who were traveled within the NFL, and Buffalo wasn't their first landing spot. And it almost makes you wonder. Buffalo has the tendency to kind of go to the free agent safety well. Why put resources there when
Yes.
you put resources there? It
Exactly.
hasn't worked out. And getting guys who you're their second, maybe third team.
Somebody else did a lot of work trying to
That's what I mean.
sand off those
Yeah.
rough edges, and then you picked them up and did the work.
Right.
So this second round is seeing a little bit of a run on some interior defensive linemen just to get everybody caught up. So Jazon Newton comes off the board early to the Commanders. Braden Fisks comes off early as well to the to the Rams. And Aurora Raho comes off at 35 to the Falcons. Titans take Tavondre Sweat, and then it's back-to-back interior defensive linemen. The Jags just took Mason Smith, one of two interior defensive linemen from LSU, the other being Mekhi Wingo. And the Bengals are actually set to take Chris Jenkins out of Michigan.
I was about to say, it strikes me as interesting that Chris Jenkins hasn't gone yet because he was talked about. He was a top 3 at his position. And so it was weird to me that the Aurora pick you can probably chalk up to Fontenot just not being good at his job.
On the for what it's worth,
Chris Jenkins went to the
on the
Bengals, right?
hashtag big board, Aurora Raho was the 45th overall, ahead of Sweat and Mason Smith. So
Okay, so can I say something? A
Yeah.
rebuttal to that?
Were you the guys?
I don't give a fuck.
Were you the guys that sent me the meme about Penix going to Atlanta?
I think he showed it, right?
He's like, they said dogs in Atlanta with a left-handed Mike coming to town.
Yes.
Oh yeah, but last night it was that Kirk Cousins was so upset that the Falcons drafted Penix, he poured himself 4 fingers of Gatorade and yet out a god dang it.
You know what's funny? Our friend Reed Ferguson. It's funny. Chris actually grew up with Reed Ferguson, the Bills long snapper. They grew up. There's a picture of him holding his little brother Blake, holding him as a baby, and now they're both NFL long snappers. Reed lived with Chris for a hot minute, and it was
I
while we
remember
were
that.
recording the podcast, and he would come in and eat dinner in the kitchen with us, and the whole time just be like, "Don't mention me," because he's on the practice squad. He's like, I can't have my association with you guys screaming about Rex Ryan, screwing up my NFL chances. What's funny is that guy has never audibly cursed. I've seen him come close, but I've never heard it, and I don't think he does it.
There you go, Chris Jenkins.
Yeah.
Gone.
So Jenkins off
So,
the board.
I think it's interesting to start talking about where the draft is going to play out for Buffalo. So if you're talking about positional need, not necessarily best player available, right? Let's remove best player available from the conversation. Let's talk about positional need.
Okay.
The chat has asked, let's see here. Chat has asked about Zach Frazier, the center from West Virginia. Listen, next center, this is where they go, right here. I will tell you, a player like him, arms aren't long enough to play guard. If you're committed to Connor McGovern, who did play center in college, if you're committed to Connor McGovern as your center, are you really served by drafting another center and moving him to guard if his arms are a little short? Again, doesn't fit the athletic profile of what you're typically attracted to. So while interior offensive line may be something that they target, I have a feeling like, much like Drew has mentioned, you got to start looking at your safety play here. I don't think they're settled at safety in anywhere, form, or fashion. Or corner, I just don't think they're going to be comfortable drafting a corner here. I think it's probably more safety. But Ryan, when you take a look at the position need, what's next?
Wide receiver.
Again?
Yep.
Well, they've done that, right? Defensive end.
There's a lot of good ones left on the board.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Well-
there's a lot of good ones left on the board. Roman Wilson is
This-
still there.
Roman
This
Wilson's
run
one
on
hell of a
defensive
player.
tackles
He's one
and
hell of a player.
cornerbacks and D-backs is actually helping shove a lot of these wide receivers down the board. And Ednine Mitchell's still there.
Yeah, but I think what's rearing its ugly head with Mitchell is there was a lot of buzz pre-draft that he's got some problems. He's got some
Understand.
off-the-field issues.
But so,
Like,
Chris, can you do me a favor on this TV? Can you put up the RAS card for Devontae Walker?
so
And
the-
also get me the card for Javon Baker.
so so there's three
You're
guys.
not getting Baker. Get out of here.
So there's
Get
really
out of
three
here with
guys-
Baker.
There's really 3 guys left on our big board in terms of like what's left in this second round range. It's a Donnie Mitchell out of Texas, Roman Wilson out of Michigan, and Troy Franklin is still there out of Oregon. So I think of those 3, I think Wilson and Franklin probably give you something that you don't already have in Coleman. So I don't see them going Mitchell because it's kind of like Drew, Rebel hat on a hat, harumph. Right?
Listen,
So-
it was 1 year.
It was what do we need Julio Jones for? Hat on a hat. Every guy
It's
digs.
gonna haunt me for the rest of my life.
So there's another corner off the board. St. Strill from Michigan comes off the board to the Commanders. So the Command Skins, traded back, picked up some additional draft revenue. They're shoring up that defensive side of the football. They have not addressed that offense other than Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
So
So the reason I had Chris pull up these 2 RAS cards, if you gentlemen want to take a look at the TV behind you, I look at these 2. I look at the players that are left: Roman Wilson, Javon Baker, Troy Franklin, Jalen McMillan, A.D. Mitchell. And then I think about the fact that they brought in Javon Baker and Devontae Walker for workouts. And I think that it's interesting because it's like, are you trying to comp 2 guys against each other? They're kind of similar size, similar weight. You would think they play a similar game. The funny thing is, Javon Baker, not quite an elite athlete, but good. There's no glaring holes in him physically or his physicality for the game. Chris, switch over to the Tez Walker card. So Tez Walker is much more explosive athletically, and at the same time, all of his warts, Paul, fall along the lines of the stuff that we talked about. They're trying to maybe get away from, right? Concentration drops, mechanical issues of playing the wide receiver position.
Yeah, that's a deal breaker for them.
But I think that it's interesting that they brought them both. They've met with them both at the combine. That they spent time scouting both of them. You're getting to the part of the draft where you could potentially be talking about one of these guys being drafted here. Tez Walker's probably more of a 3rd round pick, but
they're probably both 3rd round picks.
They're both. But so now the question is, you have to start thinking, if wide receiver, like you're saying, you still need another one. Even if they decide that a defensive pick or something, a safety, is of value, depending on what's left on the board. These are 2 guys who are real close in terms of where people have historically thought they're going to go in the draft. So the Bills took a hard look at both of them. What would you prefer? Speed and overall, like, hey, I'm going to be a more explosive athlete? Or do you want another guy who's just a so-so athlete but catches the ball and has a good head for the game?
I mean, I'm going to tell you what Brandon B wants, and he wants the guy who's just going to catch the ball and is so athlete. Like that's what he's proven to approve of when he's signing players and drafting players.
That's why I think Javon Baker. Like, I just keep thinking about it and going, it would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean the problem with that though is, Baker isn't what the Bills typically would draft, right? Like a 7.9 RAS isn't what the Bills typically would target. So if you just look at the RAS score,
I think at some point they do, right? I know we talk because you talk about Spencer Brown, you talk, like some of these guys that had absurd RAS scores and where they got them. You're like, well, the Bills always hedge on the athlete in the 1st round, usually the 2nd round, sometimes the 3rd round. I agree that is true.
Yep.
But in those middle rounds, they do get away from that. Now, it's the later rounds you typically see them jump back into the pool of those players with those freaky profiles.
I think the other thing too is you're maybe assuming that they have them at the same tier.
Sure.
Like they may be looking at, if you're thinking that they're comparing Baker and Walker and saying we're going to take one of these 2 guys, I'm not sure that it's particularly close. I think it's Walker because he's got the size, he's got the RAS score. And they just took a guy that is a freak athlete, right?
Yeah.
Like, so.
Or it could be that, let's just say all along, Bean's objective in this draft was, I need volume here. I need a lot of picks. Let's look at all the guys, because we know all these horses aren't going to be there for us. How far would we have to trade down? How far would we have to get? Let's do our due diligence on these guys. And perhaps taking Coleman makes this moot, is the fact that we are able to get our guy maybe we wanted to trade back again and get more resources to try to throw more stuff at the wall and see what sticks. Now these two guys are moved, but they could also go back up and get the. I mean, they could draft.
Yeah, and the question I would ask is, if you're debating between whatever the guys that are left, if you're going to go wide receiver like a Donnie Mitchell, how many like big go get it wide receivers do you really want / need in an offense? Like I would make the argument that you don't need but one. Right, like
Justin
you
Schroeder.
don't want an entire offense of guys that just encourages your quarterback to throw jump balls.
Yeah,
right. Like that's a luxury, not a requirement for an offense. And I think if you're looking at physicality, get off the line, create separation, that's the new NFL.
Well, there goes Frazier.
Right? Yeah. So Frazier's off the board, which is really interesting because the Steelers have now gone back-to-back interior offensive linemen with their first 2 picks, which is so un-Steeler-like.
Well, Najee
Najee
Harris was getting the hell beat out of him in the backfield.
Najee Harris had one of the lowest yards before contact in the NFL.
Yeah.
And when
but
people,
that's been him for the last 3 years.
Yes,
right?
and when
so
yes, of course it is.
Which is why I'm saying it's un-Steelers-like. This is a need for them to go interior offensive line,
and they're doing it.
Historically haven't.
When
Pickens last
people
year,
look
right?
at
Like.
that, and they look at that statistic on Pro Football Reference or PFF or Next Gen Stats on the Amazon /NFL website, when you see that yards before contact metric,
oh boy,
that's negative.
Some of it is about Mario, true or false? Some of it
True.
speaks to the running back,
true.
but a lot more of it talks about the quality of the offensive line.
Yeah, if I come up to the line and I'm running off tackle on the right hand side and I see 5 guys over there, that's Kenny Pickett's fault.
Guys, I didn't do this. This isn't my fault.
So the Colts are on the clock now from the pick.
Yeah,
I'm surprised the Bills didn't trade up and try to get him.
Well, so here's where this gets
he won
weird.
4 state titles in wrestling.
Right?
Yeah.
Here's where this gets weird because the Colts are going to take a wide receiver here, right?
Yeah.
The wide receiver at 52.
Are they?
They are. I think they're taking Mitchell.
Okay.
So Colts take Mitchell at 52. Washington's at 53. Cleveland's at 54. All those teams need wide receivers, right? So if you're Buffalo and Washington's moved around a lot, what would it take for Buffalo to get back in here to get another wide receiver if you're talking about doubling down? They're at 60, so you're only talking about moving up 7 picks. Is that your 4th, which is probably a steep price to pay for you right now, or is it one of the many 5th-round picks that you have?
2 fifths. Yeah.
Now, how are you going to feel knowing how you love safeties? Kool-Aid McKinstry was kind of your crush, and he's gone.
Yeah.
If this run on wide receiver does take some of the players that they were saying, hey, if this guy's here, great. If this guy's here, great. If not, we've got Javon Bullard sitting here, who, like ESPN, he's their number 1 safety. Now, Tyler Newbin, it goes back and forth.
Yeah, they were 1-2 for the majority of the process.
Right.
So if you could land that type of player here after a run like this, for as much as we all talk about, hey, you want to add another wide receiver, we also have just pointed out that some of the wide receivers, they've spent time this offseason cycle looking at our 3rd-round quality. So with that in mind, is this the pick for a safety?
Well, and I think there's a couple positions that you could argue, like best player at a need position.
Yeah.
Right? Like there's corner. There's still like 2 edge guys that are 2nd-round grades, like Braswell and Nealand are probably the 2 guys in terms of edge guys. And those are like the last 2 of the 2nd round. So if Paul's theory holds true and the Bills subscribe to it, maybe that's the pick there. I think safety, and again, corner, you've got Rakestraw still on the board. You got TJ Tampa still on the board. Both are good, better than good. Rakestraw actually was a borderline first round pick. Yeah. So, it's what are you looking for here? And I think it's the product of we've got our wide receiver. We'd love to double dip, but if wide receivers go in front and push this other talent down to us, we're cool with that too, right?
It's value. And this is why you trade back and you aggregate all these top 90 picks, because this year and next year, the Bills are going to use the top 90 to rebuild what this team is quickly.
Well, they have to.
Quickly.
Yeah, they have to.
Because
they're
that's
not
how
in.
you maximize Josh Allen's contract.
Well, and not only that, but you look at your positions, right? And your number 1 corner you acquired mid-season. He's 31 years old. You both.
Nailed it.
Well, it's true, right? But and then you have Dante Mitchell, So and then you have safeties who Taylor Rapp's your starter right now. right?
And that's what I'm thinking is I don't think that I think when they signed Mike Edwards,
Mm-hmm.
I think they believe in the fact that his turnover generation
Mm-hmm.
and the way he attacks the ball in the air. Now, mind you, I've watched him mess up plays.
He's
When he busted
he gets
coverage
cooked.
against James
he gets
Cook
cooked.
in the Chiefs game against
Mhm.
them in KC,
Right.
when Cook just goes up the seam, a wheel route, and he's gone. And it's
Mhm.
because Edwards wasn't where he's supposed to be.
Right.
Yeah.
I see that and I go, all right, well, I got to be aware that that's my
Anything.
starting safety.
Mhm.
He gets
Yeah.
a lot of turnovers. He also will make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
You pair him with Taylor Rapp and you are flirting with disaster. You're a little Molly Hatchet over here. Just, dude, Molly Hatchet's a great band. They don't get enough run.
What'd you do?
Molly
Put
Hatchet's a
my
great band.
cap
though.
on
Jeez,
this.
okay.
So, with that said, you could absolutely justify the investment at this level of the draft and saying, we want to make sure this isn't a problem going forward. We need at least one guy that we think we can trust moving forward. Why not use a pick on one of the most cerebral talents at the position? Put him back there and see what he can do.
I'm
Give me
gonna,
Hicks.
I
100%.
I'm going to respectfully disagree, but I want to hear
Alright.
what I want to hear.
Well,
what
I
Jeff has
just
to say.
was I was gonna go different topic, so feel free to finish your thought there before I pivot.
I think the
Pivot.
line
Sorry.
of because right now you have Greg Rousseau in a contract year, right? And then after that, what do you have at that position? And you can't afford it in free agency, right? Like that's even a moderate pass rusher is going to cost you more money than you have.
Whoa.
So-
So are you saying pass rusher?
I'm saying at some point here and probably right now, you have to look at either a defensive end or just a absolute monster of a linebacker who literally can't read coverage that you're just like, we'll just turn him into Bruce Irvin.
So a couple of guys in this range that we've mentioned a couple of them. Ryan Talbot on Twitter points out. So Marshawn Nealand, the edge, he was a top 30
Yep.
visit for the Bills.
Mhm.
So that's key to remember. They do like to take those guys. Cole Bishop, a safety out of Utah. He's a guy that the Bills know quite a bit about. Troy Franklin, wide receiver. The Bills have spent a ton of time with him. He was a top 30 visit. He's still on the board. And the other one that Drew mentioned is Javon Bullard, the Georgia safety, who the Bills know quite well. They have the secondaries coach from the ACC,
Yep.
Jamel Aday, who's very familiar with Javon Bullard. And he's still on the board as well. So,
And
there are options at 60 that kind of
So-
fit to what the Bills historically have done with their picks.
And Mario, there's a part of me that's holding out hope
For
that there's a 4th round Mo Kamara out there somewhere for me. Like, please.
Mo Kamara.
Please give me a Mo Kamara. This guy has short arms and he's not the best athlete, but he's just a bulldog. And I want that in my D end room, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Like, but the upshot of, I need a dude who's got that.
You
And
got
then
Cameron Klein.
As
Why
you
do you need
wonder,
him?
as you wonder about teams ahead of the Bills drafting and maybe how they can help, and Paul mentioned that the Commanders need a.
GPS signal lost.
What the
Oh, there's
hell?
that, Paul. So,
Yeah, what the hell?
So the Commanders
Paul is
need.
apparently still driving here.
Paul said that the Commanders need a wide receiver
Well,
to come off the board. But Paul, can I interest you in a tight end?
yeah,
to the
Kansas City tight end.
Commanders?
Like what?
Yeah.
Ben Sinnott, the Kansas State product, the K-State product, which helps the Bills, right?
Sure does.
Because when we
Which
talked
is
last
talent down the
night
board.
about guys that you do your pre-draft work on,
Mhm.
I guarantee there's not a tight end on the board that the Bills have done their pre-draft work on.
Yeah, they don't
right?
care.
there's-
Yeah, they don't
they
care.
do not care.
No,
They've
they
got the
don't care.
tight ends. We're
It's like
good.
it's like if you draft a kicker right now.
Ten-
They're like,
Well,
perfect.
Your tight
that worked
ends,
out well.
Your tight end scout was given some forced PTO over the last 6 months or so of this process.
Yeah.
I
So
will
the
say this.
Commanders help the Bills out again, pushing talent down the board to them at a position they don't care about.
Yeah. So, as far as we were talking about the safety position. I like Jaden Hicks. I mean, you just read the profile on the kid. Well built, strong safety who can play at all 3 levels of the field. Tell me that doesn't. McDermott
That's-
will drool over that. You know that
That's okay.
a guy that I could put because I want a guy. If you're going to draft a safety, give me a guy that's not a center fielder. Give me a guy that he'll be the box safety for you. Because Taylor Rapp's most successful season in which he won a Super Bowl was when he was the free, not the strong. So he had to adjust in playing in McDermott's defense how to play it, how to be a box safety, and he's usually a center fielder. Well, now if you look at the construct right now, flirting with disaster, Edwards is your center fielder.
I don't like that.
I don't like
I
that.
don't like
no,
that.
Nope, don't like
No,
that.
Nope.
No,
Don't
no,
like
don't
that.
like that. But we've
that-
also
and that-
seen
yeah.
we've also seen Bean, with exception of premium positions. I really can't stress this enough, right? If it's a defensive end, if it's a corner, if it's a wide receiver, if it's quarterback, those are the 4 positions that they're going to constantly just draft all the time because they're not going to be able to afford them in free agency, right? So they're going to draft them every year. Outside of that, you have to pay attention to the free agency signings, right? So safeties, they signed Mike Edwards. That doesn't take safety off the board for them,
No.
right? All it does is just say, well, listen, we're covered, I guess, right? Urkel? You saw Urkel? Man, must be a Chiefs fan.
Did TJ Yeldon take running back off the board?
Of course not. Sure didn't. Sure didn't. With that being said, I don't.
What are
I
the
don't.
Bill-
I
What
don't.
are the Bills' running back depth? What is their running back depth?
They
behind
have 2
Cook?
and
They have
Gilliam.
Ty Johnson. Got Ty Johnson.
They still employ a fullback, Paul.
Bean your running backs. Woof.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
But-
this is where it's
And
interesting
this
to
isn't a
watch.
Like
great.
that
This
throwback?
isn't a
Yeah,
great.
like
This isn't a great. This isn't a great draft for running
This-
backs.
yeah,
Well,
this-
yeah, when the first one that comes off the board is coming off an ACL injury.
This
like,
this draft
can I
is
interest you in a Frank Gore Jr. perhaps in the 6th round?
As an undrafted
Talk
free
about
agent.
wow,
I'm
Ben
telling you.
Sinat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
We talked about
Yeah,
that.
we-
You
you're
weren't-
on
you weren't
tape
paying
delay.
attention to
You're on
it.
tape
We were
delay.
talking about that.
I'm on TV delay. Here's what I like. Running backs. Marshawn Lloyd, Blake Corum. Blake Corum is still floating around out there. There are going to be teams, and this is where if you're a team that wants, you know you're probably looking into the 4th, 5th, 6th round, like the Kamani Vidals, the late round picks of the world, who could still be good. You know, we did a podcast with Matt Waldman from Fantasy Pros, and he runs the RSP, the Rookie Scouting Portfolio, and he did a podcast with us specifically about running backs. And the way he talked about it was you have 2 guys at the top who have kind of separated themselves, Brooks and Trey Benson. And then everyone from 3 to 12, he goes, it's a dice roll. Because I could make a case for every single one of the running backs who slot in from number 3 to number 12 for being the 3rd best running back in this class by the time their rookie contract is up. And so what that does is it comes down to specificity and how do you run your team. And what we're finding is with that kind of a mix, teams are opting not to draft the running back position. They're not prioritizing.
I
it.
forgot Dorsey was the offensive coordinator in Cleveland.
Yes.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
How did you forget about that? It's
I have
the
no
perfect
idea.
place for him. It's like
So
And they don't need a wide receiver,
Right.
They don't need, right?
well, and
because they just traded for Jerry Jeudy, so they got Jeudy and
they don't need
Amari Cooper.
Hey, Amo, did you just say Jerry Jeudy?
I don't believe that takes wide receiver off the board. But I do agree they probably have more pressing needs,
Yeah.
right? I'm thinking probably defensive line, right? Like you're not going to live off the potential of Miles Garrett forever.
Yeah.
Right? Like at some point you got to get stouter on the interior defensive line.
Oh, Carl Nassib, huh? He's out of the league now, right?
Nassib?
Yeah.
Does he look like he's out of the league?
He looks a
I
little
mean,
Poor guy.
there's plenty of guys that stay in shape after.
He's wearing a shirt he got for free tonight.
So Paul called it, so it's going to be Michael Hall.
Damn
He's gonna
right.
be the
Paul's
pick
on
here.
fire,
So
guys. Paul's
defensive
on fire.
tackle off the board. Probably the
Can you tweet that out? Just as I thought.
Just as I thought.
because
As expected.
We opt for optimum pretentiousness here on hashtag sports.
Here's receipts coming.
Yeah, so Michael Hall comes off the board, probably the last interior defensive lineman in the 2nd round, with a 2nd round grade at least. Comes off the board here. That was quite a little bit of a run on it.
So there might be some guys who were looking to get an interior defensive lineman in the 2nd round who might trade out.
Yep.
Near the back end. of it.
Potentially.
So
Yeah.
Well, and right now Miami's going to go on the clock, and Chop Robinson yesterday. What a nice snag for Miami, given the way the board was falling,
Oh,
to
yeah.
be able to get a defensive end in the 1st round at what they picked 21. Like
Their fans hated it.
I
though.
know they did. I know they did. Right.
Hated it.
Well, I mean, look, they've had players like Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb. Chop Robinson isn't exactly, the specimen that either of those players are, but it's still a good pick for them.
But it keeps them from having to scrape the bottom of the barrel of waivers come
Right. Yeah.
come week 12 when everybody's hurt.
Right. But are they going to be able to now address their need for offensive line? Because they need tackle help. They need a center. They need a guard. They need that full offensive line.
That was the problem, I think, with a lot of the Miami fan base was like,
Yeah.
what are we doing here? We've got a guy that's a concussion away from, living in a group home for the rest of his life. And we're not getting him anybody to protect him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's, definitely a concern that I can see.
Mm-hmm. That's nice. That's nice.
It's probably a nice group home. He just, he's got money. So,
do you think at this point, because again, Buffalo's at 60, Dallas, Tampa. So if you're looking at what they likely need, right? So if you're looking at the teams ahead of Buffalo,
not taking a wide out. Green Bay might not take a wide out.
yeah,
Tampa Bay could.
but I think you need to look at the other Bills' needs, not just wide receiver, right? Like I think
No,
wide
I was
receiver is the
to
obvious one to
Ryan's
talk
point
about.
because he was talking about doubling down.
Miami's not going to take a pass rusher, right? They just took one last night.
They got to take an offensive lineman. I just don't see how they don't, right? They got to take an offensive lineman.
Right. So Cowboys probably not going to take a pass rusher. Like when you've got a guy like Micah Parsons, you kind of like make the rest of it work around him,
Mhm.
right? So
Yep.
probably not a pass rusher. Probably not a corner in Dallas.
Yep.
Miami maybe corner. They lost Avian Howard.
Yeah.
They lost Javon Holland. So maybe.
Mhm.
I could see Miami going maybe like a Troy Franklin, just adding additional speed to that offense.
If they're dumb enough
go
not
fast.
to draft if they're dumb enough not to draft an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
You know who I kind of thought would be gone already just because of the need, not necessarily the player. It was Peyton Wilson. I mentioned him yesterday in jest, right, on the first round. But Peyton Wilson is somebody that because of the thin linebacker position, you would have thought you'd have more go. I don't know. I'm just kind of surprised that he's still around. I don't think he's going to go before the Bills.
I'm going to call shenanigans if this is Peyton Wilson here, because now Paul's like reading Twitter and then coming in with these like existential takes of
no. Just looking at the board, guys.
He
Just
doesn't even
looking at
have
the board.
computer.
No,
You
you,
don't even have Twitter open.
yeah, no, I don't have Twitter open. Patrick
Patrick
Paul.
Well, offensive
Okay,
tackle.
that's fine.
so
Offensive tackle. That
sense.
makes a lot of sense for them.
Hey, whoa. They needed offensive line
Yesterday.
so badly. They needed it yesterday. Now, I had this conversation during the draft with a bunch of people at the party I was at because they were debating what the Jets were going to do with their first-round pick.
Was it a conversation or you just got in their face?
Yeah, right.
It was a little bit of both, but hey, can't both things be true? So the way it went was this. The Jets have drafted how many offensive linemen, Myra? Do you know? Paul, do you know how many offensive linemen they've drafted in the last decade?
The
Probably
Bills?
about 10. The Jets you're talking about?
Sure.
The
do you
Jets.
wanna-
No, yeah,
Now, do you want to hear something funny?
yeah.
You wonder why their team is in shambles.
Like 3.
They took Elijah Vera Tucker in 2021.
Yep.
They took
Not a tackle.
They took Mekhi Becton in
Yep.
2020. Didn't pan out.
No,
It was a gamble from the start, and
It sure was.
It didn't pan out.
no.
Do you know the last time they drafted a top, not just a first round, not just a second round, a top 90 offensive lineman before Becton?
Oh,
DeBrickashaw Ferguson.
there you go. You mentioned him last night. Like they've been looking for an offensive
Yep,
lineman
they've
since
been
the
looking
Rickshaw
for a tackle
Ferguson.
since DeBrickashaw Ferguson
If
left.
you want, no, but that's not even. Imagine never drafting a center or guard on day 2 for over a decade and a half. If you want to have a bad offensive line,
Like the Green Bay
don't
Packers with wide
ever-
receivers.
Yeah.
Just don't ever put resources into a position and then keep thinking you can find them in free agency as cheap. Just sign cheap guys and it'll be fine. You get where they are today.
Mm-hmm.
They had no choice. Miami's in the same boat.
Mm-hmm.
Miami has not drafted offensive line well when they've swung, and then they've often just neglected to do so.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills kind of were the first team to really invest in their offensive line out of the 3 between Miami, the Dolphins, and the Jets in terms of coming out of Brady's shadow when
Mm-hmm.
the whole Belichick-Brady marriage split up. That's the reason the Bills were the next one to take their step forward. I firmly believe.
Chris, when you get a second, I just sent a picture to the group chat. Can you put that up on the screen before Drew looks at his phone,
Oh no!
just so he can see What a oh
If you
The
don't,
Cowboys
I'm
are
gonna
the Cowboys
distract
are
him.
hugging it out. They
if you
must have
don't
drafted
invest in
That
your
is-
offensive line,
that
you
is-
will fail.
that is the Dolphins.
Oh, that was the
And
Dolphins.
Drew has been distracted enough to not see what Mike McDaniel is wearing
Oh,
to the
no.
second round of the NFL draft. So
Why
I'm
does-
gonna have
look at-
Chris
look
put
at
the
Jerry
picture
The
Jones.
up.
dude
This
was
looks like-
vaping on the sideline of an NFL game.
Guys, look at Jerry Jones. This looks like the headquarters of an evil
Dr.
lair.
Evil.
I said
yeah,
that
it looks
last
like
night.
yeah.
Dude, holy shit.
If anybody's on and can get a glimpse of what Mike McDaniel decided to wear to night 2 of the NFL
Wow.
draft,
Chris, that's your outfit. I'm shocked you don't have that on right
Mike
now.
McDaniel looks like a guy who says, yes, an offensive tackle. Just as I assumed. Just as I thought.
The funny thing is, he looks like a weird mix of Anthony Prohaska from Cover One, and like in the face, I see it, but then I look at the sense of style and I go, it's like him and Chris had a baby. That's it. That's what it would look like. Now, this what you're talking about, Jerry Jones's lair. That's
Yeah.
what I was calling it last night. I go, this looks like it's taking place inside the Death Star.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
And it's the same room every year with him sitting under the star. Like it's
Listen.
very planned.
If I was a
as to
Mitchell,
what-
okay, but listen, hear me out. There's a reason I always tell people I'll never be allowed. The universe will not allow me to win the Powerball. Do you want to know why? I'd be worse than Jerry Jones. Rich people who are mean-spirited.
Those are the
with
people that
money-
win it, though, Drew.
Yeah, they win things, but also, what has Jerry Jones won lately? Well, he's been claiming he's all in. All in on what? You keep saying it. We saw your scribbles on your notepad at the owners' meetings. Do you see that?
No.
He had a notepad during the meetings, and they finally looked like a member of the media got a picture of him sitting in his chair, but people focused on the notepad, and the notepad was nothing but like cyclone scribbles, one of those like high school S's that you used
Oh,
to draw.
God.
It's like,
We all drew the same S and nobody knew why.
but
Yeah.
you thought it was cool. Like that was Jerry Jones at the owners' meetings, and then he turns around and goes, "I'm all in this season, except I'm not paying any of my stars. I'm all in this season, except I'm not signing any free agents." But then before the draft, he reminded everyone, "Guys, we're all in on this season."
Hey, head coach
What
Mike
does
McCarthy.
this even mean?
Head coach Mike
They said-
McCarthy on the phone.
It would be
said-
like if you let the Emperor, like remember Star Wars? If
Mhm.
you let the Emperor of the Empire just get hammered and pilot all this, you look at that. Those are
They
his.
said
those are his notes.
last night there was the tweet that I read during the broadcast where somebody
That's
said,
ridiculous.
"We're all in," said Jerry Jones as the team trades back in the first round.
So
Yeah. Mike McCarthy standing next to Jerry Jones look like the two old guys from Trading Places.
Somebody
That have the
tweeted
dollar
out-
bet.
Somebody tweeted out too. Jerry Jones
Turn
has
the machines back on.
Jerry Jones has to be furious that Jonathan Brooks is off the board. Perhaps they shouldn't have told everybody in the world that they really want him in the second round.
So here's why I was asking the question about.
I'm good. I still got a little left.
No, I'm still good right now, Drew. Here's
So one of the
why I
guys we
asked about
talked about.
Buffalo
Yeah.
trading back up. Right, we talked about wide receiver,
Yeah.
but we also talked about defensive end. And if I know nothing, it's the fact that the Dallas Cowboys will do things to piss the Bills off
Yeah.
just on principle.
Yeah,
right.
Marshawn Nealon off the board.
Marshawn Nealon's off the board, and that was really the last player from my interest level that was like, okay, has the potential to be an impact player for you pretty quickly, great profile, high motor.
I think Braswell is probably the last one.
Yeah, I would have loved to have had a choice, right? But Buffalo would have had to trade back up into doing that. And it just, it kind of irks me a little bit to watch Nealon go because it was, to me, the last player at that position that I was interested in before you get to the valley of the remaining defensive ends. And defensive end's a huge position in need for Buffalo.
So now the
Huge.
question is, when we get to June and that we get that money from Trey White,
What
we're
happens?
doing the same thing that we've been doing, but here's okay. So Spotrack, free agent tracker, and I have one that literally is just set to the edge position because every day
So-
I check
So
this.
how badly did the Dolphins need a offensive tackle? When Tua was pressured last season, he completed just 40.7% of his passes.
Mhm.
Do you guys want to take a guess at two quarterbacks were worse than that? Anybody want to take a guess? Shot in the dark?
Pickett
Two starting quarterbacks?
and Young.
Young and Levis were the only two
really?
that were
Oh,
worse
Levis.
than Tua when under pressure.
But he's
So-
top 5, right?
Elite.
Tua's top 5, right?
Elite.
Yeah, he's elite.
Elite.
He's
He's
Joe
elite.
Flacco elite.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, you want to get in and defend yourself there?
No, Derek Carr's elite.
Derek Carr's never been elite. He never will be. I love the fact that you have chosen to die on this hill, though, because I do a lot of stupid things.
Wow,
and
I
just
remember
choose-
that.
Like
I
I said,
remember
my
the car.
commitment to a bit is
The car love.
for life. Now, here's the thing. You just talked about how there's the valley of the DN position.
Yeah.
I want to remind people, this is where, when the draft ends, the GM's work isn't over.
Mhm.
Here's just some of the names at edge available out there in the free agent market who intentionally didn't sign before the season because they want to see. What are you looking for?
No, you said.
Oh.
Never mind.
Carl Lawson's still out there. Yannick Ngakoue is still available. If you're talking about
Ngakoue, another mercenary.
Hey,
like they
Yeah,
brought in
you.
last year.
God, I had to listen to you talk about Ngakoue for like months.
Yeah, and they brought in Leonard Floyd, a
Yeah.
very good mercenary last
Right.
year.
And then you get into like the you get into the realm of guys like Marcus Golden, where it's like you better have a plan for that guy
Mhm.
in order for him to be a productive pass rusher. You get Emmanuel Ogba, who the Dolphins moved on because he was injured and expensive, and it was the worst combination of both of those things.
Mhm.
But there's a couple names that if you wanted to, you could make a call to Yannick Ngakoue and go, look, man, you didn't get the money you wanted on the open market. You're 29 years old. You should probably still have a little bit of juice left in the tank. I know you're looking for a payday. We can't give it to you year one, but if you sign a 2-year deal, we can structure some things because we have some cap relief coming. And you could make a move like that if this draft just can't yield an edge to you.
Well, the easiest way to do that is you sign a player now. So let's walk through that, right? So let's say you talk to Ngakoue and he's like, "Listen, it's $12 million or I don't come," and you're like, "That's fine." You sign him to a $12 million.
Fair.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so you sign him to a deal with 3 void years, right? And he's under the cap, and you're fine. Or you look at it and say, well, all right, how about we do this? Because he didn't have the greatest season last year, right? So what if you just put a bunch of money into unlikely to be earned bonuses, just so we can talk about that quickly. Unlikely to be earned bonuses are statistics that you didn't hit last year.
Yep.
They become unlikely. And then you make them a bunch of unlikely to be earned bonuses. And then after June 1st, you just like restructure it to a signing bonus.
Yep.
Right? Or restructure it to guaranteed salary. Those are things that you can do that with the player, if the market's not really there for them, or they really want to be where you are. Those are things you could do with the player. Like, listen, let's just get you on. We'll make some stats, some crazy incentives. This is how much we'll guarantee you. We'll just do it after June 1st.
They did it with Floyd. Right?
That's exactly
He had
what
a
they
lot
did
of
with Floyd.
escalators.
That's
And
exactly
so
what
this
happened.
is the concept that for everybody who's watching this, who as we're sitting here talking about Chris Braswell and the fact that Marshawn Nealon's off the board, it doesn't mean that their pursuit of a better D end room is over.
Mm-hmm. So
It just
yeah.
means it has to be different.
So Braswell's off the board too. So
That's
he's
what
coming
I
to
said.
Tampa.
Buffalo had
He's
to
going
trade.
Tampa.
Buffalo had to
Yeah.
trade up, and it just
Yep.
they weren't going to get it. They weren't going to get a shot at him.
So the Bucks are going to take Braswell. You've got Green Bay, Houston, and then Buffalo's going to be back on the clock. And then they don't have another pick until I think it's 90.
95.
90.
Well,
90-ish.
alleged, as Chris likes to say,
Allegedly.
allegedly.
It is 95. Yep.
Oh, it is 95. Oh,
Yeah.
my
Now-
apologies,
Good call,
bro.
Mark.
I'm sorry.
No.
Now,
Okay.
I don't know why I questioned the math guy
Mark-
with numbers.
I was going to say Mario's not talking much tonight, but he's right
I'm
when
so
he
in
right
tune.
when he talks.
I speak when spoken to.
I can smell the burning from here.
What?
The wheels turning.
And it's been quiet
Powers
in terms.
Johnson, Jesus
It's been
Christ.
quiet.
you literally left the room and Powers Johnson got taken.
No,
It's
I
been-
left because I saw him get taken.
It's been quiet in terms of trade. So remember, the last trade that was made was 46
Okay.
when Carolina came up to take Indy's pick. Since then, you've had some unowned picks. Initially, the Commanders picked twice, but those were picks they got from the trade up with Philly, where Philly came up, and then the Colts picked, which again was product of the Panthers trading out of that pick. So
Well, and again, we're going to talk about the risk of the fall, right? And when I talk about the fall, I'm referring to what there is a wall within the second round, right? Where there's players that are going to be available, but they're not players that you're going to find to be of value where you are in the second round.
Right.
And when you see, like, I'll just give an example, right? Nealon goes off, Braswell goes off. The word is on who the Packers are going to pick, right? A position you were definitely looking at. And Buffalo not trading up 5 spots completely handcuff them unless they're looking at wide receiver or corner, right? Where those are positions that haven't gone anywhere. But if I were Buffalo, I'd be looking, what's the tackle market look like right now? Because there's still some good tackles that are on the board. There's still some good wide receivers on the board. Actually, not that dissimilar from when you got to the second round. The list of
Trey
wide
Benson
receivers.
is still on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Arguably the number one running back in this entire class
Mhm.
is still on the board. And so there's things. There's
Yeah.
things that you can do that are still sexy and they're still appealing. And I like this about them not trading up and just letting the board come to them. Because I think that there is a trade coming in the third. And I think that because we watched them do it when they needed a running back and a tight end. Running back and a tight end, and they said, hey, we'll get up into the back end of the round, but they're already there. So now it's, hey, what else can we do in the third to make sure that we've maximized these fifth-round picks that aren't going to make the football team?
That's exactly right.
That's the
that's
thing I'm
exactly right.
excited to see is whether or not Bean can make a deal. What do you got in the comments?
Garno Freck says the Seagrams has greased his inner math wheels.
Is that what
I
you're
love
saying,
Guard.
Matt?
The
I love
Seagrams,
Guard.
I'll tell you this, it'll grease a lot of things.
It sure will.
My
It sure will.
experience in chugging a Seagrams, now Mario, let me ask you if you felt any of this. You pound that thing and it's cold and it's very sweet, so the sugar pushes the alcohol a little bit faster through your system, and at the same time your head feels cold after you drink it.
You're starting to.
It's like
you're
drinking a bottle of Robitussin. Is
You're-
what it's like.
You're assuming I didn't already have a lot of sugar in my system to begin with.
That's true. I don't know what your candy intake is.
I
so,
mean, just had Easter, man. I got all the stuff around the house.
so Bullard's going to go to the Bucks. So there's your safety gone,
there
my
it is,
friend.
there it
Yeah, my apologies about that. There it is. So Bullard is gone to the Bucks, and that is going to put Green Bay on the clock. Buffalo is immediately
Right.
Buffalo's up at 60.
No, so Houston's going to be on the clock.
Oh,
You
that's
said
right.
Green Bay's gonna
Houston's
take Bullard,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Green Bay takes Bullard. Houston's on the clock, and Houston's pick. Already know what it is, but and that's the way these rounds go, right? By the time the TV coverage catches up, if you're paying attention and you have the right sources, you can see what the pick's going to be. So, Buffalo is on the clock now, although the TV coverage won't tell you that. So.
You guys are such dorks about this. Just let it happen.
Do you-
Enjoy the moment. Live in the now.
Now, live in the now, man. So if you're Buffalo, are you trading out of this pick because you can see there's still a bunch of value at some positions of need, or are you at the
But
wall
the problem
of
is
positions?
who wants it? Who wants what you have to sell? The idea that everyone's like, we'll trade back if you don't like this. Last night, they got crucified by me and a bunch of other people for trading back as many times as they did.
Yeah.
The problem is, what are you trading back to? What are you getting? Are you getting more mid-round picks that won't make the team? Then that's not a good idea.
Well, and that's why
you should steer into making these top 90 picks because more often than not, those are the guys who make your roster.
right.
How many 4th and 5th and 6th round, 7th round picks are challenging for spots on teams like the Bills?
Well, and Mar, correct me if I'm wrong here, right? But if Buffalo is looking to trade into the round, right? Let's just say we're looking to trade into the second. The multiple 5th round picks don't do it for you,
No,
right? But
no,
in the
you
3rd round, those 5th round picks
Yes.
probably do it.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's tough too because you remember the comp picks will then happen after the 3rd round.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of pushes those 5th rounds down even more.
Right.
Yeah.
But
so
you can get back into the 3rd with multiple 5ths, yes.
Okay.
I'm saying if you wanted to be aggressive,
Yeah.
if you don't, you want to stand pat and just see what
Well,
happens.
5 through 7
and
are
then
just
maybe
guys.
you move up into the 4th because you're like, hey, the price was too rich. There wasn't the right mix of talent. Whatever the case may be. I think right now you sit there, you let the talent come to you, and then in the 3rd round, maybe this is your spot to be aggressive at the wide receiver position, like Ryan was talking about earlier.
Mhm.
You know, because it's an unfinished room on a roster that you usually head into the draft happy with what you have.
So counterpoint to that is Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin are still on the board.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Roman Wilson's
they
one
will be
hell of
on
a
the
player.
board
I
when
like
they pick.
I like Roman Wilson a lot more than
Well,
Troy Franklin.
And
Hey,
they will
hey.
be on the board because
No love for
Houston-
Jermaine Burton?
because Houston is taking
A tackle.
A tackle.
Yeah, Houston's going to
They're
take a
going to take
tackle.
Jake Fisher.
Blake
So-
Fisher.
Blake Fisher.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
Jake Fisher, Blake
Blake
Fisher,
Fisher.
all the Fishers. It doesn't matter.
Bills by a
Fisher
billion.
Price, you can put him in there.
So now the question is do you want to choose between Roman Wilson and Troy Franklin, or do you want to wait? And now you're picking between guys by the name of Malachi Corley, Malik Washington, Jamari Thrash, Jalen McMillan. Like, those are the guys that are going to be there in the third round by the time you roll around to pick, assuming no one else goes before then.
Yeah, you also have to wade into the cornerback pool here, right? Like, Buffalo.
I mean, Rakestraw is still on the board. Rakestraw is
I think it's by far your best corner.
The best corner that's still on the board.
But is that fit your profile, right? But we know Buffalo has a very specific profile of what they go after, and they got burned with Elam, right?
And this is where you watch I've watched this team draft Kyer Elam. It was the first time Sean McDermott had used a first-round pick on a corner since Trey White.
Mm-hmm.
We did a whole podcast about how Trey White was the outlier when you break down a decade of picks from cornerback picks from 20 to 32 fail more often than they
Absolutely,
succeed.
they do.
And the reason why is because the guys who have the complete game are already off the board.
Yeah.
Now you're picking the traiciest guys.
I think,
and they struggle to acclimate up here.
Mario had a great stat on contract length and longevity for players in draftable positions. But with that said,
I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Well, but with that said, I don't think the secondary is something you can ignore here. Yes, Troy Franklin is there,
Take
right?
the best value.
I don't think you
long
take
term.
no. I think you're hunting for a starter, and I think you're hunting for a starter in the secondary because you got to get it now because you ain't gonna get it around from now. But you still have the
also
ammo to
we
get
watched
back
them
in
turn-
this draft.
but
Like
we
you still have
watched
plenty
them
of
turn
picks.
Levi Wallace into a
Well,
starter.
but
We watched
you're
them turn
conflating.
Christian Benford into a starter.
But Drew, you're conflating secondary with corner, right? It's secondary, right? And
Yeah.
the one thing we haven't seen them do is
a
turn
safety
a
into a starter.
lower drafted
Yes.
safety into a starter.
They,
So
and they've
100%.
tried.
we talked about it on the show you guys do quite a bit, where how do they view the combo of Edwards? How do they view the combo of Edwards and what's his name? I forget the other one's name.
Taylor Rapp.
Rapp.
Yeah.
So do they view them as stopgaps, or do they view them as their new Hyde and Poyer? And where they take a safety, because I think a safety will go. The Bills will take a safety in this draft. Does it come in the second, or does it come in like the fifth or sixth, where you're looking for a completely different profile? If they take one now, I think what that signals is the guy that we're drafting, if it's a true center fielder position, versus, let's say it's Kalen Bullock, right? Like, he's a strong safety. He's not a center fielder. Cameron Kitchens, is he
He's a center fielder.
He's a center fielder, right? Now, so depending on what they go, like Cole Bishop, right? Like, he's a free safety.
Right.
He's a true center field free safety.
Exactly.
So,
But from the makeup of what you have in your current roster, is that really what you're targeting? Like, the fact of the matter is, if you're looking at drafting safety, you're probably looking at this point, a player who is not going to have been graded highly by most people with the 60th overall pick.
Now, I want
right?
you to understand. I don't know if you guys know what Old Tub is.
Yeah. I'm familiar.
Are you familiar with the Old
I'm
Tub?
familiar.
The Old Tub, for those of you watching at home, unfiltered, bottle and bond. It's 100 proof, and they sell it at my liquor store for $14.99 a bottle. It's
Is this the commercial break before
No,
the
no,
Bills
no.
pick?
This is me preempting my cope for your listeners. Depending on what the pick is, like, there's a lot of ways they could go, but if they make a mess of this, it's going to be really.
Yeah.
So
uh,
here's an
I think I've
interesting-
been a good sport. I think I've done a good job of trying not to cuss
Well,
too much during
I
the
think
show.
I think we'll probably
Hey,
get to the pick at this
Do
point.
your listeners? Hang on. Here's the question: Are they Is hashtag Nation appreciative of the fact that I haven't derailed this thing yet?
Oh, I think you're assuming you haven't derailed this. But so before we move to the second round pick that the Bills have taken, the one last, just for to warm the cockles of your heart, Drew. So there's a tweet from an insider over at the Patriots that said that the trade from 34 with the Chargers happened because the Patriots wanted Keon Coleman, and when the Bills took him, they decided to trade out.
They took their ball and went home.
They took their
Those
ball and went home. And
babies.
decided to
Stone
take
cold
Jalen
babies.
Babies. So the Bills pick's going to come in. The Bills are going to take They are going to take a safety. It is going to be the safety out of Utah, which is
6'2",
Cole Bishop.
207. So he's not. It's big safety, right? That's a big safety. That's a big safety.
And Cole Bishop is a big. I miscategorized him. I was thinking of the other Utah safety. Cole Bishop is an in the box safety.
Yes, he
23 tackles for loss or no gain since 2023. Third among safeties in this class. So
Yeah.
he is a in the box, come get him, run defending safety.
Teams
which
throw
they-
against him.
which
Teams
they-
throw against
yeah.
him,
You
and they
mean-
throw against
which
him
is
well.
fine because they've got two free safeties already in Edwards and Rapp.
Right.
So they've got two guys that can play
You
center
mean the
field
Buffalo
already.
Bills had needs on both sides of the ball, and in the same round took both sides of the ball?
Huh? I
When
don't
have we
know.
ever
I
seen
don't
that?
know. Weird.
Edmonds and
Saw
Allen.
that?
Yeah, weird, huh?
No, but to your point, what you guys were talking about earlier with we get back to Cole Bishop in a second, but we were talking about cornerbacks. Only one cornerback was drafted in the first round by this current scouting staff. The other one was drafted by Doug Whaley's scouting staff. Remember, Trey White was scouted by
Right. That was
Whaley.
Whaley who did all
So
the
I don't
legends.
trust them to draft a corner in the first couple of rounds.
So when you start
But I
peeling
would
back,
argue too that before Paul gets to his point, I would argue too that of any position on the team,
Yeah.
I trust Sean McDermott with
Absolutely.
late round safeties
Absolutely.
or late round corners over any other
I
position.
trade him with
Yeah.
developing those
Yeah.
late round
Mhm.
guys. I don't trust him
mean,
with
The names go on and on.
Yes,
at
true.
that
Right.
position.
right?
So this, if Bishop is your guy, as far as a starter, a box safety, maybe a guy to help out, Taron Johnson.
That's what he does well, guys. That's what he
So,
does well. He
one of
does
the-
well downhill. He-
One of those things you could do is now you can move Taylor Rapp to free.
Right. That's exactly right. But what you're going to find in Cole Bishop is you're going to see teams try and man him up against a tight end when he drops down, right? And that's where he's going to really suffer. He's got the size to compete. But hey, look, he's got a C on his chest, guys. Captain,
Shocker.
Captain,
Shock.
I'm
I was
telling
gonna
you,
say
this
that.
matters. You all can laugh, but it matters. But Cole Bishop is going to hit some guys pretty hard, right? Like that's what he's going to be there to do at
Tone
6'2",
setter.
207. With that being said, he takes chances. He did have 9 missed tackles last year on 47 tackles. That's a pretty high miss rate as far as I'm concerned, right? But he goes after it.
Chris put it up.
Yep.
Bills love them some RAS scores.
9.82.
9.82 is a
4.45.
Now
Yeah,
he's
he's fast,
he's a
too.
6'2" safety at a 9.82 RAS. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
That
Not
is
fair.
It's
for
a converted
those
linebacker. It's
Those who aren't familiar with
it's
You can put him in the
Milano.
box.
It's
Yeah.
It's
Those-
Milano at
those
safety.
who aren't familiar with a RAS score, that says like a 10 is a perfect score, right? For a positional value.
Well, it's not even
So he's a
positional.
9.82 athletic score.
It's just they boil all of
all time.
they-
19th safety all time?
Yeah.
they boil down all of your athletic testing and go, here's a score to kind of comprise everything you've done well.
Yeah.
Now, here's what's funny. I got COVID
Mhm.
in 2020, and while I was locked in my back room, like an 8x12, but they call it a bedroom because the jerks put a closet in there so they could sell it as a bedroom.
Mhm.
I was locked back there for a week, and what I did was I created a spreadsheet that was tracking the RAS score of every single starter that the Buffalo Bills had since Sean McDermott took over.
He Andy Dufresne the RAS scores.
Yeah. And what I found is that when Sean McDermott first got here, the team was slow, and he believed in size more than speed. And since then, you've seen the RAS score explode for guys when it comes to the explosive metrics, especially speed. This is something they care about now because I think he learned early on in his career, like, oh, wait. He goes, just having the biggest guys on the field doesn't mean anything, Kelvin Benjamin. Like,
Right.
it doesn't matter.
Well,
Right.
we got to remember that was the phase where they were bringing some guys over because they didn't.
Sure,
yeah,
they
I
were just
understand
trying to
that.
cobble something together.
Yeah.
But then as he went, he goes, okay, nip and tuck. What can I change? What can I change? And you saw the evolution of the roster,
Mhm.
and they got more athletic. And all of a sudden, Matt Milano's your linebacker.
Yeah, that's
not
right.
Preston Brown.
Right.
And now all of a sudden, Terrell Bernard's your linebacker, not Preston Brown.
Well,
and you go,
and those are both picks that people were like, man, okay, right? They're good athletes.
Yeah, so
You know?
so for reference, so again, for those watching who maybe not be familiar with RAS, I know we did a show where we kind
We
of
did,
broke
yeah.
down RAS.
I got a negative score. That
but
was
basically
weird.
what that
Well, I mean,
what that
look at-
says, what that's telling us is so his official. I'm not sure where Chris got this one, but his official one that Kenley put up is 9.88 out of a possible 10 when all
That's
things were said and done.
disgusting.
which means he's the 14th, and what you can phrase this as, basically, he's the 14th most athletic safety to be taken in the NFL draft since 1987.
Yeah,
What was his Wonderlic? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know, but he was a captain.
Yeah, he was
and
a
another
captain.
thing that the Bills really like that's underplayed, I think, by some, he played at the Senior Bowl. They love guys that played at the Senior Bowl.
I know.
Now-
hey man,
Nine
that's a
and
big
half hand
thing.
size,
Now
by
what
the
I'll
way.
say. Now what I'll say. Hand size, Jesus.
We know hand size is a big precursor for safeties and quarterbacks.
Wait,
Sure is. Yeah, there's
Mario,
no
hold that in your
doubt.
hands.
I don't know.
Hold that mid of yours up. I want people to see this. Stretch your pinky
But
out.
Drew has the appendages of an
I
orangutan.
have the
Yeah.
same
We've
height.
discussed
I
this.
have the same size hand as Mario, but he's 5 inches taller than me. I'm a gorilla. He was baby hands at his size.
Well, that's why you went D3 and not D2.
That's why I
right?
went
Hand size.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It just hurts so
I
bad.
say as my claim to D3 fame as the voice of the Brockport
see?
Golden Eagles football team.
Did you see what he did though? He both insulted my athleticism and my age because I don't have D2 anymore.
Yeah, right.
D2. Hobart's D2.
Are they D2?
Or not Hobart. Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh's D2. Yeah.
I thought they didn't.
They
have
still
it
have
anymore.
D2. There's like 8 of them, but they still have D2 colleges.
Now, the fun thing will be at the end of the show, we're going to stand up and stand back to back and compare our ape index. I have the
Is that
ape.
like a RAS score?
No, well, kind of. It's the measure.
I think my
of-
arms hang longer than yours.
Well,
honestly.
the idea is it's the measure of your.
Oh, it should be your height. Yeah.
Right. 'cause you're
Height
supposed to go
versus
this,
wingspan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed to be.
Height versus wingspan.
Mine's 6'7", by the way.
Well, I.
Your wingspan.
So mine, I have a better ape index than Michael Phelps, and I'm right up there next to Sonny Liston. So yeah. I
Also-
can't wait to do
also
this.
And you
Just
got the head of Marvin
under-
Hagler.
Also,
That was
just an underappreciated aspect of the Cole Bishop pick was very familiar with the tight end for the Buffalo Bills, right? Dalton Kincaid out of
Utah.
Okay.
from last year. So
But that's not
familiar
uncommon. That
going up against
happens.
Each other. Yeah.
That happens a lot.
Was the Deion Dawkins
wonder
story?
I wonder if the question
Remember
was
the Deion Dawkins
McDermott
story?
got a hold of Kincaid and go. They say he can't cover tight ends. How do you do in practice against you?
Yeah.
Right? Like any of those questions ever come up?
Right.
He never covered me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Better.
He was blitzing.
Well, and-
what is the story though with Deion Dawkins? I remember you used to tell it back in the day about they brought in multiple players.
Yeah, it was Deion Dawkins and Hassan Reddick because they got arrested in the offseason, right?
Yeah.
And it was kind of it wasn't a big deal, but it was a little hush hush,
Yeah.
right? And they went out and they found players from the team and were like, listen, tell me what happened. Tell me what you know about Deion Dawkins. Yeah, I mean the
they're
amount of
talking to
back work that goes into these things is
Well, and that's what they
unbelievable.
said. That's
But
what-
they
We've all
brought in
watched the movie
Hassan
Draft
Reddick,
Day.
but never brought in Deion Dawkins for a
Right.
visit. They brought in Hassan Reddick, asked him what was going on, and they sourced all the information about Deion Dawkins from Hassan Reddick.
It was kind of like what's coming out on Donnie Mitchell now is supposedly he seemed disinterested in some of his interviews with teams,
weird.
which caused a lot of teams to go back and a lot of scouts to go back and look at his tape. And they said
Yeah.
when he was the first read, he
was
was
very-
explosive,
yeah.
he was very good. But when he wasn't the first read, it looked like he didn't give a shit.
Reminds me of Deontay Johnson.
And this
Very
is a-
much like Deontay
Well, but
Johnson.
this is a problem, right? When you talk about we're about to make a multi-million-dollar investment in this guy.
Yeah,
So we need to know
sure.
that you're here.
Well,
you're a
okay.
football player.
Why did no one come to his birthday party?
Why did
Right, right.
I was telling
Why
you.
did none of
Where's
his
Sam
teammates
Elliott?
come to
Whoa,
his
whoa, whoa.
birthday
So
party?
I talked about this at the draft party I was at last night. How every year on draft day I watch the movie Draft Day, and every year I give it the Mystery Science Theater 3000 treatment,
Oh man.
and I find more.
man's a
Jamal
goddamn
Charles,
legend.
that guy rules.
I remember in week 15 of it was 2017, I believe it was. I can't remember specifically, but I was in desperate need of a fantasy football championship, and it was week 15, last round. Jamal Charles, Alex Smith,
Oh,
double dipped on him. They combined for something stupid. Like Charles had like 12 catches. I think they combined for 600 yards
Was
and
that
9 touchdowns.
Was that the one he had 5 touchdowns
Yes.
against Oakland?
Yes.
Yeah. I remember.
There
Yep.
was this hand. There was a fantasy football season. It was the first time I'd ever played fantasy football, and I got into first time I'd ever played it. Now you're going back to 06, I believe, and it was 2 quarterback league. don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm like, I watch football.
Mhm.
It was Drew Brees in his first year with the Saints,
Mhm.
Mark Bulger with the Rams in the year that he got a contract,
Yep.
Torrey Holt and Steven Jackson. And I had all three of those guys on my team, and we just ran train. We
Yeah.
just romped.
Well, yeah.
To
Well,
the
back
title.
then. Yeah,
we
back
just
then.
romped to a title.
So I
So
want to
Kansas City takes the best tackle
Left.
Left.
and
Hey!
yeah.
And-
best tackle left.
Because they figured out that they keep spending money at the
That's
tackle
exactly
position,
right. Yep.
and it isn't working.
Yep.
Like they're winning.
Got
they're
to
winning
protect
Super
your
Bowls,
investment. Got to protect your investment.
Also, look at that right tackle mess from this past year.
Mhm.
Their right tackle was bad, and he also week 1
Well, I mean, he
got
was false.
exposed for false start.
Yeah, he was
So this
like
guy's
false
best
starting every
friends
snap.
with Puka
He was-
Nacua.
He was the most penalized.
Transferred to BYU to play with Puka Nacua.
Oh, that's interesting.
They
Weird for
said
a
going
tight
into the
end, right?
playoffs. I remember hearing it during the Miami Chiefs playoff game, that the right tackle for the Chiefs was one of the most penalized players in the entire NFL.
Yeah.
Good investment, guys. Why don't you just scout and draft a dude who matters? Stop trying to steal someone in the 4th or 5th round and think that Mahomes can make them look good.
So to go over to Cole Bishop a little bit, so people are going to look at his stats and say, okay, well, his coverage grade was not great. Tackle numbers were down from the previous year. He also played double the snaps as a deep safety compared to the box safety that he played the year prior, right? So there's a big difference in the production that you were going to get out of Cole Bishop just simply from an alignment standpoint, because last year they played him deep. They played him deep, and he still is a second-round pick when that is most certainly not his skill set, right?
They
That
obviously
most
got
certainly
other
not his
plans for
skill
him.
set.
So the Chiefs, for whatever reason, the Chiefs traded actually up to 63 to pick him with the 49ers. So they felt strong enough about needing a tackle that they traded up in order to get it. I haven't seen the compensation yet, but they only traded up one spot. So I just think I can't have been much. I would. So the Chiefs get 63 and 211, and the 49ers get 64 and 173. So they give up a 6th and they get back a 5th to move to
okay.
one spot.
You're gonna again, all the draft nicks are gonna be dumping on the Cole Bishop pick, right? Because you look at his 2023, he's not on anybody's board above 60, right? Like it's people are gonna grade that pick as not good. This is the trust the process pick. Like
We were just talking.
Sorry about
fantasy-
that,
We
right?
were just talking about
Yeah.
fantasy football. Here's a thought I have all the time when I'm in fantasy football. It's not a reach if I know I like that player and I think I know what the value I'm going to get in return, and I also know that I have no viable shot of getting him back
Right.
on the come around. Then guess what?
Well, it's a thin
It's not a
position,
reach.
that's right.
If it's not a
It's
reach,
a reach to everybody else except for me.
right? It's not a reach if he's number 1 on my board,
Yeah.
and I'm not picking for 35 more picks. It's not a reach.
There was so
You can't miss out on a guy you never had a chance to draft,
That's
right?
it.
And you can't reach for a guy who wouldn't have made it to you at your next pick.
So
is-
are you
is the
saying that you were
philosophy behind it.
comfortable enough letting Nealand, Braswell, Bullard, and Fisher go to get Bishop? Because that's what happened, right? You were within striking distance. You could have gone up if you wanted to.
Or they thought that it wasn't worth it, and they would roll the dice on Bishop Braswell, Bishop and Bullard,
Mhm.
and say, "We know safety's where we want to go. We have them here, and we'll take whichever one's there because we know there aren't going to be two."
Well, I think the other thing is the philosophy is if you're going to trade up for in round 2, you're not going to trade back into round 3 later, and you're not going
Yeah,
to trade
that's-
up in
I think
round
that's-
3.
and that's where. I
So
think we
that's where the
just
question is
laid
like,
the groundwork.
did you look at it and go Bullard, Bishop? Do we trade up and get Bullard and sacrifice our ability to get back into round 3 or get
Mhm.
up in round 3? Or do we like Bishop enough to give up that opportunity
Right.
to get Bullard and keep the flexibility to get up later in the draft? I
Now-
think that's the conversation they had internally.
Now, here's an interesting conversation. You're talking about how he's not a deep safety and how we don't have a ton of deep safety talent. Like, I was at that New England Patriots playoff game, and I watched Micah Hyde come from the opposite hash to intercept
Oh yeah,
Mac
yeah,
Jones in the
that
end
was
zone.
Crazy.
We don't have a player like that on the roster right now today.
There's not many players like that in the
Yeah,
NFL.
I agree.
Like,
Yeah, that play couldn't have been made by a lot of people.
But the idea is you want a guy who can at least be a deep safety and have those kind of instincts and whatever. The concept is, to your point, there's not a lot of them.
Cheers to your safety.
Here we go. There's not. Chris is up here making. That's the most effeminate glass. He calls it a snifter. It's gross looking. Chris, put it in front of the
That
camera.
looks delicious.
Guys,
I gotta say, Drew bags on Chris quite a bit for his drinking. Chris makes a hell of a drink.
he makes
For
great
those- for
cocktails.
those
He
on-
puts them in
Yes.
that glass.
For those of hashtag Nation who are not familiar with Rock Power Report, I would one say get familiar with Rock Power Report because you get this Drew all the time.
They hate me.
Three shows a
They
week.
hate me.
But Chris makes a hell of a drink.
he
And
gives the
listen,
recipes.
Drew. But the recipe, as you know, as a griller and as a cook, your vessel is as important as the meal itself. So if he's doing a recipe and the recipe says put it in a snifter, what's a man to do? He's not going to put it in a solo cup.
I would
That
rather
would be
drink.
doing a disservice to the drink.
I would rather drink
This is
straight.
a really wild hill to die
The
on,
man-
Ryan.
the
I
man- the
would
man
rather-
the man drinks top shelf whiskey and bourbon, and you're asking him to put it in what you used to play beer pong in.
I would rather drink. I would rather drink whiskey out of a soup bowl than drink whatever he is drinking.
So,
out of
Chris,
that
next
glass.
show, bring
Whiskey out
him
of a
his
soup
drink
bowl.
in a soup bowl.
So, Paul, what I was gonna say is, you know that your safety dynamic is going to change. Does it almost put more pressure on the Bills to figure out how to survive in the front seven?
So Carolina's
this-
trading out. The Jets are trading in to 65. just
Okay.
So everyone's aware.
So, Paul, I want to pick your
Ooh,
brain about
Jets
this.
coming in.
For the Bills, now this work we were talking
Troy
about that you're
Franklin.
going to have to do after the draft, when you talk to free agents, and you're going to have to kind of build. You're going to have to get a free agent pass rusher somewhere because you didn't get one in the top.
Yeah,
of the
you're done
draft.
now. Yeah.
Now it's over. Does the selection of a guy like Cole Bishop and the fact that you didn't land a deep safety almost make that more important?
You know, I think there's a lot of things that Buffalo needs as far as what is the next thing that you should address. So when it comes to what to do for Buffalo, I almost don't know if there's a way that you can go wrong, right? Because there's a lot of hidden needs. You've got
sounds bad.
well, you've got a right tackle in a contract here that you know you're probably not going to be able to re-sign because as
Why
bad as
not?
Spencer Brown has been in previous years,
Why
last year
not?
he was very good, and the size of him is attractive to other teams. You're probably not going to win that bidding war, right?
Yeah.
If they were going to keep Spencer Brown, they would have signed him to an extension already.
So the first trade of the third round is in. The Jets come up from 72. They come up 7 picks to 65. They give up 157 in order to do so. So when you
So
talk about the
7 picks
Bills,
in the third round.
so
will
when the
cost-
Bills
okay.
are talking about, we talked about it last night. The Bills can straight trade into round 3 if they want to.
Yes.
They also, now apparently the market has been set, they can trade up if they want. 157 gets you 7 picks.
Yes.
95 and 141 or 144 probably gets you double digit.
Yeah.
picks
Exactly.
up,
Yeah.
right?
And the
So-
fact is, I'm so intrigued to see because they didn't have a third rounder. So this is the cost for like Worthy and Leggett, basically,
I'm just
is what you're saying.
I'm making petty notes about what Paul just said because I'm going to come back.
So Cole Bishop, Cole Bishop on the mic. So everyone's aware Cole Bishop is on the mic right now. They're talking to him. He said Dalton Kincaid has said great things about Buffalo. He said as soon as I saw a New York phone number, I was really excited. Dalton loves it out there. Fan base is like anything else. Cole Bishop says versatility is developed at Utah, guarding Dalton Kincaid in practice for 2 years at Utah. Said that he can play free or strong safety, loves to drop in the box and hit people. And then Chris Sims says about the pick, Buffalo, wow, Bills needed a safety, and they got a great, I don't know why he said they got the great white safety in Cole Bishop. That seems kind of odd for Chris Sims to say. But
Hang on, I did see. Hang on, well, in that vein, I did see a tweet where they were calling was in Dijon Cooper
DeJean.
Dijon, Mustard. It doesn't matter. They were calling him.
Mustard.
Some guy called him our Jackie Robinson, and I'm like, well, that's in poor taste, but hilarious.
Yeah,
Chris
that's
Sims says
very
that
poor taste.
Chris Sims finishes that Cole Bishop is a great athlete who is best around the box, but he can do free safety too. Capable of covering the top tight ends in the NFL. He will start this year for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
Well, he has to.
Of course he will. You
Yeah,
drafted
I
him
mean,
in the
yeah.
second round. Of
Yeah,
course
he
he's
has
going to
to.
start for you.
Yeah.
This is Taylor Rapp kind of being put like, hey, now it's a camp battle the same way.
Well, they gave him a
Osiris
3
Torrance
year. They gave him a
went-
3 year, didn't they?
But it's the same thing of Bates had a contract, and he had to go into camp and try to compete with Osiris Torrance.
Yeah,
and
but
guess
they didn't
what?
have anyone.
Doesn't. You're putting two guys.
Is Edwards a 1 year
So the
deal?
Bills are going to go. Are the Jets?
Edwards is a 1 year
I think
deal.
he's the guy
Jets
that you got to
traded up
think about, not
for-
Rap.
Jets traded up
But
for a wide
is
receiver
Rapp
here.
playing deep?
No, Rap's playing deep. Yeah, Rap would be your center fielder.
Which
He
is
played center
interesting.
field when they
They
won
bring
in
Braylon
LA.
Edwards in
He
to
was the center
announce
fielder.
the
I'm
wide
just saying
receiver pick.
he's a
Alright.
better center fielder. I'm just saying.
I'm willing to hear it.
But they can both. What in the Sean McDermott defense, the safety.
Malachi
sometimes-
Corley.
Yeah, so
They
interesting.
will-
Interesting for the Jets. So with
Wow.
Franklin and
Jesus.
Wilson both on the board, Malachi Corley comes off here.
Yeah, this one doesn't move the needle for me. For
It
that.
doesn't for me.
Yeah, this doesn't.
He
This
was
almost
at-
feels like another Jets pick.
He
where
was
you
at
go,
that
"Ah."
retreat with Rodgers. That's why he's on the team.
It just strikes you as one of those things where they go, "We think we know what we see. This is cool." He was Western Kentucky wide. Great.
What
Wonderful.
traits does
This
this
is-
guy have that's currently on the Jets roster that they're not going to be able to afford next
This
year?
is them still letting Aaron Rodgers have a say in what wide receivers are around him.
Well, they
Like
go,
that-
guys. Look, he can take one short pass and go the distance.
His
It's
name's
like,
Malachi, and he's from Western Kentucky. I like him. Sign him.
slant.
Yeah.
Slant.
I get-
I do think it's worthy.
Why is that even a highlight?
I do think it is worthy of a
'Cause it's a
debate
touchdown.
when you start pulling back second and third round Bills history in recent history, right? So
yeah,
Cole
pro-
Bishop, Buffalo Bills second rounder, right? Previous second round picks for the Bills, Osiris Torrance, that's
Pretty
up
good.
there. That's up there. James Cook,
It's up there.
Boogie Basham,
Nope.
former, AJ Epinesa. I mean,
Not
I
my
guess it-
favorite.
I guess it depends,
Not my
right?
favorite.
I guess it depends. And Cody Ford. So
Yeah.
that is the Brandon Bean era there, right?
Did he not have a second in 18?
No, because it
Oh,
was
okay.
Tremaine and then Harrison Phillips was the third.
I feel
So-
like the second and third round overall, they've done a good job of getting value.
I feel I'm kind of on the opposite side of that. I think Cole Bishop is. I think a lot of people are going to look at it and say they're settling, right? Like an example, I think people are going to go back to the Dorian Williams pick from last
Sure.
year and say, "Oh, it's a reach," right? And look what you got out of him.
Literally one of the
drafted this.
fastest linebackers.
They
like,
drafted
in
this
the-
kid because they think he's a starter, not because
Yep.
they needed a safety. Let's get that on the board right now. Let's put that on the
Yep.
table. They drafted him because they feel he's a starter in the NFL.
Off the bus.
Off the bus.
Is he going to be on the
Scroll
400
down,
naked
scroll
in the
down, Paul.
field?
Scroll down.
Like Osiris. Chris, what was that tackle's name?
Okay.
He was out of Alabama. Cyrus Quanjo.
Oh yeah.
Is he
So
going to end up naked?
so there's another running
the
back
field?
off the board. Trey Benson,
Trey Benson,
comes off
yeah.
the board to
Cardinals.
Arizona.
Okay.
Another team that needs a running back behind James Connors.
Mhm.
So makes
Well, it's
sense
round
there.
But it's
three.
interesting enough,
This is the
Paul, that-
Bishop Sankey draft when it comes to running backs. There was one taken, and now the
How dare you
guys
sully
are
the name of Bishop
Your
Sankey?
yeah, that's right.
The
Be
guys-
careful.
The guys are starting to come off the board. In fact, if anything, there should probably be a running back run here in the third round, right?
No
It-
pun
it is
intended,
time.
but yeah.
It
should
is
be.
time.
So, Paul, if you look at you're going back to 2019, you got Cody Ford there. He wasn't projected to start at all.
Mm-mm.
You know, you look at Epinesa. He was playing behind Hughes and Addison.
Yep.
Wasn't projected to start. You scroll back up more. Boogie Basham wasn't
Wasn't
projected to start. So then you look, James Cook wasn't projected to start immediately. Okay, so you scroll up again. Osiris Torrance in the past 5 years is the only second round pick that the Buffalo Bills really expected to start day one, and he did very, very well. So
I wouldn't say they expected him to start.
They just
would-
put him
I-
in battle.
Oh, really?
And say,
I
hey,
think-
go win a
because he was
fight.
a
won that
first round
position.
grade.
Go
I think he
win a-
won that position.
Go
I think he won
win
that
a
position.
job.
Yeah.
And we'll see how you do against a guy who we've kept around for years, but we
Yeah.
feel
Well, and
meh.
they did the same thing with Torrance last year, right? Where it's like we have Bates,
Yeah, that's
Well,
it.
what I'm
Good
saying
with
is
him.
in the
That's what
past-
I'm talking about,
yeah.
in the past,
You're right. You're right.
prior to last year and this year, in the past, what they did is they drafted a guy in the second round that really wasn't a projected starter day one. In
But-
the second round,
Right, but
Yep.
what is that? What is that an earmark of? Is that an earmark of a franchise that is just really conservative with their free agent play? They depend on veterans a little bit too much,
Pretty
and
much, yeah.
or that's what I think it is.
Yeah.
Or
That's when they
is
had
this,
money.
Is this finally the result
Hey.
of having to pay players? You're like, listen, first 3 rounds, homie, better start.
Hey,
Yep.
I will never forgive Sean McDermott for the fact that Ramon Humber started a giant chunk of that season. Matt Milano's rookie
In
year.
front of Milano.
When everyone knew Matt Milano was the more explosive athlete.
It was clear as day.
And then
It
the
was so
Raiders game
obvious.
happens, and he scoops and scores from like 58 yards out. No one can touch him. And then he just took the job.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, yeah, he should have been there from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
We all can see it.
Yeah.
So the Commanders go again with interior, taking Brandon Coleman from TCU.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Heck of a pick. Guy's a monster.
Listen, you build out. If you don't have it, so who did the Commanders pick in the first round last night?
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden
Daniels.
Daniels.
What do
Yep.
you want to do to try
Keep
to
him
give that
alive.
guy- keep him alive.
Gotta
And
keep him
what has
alive.
what has their line struggled to do? Remember that Bills game last year
Yeah.
against them,
Mhm.
where we almost shut them out.
Mhm.
So Coleman, and again, we talked about him last night. One of those tackles that just doesn't project as a tackle, so he's going to move inside
Right.
to guard. He's
Yeah.
listed as a guard, but he played tackle at TCU, so fine pick. I mean,
New England's made a pick.
So Washington, obviously you got Daniels, but then you take Newton, interior defensive line. Then you take a corner. Then you take a tight end who nobody heard of, and now you got Coleman.
I like how under key departures for the Patriots on the ticker, they just put
Bill
head
Belichick.
coach
Yeah,
Bill
Big
Belichick and
Belichick.
offensive coordinator Matt Patricia. And I go, Matt Patricia, offensive coordinator, that's hilarious. That's like calling Paul Wineski, I'm trying to think of a title that's fitting. That would be like,
I was gonna say, be careful
I was
here.
going to say, there's a
We're
lot of
getting-
things I want to say. But also, what are you going to do? Come over the table at me?
No, I will.
No, I can't. I was
See,
already,
that's it.
yeah, I was already warned that we can't do anything on the tables. Chris was very clear. You can't, no flipping tables tonight.
Your viewers must just think I'm the biggest D-bag.
No,
But it's okay.
no, they love you.
No, yeah, they love me. Guys,
This was one
love
show that you guys did this.
I love you. Hey, I
So-
also drank in your car. You lost followers because I was in your car.
Yeah, that's right. Because people were talking about that's not safe. I don't understand.
Look,
that.
that's not safe. I don't understand why he allowed that. He was like,
6
Mario's
years
like,
ago.
Mario goes, I was watching traffic. I didn't know this degenerate was boozing in my car.
He had the flask. It was pretty awesome.
Sorry.
So who did the Patriot? Is that
So
in yet, or-
the Patriots are going to take a tackle.
Okay, so interestingly enough, let's start to get to the meat of some of this discussion because we have
Yes.
more picks coming off the board. We'll fill Ryan in when he gets here. The Patriots so far in the first 3 picks have taken Drake May, Jalen Polk, and now they're going to take a tackle.
They're
yeah,
building
they're
all
taking
their
Caden
offense.
Wallace from Penn State.
Which is
Okay, all right.
Remember earlier when I said their first second round pick was going to tell us where their head was?
Yeah.
Mhm.
They understand that to become a modern NFL offense, you have to get a quarterback,
Yeah.
you have to protect the quarterback, and you got to give the quarterback weapons.
But they were happening into 17 points a game. Like they were
Yeah,
not
they
good.
were just like
They were
falling
not
ass
good.
backwards into it.
Yeah.
They still have a lot of work to do, but I'll tell you that this is the kind of mentality that will help fast track their recovery.
Mhm.
Because
Does it
forever,
move the needle for you though? These 3 guys coming
no,
in?
I'm not
At all?
scared of
No,
it.
not that you're scared though, but the fact that they're starting. It seems like they're putting the right steps in place to build. Start.
That's
You know.
what worries me is that it's like, oh, okay, this team's finally doing smart things. It took long enough, but they're doing them.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, Jalen Polk. Everyone would go, oh, that's a reach. It's like what we just talked
Mm-hmm.
about. That's a reach. Well, they go, nah, because I bet you a bunch of teams were going to take him if we didn't.
Mhm.
Realistically, they're trying to embolden a quarterback who they know already has balls, and he has more balls probably than common sense. He's imagine if you had Josh Allen's kind of chutzpah,
Mhm.
but you didn't have his physical ability to evade in the pocket.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Drake May.
But Christian Hackenberg's level of talent, and
Yes,
awareness,
and that's
okay.
Drake May.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what they're doing is they're
That's so
trying,
disrespectful.
so they're trying to build around him in order to get that, and I give them credit because it's something they haven't done in a very long time. They never gave Mac Jones that shot.
I cannot stress how bad an idea it is to invest a first-round pick in a quarterback and then a second-round pick in a wide receiver. I cannot stress how bad an idea that is.
What if you do it first pick overall and ninth pick overall?
So I'll explain, right?
All right.
So I think there's a maturation process to the quarterback position, just like I think there's a maturation process to the wide receiver position. One of the reasons it was so important to filter Josh in with a lot of veterans, and that's why you only saw veterans in this offense for the first 3 years, right? You didn't see drafted players do much the first 3 years. It was primarily veterans, is because they have to be accountable to themselves. The quarterback can't hold them accountable. The quarterback still has to develop. You can't put in your number one offensive weapon at the wide receiver position as your second round draft pick. Can't do it because it's going to damage the development of both players. It's just a matter of time.
I like that, and I also like that it's finally hot dog time.
Yeah.
Someone broke
Yeah.
the seal.
Yeah.
It's the first hot dog of the night.
So
Yeah.
basically, Ryan, we went over the New England. We're starting to start breaking down the divisions now, with the Patriots taking a quarterback, wide receiver, and a tackle now, offensive tackle. I asked Drew if it moved the needle at all, the fact that they seem like they're getting it together to try to compete within the division. What do you think about their first 3 draft picks so far for the Patriots as far as the AFC East?
It matters. I mean, it's going to depend on whether the quarterback works out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it all hinges on. Is are they putting what you've seen with rookie quarterbacks is you've got to put them in the position to succeed. Gone are the days where you take a quarterback and expect everything else to kind of work out around him.
Mhm.
You've got to put your quarterback in a position to be successful. That's what the Bears did, right? I mean, the Bears have done a wonderful job. If Williams doesn't work out, it's because he's not good, right?
Yeah.
Like the questions are gone of, well, they didn't give him this or well, they didn't give him that.
Yeah, the
He's
ground
got two
is
really
yeah.
good wide receivers. He's got 2 really good tight ends. He's got a stable of running backs. He's got an offensive line. He's got a defense. Excuses are gone, right? In 2 years, if
Immediately.
you ain't it, man, we're going to
Yeah.
go draft another one.
Yeah.
So with the New England Patriots, it's like, well, how good is Drake May? That's
Yeah.
what this is going to come down to. And
Right.
did they put enough around him? You know, they're doing what they can to keep
They're
him
doing
clean.
what they can to keep him clean.
They're doing
Yeah.
what they can to keep him clean, but have they done enough weapon-wise, right?
Right.
Like, is Ramondre Stevenson enough at the
Mhm.
running back position? Is, insert wide receiver name here because they waited. So is Jalen Polk enough
Mhm.
at the wide receiver position because that's really all they got?
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't even think he was the best receiver available
No,
at the time.
he definitely
Yeah.
Right.
No,
But-
absolutely not.
So all
Uh,
3 teams, I'm sorry, real quick, Patriots, Jets, and Dolphins have all taken offensive tackles.
Yeah.
Look at that,
Hey.
Caden Wallace.
Yep.
So-
Caden Wallace is gone. Patriots select Caden Wallace from Penn State. And interestingly enough, we're going to fast forward a little bit because there's actually 2 picks already made that are not on television yet. But Harbaugh officially takes his first Michigan player. He's going to take starting linebacker Junior Colson with the 69th
Wow,
pick.
Blake Corum's still.
Blake Corum's still there, yeah.
Comment in the chat.
No, I didn't see it. What
Makes
is it?
sense that Harbaugh takes a Michigan player at 69.
It does make sense that Harbaugh takes a Michigan player at 69. TV and sleep, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's
That's very true.
hilarious.
That is very true. The magic number. Everybody knows that. And
Whenever
then
you see it, you just go, nice.
and
If you
then
guys are
there is
getting-
one more pick. At 70, the Giants are going to take Andrew Phillips, the corner from Kentucky. So actually, TV coverage won't tell you this, but the Cardinals are actually on the clock right now.
Yeah. If you guys are gamblers, make sure you take the Chargers record this year to be 6-11, because that was Harbaugh's career record for the Chargers. It was 6-11.
So you're saying that's the over under, the 6 and
Yeah,
11.
6-11, I think it'll be. Yeah.
How bad is Justin Herbert really at being a quarterback?
Do you want to put a Seagram's bet
How
on
bad is he?
I would. I don't care.
it? You're old enough where that might kill you.
I don't think Justin Herbert's bad
Hey,
as a quarterback.
what's the saying? Oldest ride, longest line. Okay.
So I do want to share that it was Mario's birthday just a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
So
my kid,
so my youngest son wanted to buy him cake for his birthday today at the store, completely unprompted.
Yeah, it's like
He
a week
brought
after.
completely unprompted. He's
I
like,
love
"Oh,
it.
it's Mario's birthday. We should buy him cake." and he picked out, again, completely unprompted, a gigantic WrestleMania sheet cake that was like $60. And my wife was like, the joke's not that funny. You're probably right.
I love it. It was
You're probably right.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
So thank you, Ben. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
buddy.
that's yeah. Well, I
on,
mean, you're a
get
year
that
away from
stuff.
retirement. Happy 64th, my friend.
I don't know what's funnier, that you think that you're joking Mario's 64, that you think people can retire at 64.
I was watching to see if he was about to put ketchup into his laptop. It would have been the greatest part of the whole show.
Ketchup
Mario-
in your laptop.
Mario poured beer all over his computer
Oh,
last
it
night
was
before the
brutal.
live stream.
What?
It was bad.
Oh, the whole
I
beer.
knocked it over
Whole beer into the
all
keyboard.
over the keyboard, and I was like, "Son of a biscuit-eating bulldog." Not so much those words, but it was
Yeah.
upsetting.
I love how G-rated you guys are.
Yeah. So what happens, right, when he does this is he takes his headphones off. So now I can hear him. He cannot hear me. So I am talking so much shit to him the whole time that he's cleaning up. Has no idea.
No, I know. Yeah.
No idea.
And then, but this is the difference. This is how different him and I are. I have to get one of those air cans because I'm trying to clear out the keyboard or whatever as best I can. And I'm like, wait, hold on. Before I do it, I mute myself so I don't blow out his eardrums. Meanwhile, he's talking shit to me. I'm like, thanks, buddy.
That's the mark of a
Appreciate it.
good partner. Chris would
That's
do
it.
that to me.
That's it.
Chris would do that to me here in studio. If I were to wander away with no headphones on, he'd just be sitting here. If the table was empty, he'd be like, "This guy's an idiot."
The one-liners
He's the
Chris
dumb-
unleashes are amazing.
No, Chris is the king of the one-liner.
Oh yeah.
If we are going to talk teams that have had the best draft so far,
Okay,
the Cardinals are sneaky close.
really, Monty Austin Fort and company.
The,
Like they're
the Cardinals are going to take Isaiah Adams with the 71st overall
Ooh,
pick.
very nice.
So they are getting
Okay.
sneaky close to being the
So they picked up,
strongest team here.
They picked
so
up
far.
Harrison. They got Darius Robinson at edge. They got Max Melton at corner. Trey Benson, phenomenal. And then
Yeah.
they just drafted, you said who?
Yeah, they just took Isaiah Adams, the tackle from Illinois. So they are on full. They're near full rebuild mode, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's be
They
honest.
have a lot
They're
of
doing
picks,
They have a lot of picks, and they're doing a very competent job of putting competitive pieces in front
Now,
of them.
here's a question. Bring it back to something that all Bills fans can kind of commiserate around. All of this talk about the wide receiver train, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the Bills took a wide receiver. A lot of you are conflicted about whether or not he's going to be good.
Mhm.
But the reality is the wide receiver train, like we were all told that entering this draft, there was 19 guys who were potentially going to go in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm looking at Jalen McMillan, Troy Franklin, Roman
Still
Wilson,
hanging
Javon
around.
Baker.
So that tells me there's something out there that teams are avoiding, right?
Or what it is that how pundits have viewed this class are not what GMs think of this class.
Well, true. That
Is
could be
that
it.
not possible?
That could be it. But if I have one tackle and then a desert of nobody I want, and there's 17 wide receivers, and I pick in 10 picks, I'm going to take the tackle first, and then if the
Yes.
receiver's there, I'm going to get him. But
Mhm.
if it's not there, you know what I mean? If there's so many wide receivers that are available that are going to be good, I want to take the guy that I need. There's not many of, and then I'll get it later. There won't be a center taken until the 6th round
Now, here-
because the
right.
2 went. They're
Now,
gone.
now, here's the thing. That's good because a guy I like is Norzad. I like
Okay.
Norzad out of Penn State, and I love the fact that he's been talked about as like potentially a 4th-round pick.
Okay.
Nothing would make me happier than the Bills getting him as a developmental interior offensive lineman to
Ooh.
become their guy.
Well, and let's talk about
Over
the Bills.
Richard Garage?
You can't say Dick Raj around me and expect me not to laugh. Come on now.
So
Or Will Clapp?
Will Clapp.
let's talk about the Bills' history as a 3rd-round drafting team, right? So we talk about the fact that the Bills focus in on premium positions, right?
Yes.
But there's a definite history here to pay attention to. So last year, Dorian Williams, everybody remembers that because everybody wishes it didn't happen. Terrell Bernard, so linebacker, right? The prior year, anybody know who the prior 3rd-round pick was?
Because I'm looking at
2021. Yeah, it's cheater. It was Spencer Brown, right? So linebacker, tackle. Your next third-round pick was Zach Moss, running back. Your next third-round pick was Devin Singletary, running back. Your pick prior to that, Josh Allen, Tremaine Edmonds, Harrison Phillips, right? So in drafts, you've gone linebacker, tackle, running back, defensive lineman.
So if they go Braylon Allen here, who's upset about it?
I mean, I think we're projecting 20 picks from now,
Sure.
right? Like it's
But I'm just
dicey to
saying,
talk
if
about
they
that.
decide to say, I want a running back, and I think I like pass protection. We know that about their archetype for how they like to build their room. They need a guy to pass protect because
Drew's great. He's like 8/5 of a bourbon in, and he's like, I
Archetype.
use archetype as a. I love
because there's a reason they keep having to pay guys to come in as free agents, like last year Latavius Murray, because they know that for everything they love about Cook, he can't pass protect.
right.
They gave him a shot at it. He tried to improve. I'm not holding that against Cook. It's just what his ceiling for that was to begin with.
I think
So now you have to go out there, and if you don't want to bring in a retread off the street and you want someone with maybe a higher floor and potentially a higher ceiling who doesn't cost you vet minimum, then you're talking about going into a guy like a Braylon Allen. And when you get there, the question is, how much do you value that? Do you value it enough to make him your third-round pick? So that you don't have to go back to the well every offseason and wonder who's going to be the other back?
so. Here's where I sit on this, right? So I think there's two schools of thought. One is as an example, Devon Achane was the 84th pick, right?
Sure.
And Achane's an absolute freak. Like, I don't like playing Miami when Achane is healthy because he can dominate a game. He's impossible to catch. He's an absolute monster.
And he just put on weight. And this is a thing that we talked about last week during our show when we were talking about how I hated the idea of Xavier Worthy, which is why I wasn't mad that the trade happened in the first round.
Right.
A thing happens, like rookies will talk about it. Their whole offseason for their rookie year is eaten up by this pre-draft process. So when they finally get their book and they get their nutrition guide and they figure out how the team wants them to work out and they figure out what is expected to be an NFL player, they come into the NFL almost in the same bodies that they graduated college in, right? Nobody really does a lot of work,
Right.
Because you've already wasted most of that valuable time where you could have been doing transformative things. It's your sophomore year and it's your junior year where they hit the offseason and you go, this year, Devon Achane showed up and they go, he looks jacked. He gained an extra 15 pounds. Yes, because he now understands what it's going to take to play in the NFL. And he had a full offseason with the NFL nutrition guide, workout plan, the whole nine. When you're a rookie, those running backs, I don't know, what are you going to do? And it's almost any position. What are those guys going to do? That's why I didn't like Worthy, because I go, there's no way he's going to put weight on. So what is he his first year? What is he year two? What if this guy is just as the lightest player potentially in the entire NFL? That's a problem.
The other school of thought, to go back to what I just mentioned, is Pacheco,
Yes.
right? But
he had a pro-ready body.
that's what I mean. I don't know if there's a guy at that where Pacheco was taken. I don't know if there's a guy that has that profile in this draft class.
Yeah.
Right. And I just can't believe that Buffalo's not going to go back to running back at some point. Right.
They have
proved
to.
Absolutely
well, they've
they will.
proven that they
Yeah.
will. Right. They've proven that in the past. So I don't think you're protecting James Cook at all. At some
Later in the
point,
round, you're not.
right, but you have to determine what exactly are you looking for. Are you looking for a guy like here it is, Jaden Sheridan from Monmouth? He's going to be 22. He's 5'9", 195 pounds, and he's just fast. That's it. That's all he brings you. He's just fast, right? Or are you going to go with the more complete back with a limited physical upside in Amani Bailey's 5'9", 207, forced 70 missed tackles in 2023 and only trailed 2 players in this draft class in missed tackles.
Why wouldn't you want Kamani Vidal, who's like a fire hydrant?
Again,
strapped to the back of a race car.
It's a profile, right? You had Devin Singletary, you drafted Zach Moss.
Look at this. Amani Bailey.
Oh,
RAS
2.71?
2.71 RAS score. But that didn't stop them from drafting Devin Singletary.
No.
And the thing
And you
that...
had to flip your tablet over.
Oh, dude. Remember that?
Yep.
The Rock Sports Network live show from 34 Rush at Batavia Downs. I flipped my thing and just put my head down.
Oh, that was so funny.
Now, the idea is, and I hear this from Matt Waldman every year when we do our running back show, 40 time for a running back just means, can he outrun a safety deep or not? Because that's all that matters. And realistically, that's not, like, long breaking runs are not how the NFL gets played anymore.
Right.
So Amani Bailey with a poor RAS score might still be a very productive player for the team that understands where he should be used and when.
On special teams.
But I look like guys, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I look like guys like Kamani Vidal. I look at guys like if you want to wait, there's things that the Bills could get away with where you go, hey, we're going to get this guy, and he's short, stout, speed. Done. Right? Marshawn Lloyd, probably not what the Bills are looking for, correct?
No.
Okay. At this, Blake Corum, not what the Bills are looking for.
Probably not.
God, they take
When you talk about the profile, you've got guys like Isaac Guerrero,
There's a lot of running backs in this draft
Braylon
who
Allen.
are 24 years old. And that's a big no-fly zone for Buffalo.
Yeah. But at the same time, if you're only doing this every couple years, you're drafting one. Like, I think they need to get into the mindset of every couple years, we're going to draft an old running back, just get me a big physical guy so I don't have to go sign 30-something-year-old Latavius Murray.
Ooh,
Give me
Cowboys
those,
double dipping at the
and I'll replace him in 2
at
years.
the trenches.
Cooper Beebe.
Yeah,
Could you get
one
behind
of the
that?
highest ranked guards in the class.
Paul,
Yeah.
could you ever get behind the concept of just every 2 or 3 years, we're going to just get another big physical running back in the 3rd, 4th round and let him be what Latavius Murray was last year?
I think you draft. It bothers me to see players drafted in the 3rd round like Devin Singletary. That actually, it bothers me.
I want big physical guys. If
I-
you're not going to be fast,
Yeah,
be big and be physical.
you know, maybe this is Madden kind of, getting to me, but like I want Arian Foster every year. Just give me Arian Foster every year. They make so few of us.
yeah. Arian Foster's story is hilarious. The idea that like the Seahawks finally called him in like the 5th round or the 6th round, they were like, "Hey, we're thinking about drafting you," and he told the GM, "Don't
Yeah,
draft
don't draft me.
me." So he didn't, and he went to another place.
Mm-hmm.
So the way that the running back position has evolved, just in the past 10 years, has been so interesting. Because prior to that, I remember I think we did a show on that, Paul, where if you wanted some longevity with your running backs, 2,500 was like the number. You talk about college carries, you talk about college carries and pro carries. So 2,500 is when you're going to maximize that guy's talent.
Right. Yep.
But now, if you're only turning and burning these guys every 4 years, you don't care how many carries they had in college. Listen, I don't care if you're 24, I don't care if you're 20. We're going to get you for 4 years, and then we're going to draft your replacement in your last year of your deal.
Yeah, and I think it also when you talk about what the Bills need in a running back, I think the pass pro is a big piece of that. And with that, typically is experience, right? So do the older guys become more attractive because like a Blake Corum, right? Maybe he doesn't fit the archetype, as to use Drew's word, of what they're looking for, but from a understanding the game, fundamental concept,
It's invaluable.
played for Harbaugh, like knows how to pass pro, right?
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
if he's a good pass pro guy, that's what you're missing. Like you can work with Cook on the rest of it,
Yeah.
and you need him for some goal line carries that he's going to do that, as well for you. So, and not to say that Corum is going to be the pick or should be the pick or whatever, but I think their definition of what they're looking for needs to evolve because they're not looking for their home run guy, three down back anymore. Those guys just don't exist in the NFL anymore. Like Bijan Robinsons don't come around all the time. And even Bijan Robinson got pulled. We saw him all season last year get pulled off the field for Algier because Algier know how to pass protect, right?
Well,
About Corey, draft 2nd round running back every 4 years. Get your old former Pro Bowler
Yeah.
Bang. And this is my point.
Because you know
Stop
why?
paying for veteran talent. Let's just keep cycling through, but understand what you want first. I think the Bills had to cycle through running backs for years to figure out what they wanted. They thought they knew what they were getting out of Zach Moss. Zach Moss didn't come on until he hit the Colts this year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's because Zach they were looking for Zach Moss to be the thunder to someone else's lightning,
Yeah.
right?
Singletary. But Singletary was slow anyway.
But what they found in Zach Moss is Zach Moss, I mean, even with Indy, he wasn't a great running back. But what he was a volume running back.
Mhm.
He got better as he got more carries, as he got more touches. He would wear teams down. His first, I saw a stat actually when you do like next level analytics for like fantasy football and stuff, right? Like they start to break down like in his first 10 touches in every game, he averaged like 2.6 yards a carry or a touch.
Mhm.
And then for his next 10, you're
This
right.
is the worst. You're a mess.
Maybe we should have put Drew in that corner. We should
Oh my God.
Oh, his literally
all-
hit his head on everything in the studio.
we
I
should've-
was so conscious of that.
We
I
should have put
walked
the
into a
we
television.
should have put the drunken baby that is Drew
Oh
in
my
that
God.
corner there. But I think but Zach Moss, but in his second 10 touches, which was touches 11 through 20, he averaged like 5.4 yards per touch.
Oh man.
So it was like that stark difference between a volume guy. And I think
Yeah.
that's why you saw a Zach Moss, because they brought him in to split time with Devin Singletary when really he was only going to be good if he was going to be given the lion's share of the touches.
Mhm.
So
I mean, I only say it because like they had a front row seat and they drafted and they were both there for Christian McCaffrey was drafted.
Yep.
They have not found one of those.
Nope.
Since and not,
Mhm.
it
There's
obviously
not, yeah,
it's
there's
all
not many
depending
of
on
those.
the offense that you're going to run and whatnot. And McCaffrey is tailor
he's
made.
one of one, right?
Yes,
Like
he's tailor made for Shanahan. So
yeah, like Christian McCaffrey's one of one, Derrick Henry's one of one. Like these
And-
guys that are exceptions to the rule
Yeah.
are one of one. So you've got to look for your one of 12.
yeah, exactly.
Like
you
that-
got to
that's what you
try to
need
get a
to
guy like
identify.
listen. What and it's weird because of the way the game is played now with such a big passing game. You almost have to be like when we talk about the defense, the safeties and the linebackers that you have in the NFL now are like converted safeties because you got to be able to cover. In the running back position, you not only have to be able to run the ball, which is very important, but you got to be able to pass pro and you got to be able to catch it. So, how many guys coming out of college have all three?
James,
of those?
you have to catch the ball when they throw you the ball in the end zone. If you only catch it in one place, catch it in the end zone. Yeah.
But like, it's interesting though because, like you said, Bijan's don't come around every year,
No.
and he's a heck of a player. But he's struggling in pass pro, which is why they had to bring what's his name in.
But I think again the hyperbolic nature of the draft is like I saw someone tweet, and I don't remember who it was. I won't put him on blast, but they said something along the lines of it was the running back that got who was the first running back off the board? It was Jonathan Brooks. They said the tweet of Jonathan Brooks has the capability to be in the same tier as Bijan Robinson. It's like, okay, I understand you think he's the best running back in this draft, but let's not pretend that he's, let's not pretend that he's in the same stratosphere as Bijan Robinson and how good that guy can be.
Yeah.
Because Bijan Robinson is one of the few that can be a truly, 3-down back
I mean,
in the
absolutely.
NFL.
Yeah.
And he's probably the only true 3-down back that's come out in the last couple of drafts.
This is what I'm talking about, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Garendo.
Isaac Garendo. Like, if you're going to take a chance on a player, that's the player you take a chance on at the running back position. He's an absolute stud of a nobody.
Oh,
Yeah, Isaac Garendo, 6'1", 210 pounds. Like this is what they draft, right? This is what they draft.
Drew
That's what I'm,
sold.
that's
Drew
what I'm
sold.
saying. If you're going to draft a running back, for the love of God, draft a guy like this.
I just want to let everybody know that Drew is officially wandering
No.
around the studio with no shoes on.
No, my sandals are under the table. Mario's.
What a conundrum.
I didn't ask where your shoes
Yeah.
were. I just said you're walking around with no shoes on.
What a
You're
conundrum.
also trying to join the conversation through the doorway.
He's standing like a.
I
he's
heard
standing
Drew
here-
went-
He's standing here like a father who just walked in on his son playing Call of Duty and goes, "That looks really realistic."
I
give that a
heard
shot.
Guarendo, these are two players who we spent an entire night talking to Matt Waldman about. And he was talking about how each one of them has some things. He goes, there's a reason they're not the top running backs in their class, but they have the ability to be. He goes, like I said, there's 2, and then there's 2 through 13 who could be number 3.
Right.
And they were both one of them. And when I asked him about each, he said the same thing. He goes, they're big, they're physical. Him, Braylon Allen, it's just they each have a different idea of how they want to play running back. And it's up to the team to either accept who they are and find a way to work with it or coach them around some of the things. Like Braylon Allen, one of the things that Waldman talked about was that he needs to understand, like, do you want to be the bull? Because if so, you have the ability to be that. And yet he's a player who likes to try to break to the sideline and try to be he almost like thinks he can avoid contact and keep running. It's like, dude, if you just knock that guy down, you can keep going.
Yeah.
And so are you as a staff going to draft that guy knowing that guys like Isaac Rorendo and Braylon Allen need that kind of work of either you need to coach them into being what they to really reach their full potential, or you're just going to accept what they are and find a way to make it work for your system.
Right. What the broader point that I'm trying to make here is at the running back position, the Bills have done a poor job of making sure that they've got the best athlete in the room
Yes.
as their starting running back.
Yes.
They've done a very poor job of that. And that's something that they have to address. And
Now-
a player like Garendo, I think, fixes that for you.
Now, Cook, I know you don't like him.
No, I
Cook
don't.
is
I don't.
Cook is athletic as all get out.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, he's a little sloppy in his technique.
Yeah.
He's a little sloppy in terms of his ball security.
Mhm.
These are things that if you had a
Flopping
running,
everywhere.
but if you had a running back of this kind of ilk, you could, in theory, like this could be the thing of you now have this, one of the dynamics I pointed to when we were talking about it this offseason was, can I get, like I don't have CJ2K, right?
Right.
I've got a watered down version of it.
Mhm.
Walmart CJ2K. Okay. You're
Yeah.
fast.
Temu
You're
CJ2K.
elusive.
A Temu. Wish.com.
Timu, wish.
Yeah.
Chris, the funniest part is I have a shirt. I have a cut off sleeveless shirt that is Alan Jackson in an inner tube with an acoustic guitar from his Chattahoochee,
I don't know why those details matter. Please continue.
He ordered something off Timu. They're the lights. His wife ordered the lights for their fence, and in the box was just this random shirt. That's how Chinese manufacturing packing facilities work.
That's what we call a freebie.
So I build computers as a hobby,
Yeah.
right? So I order a lot of parts from China, and the boxes with the English translations are some of the funniest things I have ever read. They're all awful. They're marvelous. It's how I built Mario's computer. But a box
I
that
wonder why I'm getting tracked.
So the funny thing is, he brings me this shirt, and I still wear it around. Like it's a cut off, skin tight Alan Jackson cut off shirt. Now,
this is tragic, Drew. I know you find this entertaining. This is a little
Timu
tragic.
wish that's the problem. You're getting also rans. They get a bunch of extra junk thrown in. We don't want that or need that, correct?
Nope.
Okay. So what's the answer? What do you do? How do you address this, Paul? If you're the GM of the Buffalo Bills, I don't want a bunch of extra junk thrown into my package when I get this guy. I need a guy. Is this kind of the range where the Bills could address this?
No, I think it's probably this is a fourth roundish. This is a fourth round
Okay.
problem. But the difference is at some point at the running back position, a team is going to take a chance on the potential
Yes.
more than what the draft stock actually should be, right? So Garendo is a player who has the ability to go 20 spots before he should, right? Because the tape isn't amazing, right? But the athletic profile is unmatched. And you just hope that with the right coaching and with consistent execution, you can give him something that he can do really, really well and just let him go. That's it. Just get him something to do really well. He's a plus. He's got plus hands out of the backfield. He can square up on a blitzer. Like he steps in as a third down back for you in that Latavius Murray type role. But the problem is the tape tells you that you can't give him the ball in first and second down right now.
So just to get everybody caught up, if you're again watching the draft and expecting draft talk, we're getting into
more
kind
trades.
Of what do the Bills want? So there's been a run on linemen and specifically front seven personnel on both sides of the ball. So there's been some tackles off the board, some guards off the board, a couple of linebackers off the board.
Centers
In
are
terms
still
of
holding
in
strong.
terms of Bills' needs at this point, there's been one wide receiver taken. This Malachi Corley went to the Jets. Corner Andrew Phillips from Kentucky went to the Giants. Other than that, it's been Trey Benson at running back. Everyone else has been linebacker, guard, tackle. So at this point, there's a significant run. The Houston Texans just traded up with the Eagles, who were very aggressive early in this draft, trading up. So this is maybe an opportunity to recoup some late round picks. Haven't seen the compensation yet. But again, worth noting that Houston did come up for this pick. So when we see the trade, the Colts also just came up to 79 behind 78. So there's movement. So the terms here, Houston was picking 86. Okay, so they came up to 78, which is an 8-slot movement. So just for reference, that would put the Bills at pick 87 instead of pick 95. It cost them 123 in order to come from 86 to
That's
78.
still pretty steep.
Yeah, so that's still
That's
in
still
that
pretty
top
steep.
end of the fourth round type of compensation. So they've traded up. Delmar Glaze just went off the board to the Raiders, which was the reach of the draft thus far. It was approximately 100 picks.
Wait, the Raiders reaching for something? No.
Yeah, some things don't change. You can,
At
you can change
77th
the-
overall, PFF have Delmar Glaze ranked as the 257th player to the point where he doesn't even have a scouting report.
You can change owners. You can change GMs.
You can change cities. You can change stadiums.
You can't change the Raiders
No.
reaching for nonsense.
Yeah, so it's more so like the
Poor
you know,
JPJ.
you root for the jersey, not the player. So Arizona, Indianapolis traded up for Arizona, and they moved up 3 slots from 82 to 79, and Indy gave up 191, which is a 6th
That's
round
better.
pick in order
That's
to move
better.
up 3 slots
Yeah.
to take the person that they're targeting. So trades are a little volatile, I guess, depending on maybe what they're willing to do. Not sure why they're showing Spencer Rattler on the
That's a guard right
process here. I
there.
doubt.
That's a 5th round guard right there.
When oh God, his RAS score.
No, I'm,
Woof.
no, I'm just looking. I was looking at his
Buzz your girlfriend.
6'4", 315. That's a guard, 100%.
Yeah, it's a guard.
So, here's a question. You're talking about the reach of the draft. You're talking about but you're getting into that range where now what we just talked about it. What you might consider a reach is a player that they liked and they knew they probably wouldn't get another shot at. So they decided to take this guy. Now, maybe that's because they think more tackles are going to go because there's been a run, like you just said, on tackles. Interior offensive linemen have not been coming off the board. And so we've reached a place where Cedric Van Prawn, I don't even know how do you say this? How do you say Cedric Van Prawn Granger? That's way too much for a last name. You can't have a space.
VPG.
Well, that's it. I'm just going to call him VPG. So VPG is still out there on the board, and he was highly ranked. He was one of the top center prospects in the entire draft. I like the fact that Hunter Norzad's still out there.
So another pick that doesn't hurt Buffalo. Kalen Bullock comes off the board with that Houston trade.
Yep.
Probably the last day 1/2 safety that's left on the board.
I think
so it
that's
makes
fair
sense
to
that
say.
they
I
make
think
a
that's
move
fair
up
to
for
say.
that. So we'll see what Indy decided to trade up for. Reminder, they already took a wide receiver. So I'm going to guess not a wide receiver. There are some
Where did they come
interesting-
up from though?
82. So they can have 3 slots.
All
So
right. So they thought Cincy or Seattle was thinking about somebody.
yeah, I mean, an interesting name based on need.
An edge.
Jatavian Sanders, tight end from Texas, is
Okay.
on the board. Probably a little bit longer than some folks thought he might last. And you could argue that maybe that's the last piece of their offensive puzzle that they're missing is a legitimate tight end. I think their tight end right now is it still Mo Alley Cox is still the tight end there. So when Mo Alley Cox is your tight end one, you don't have a tight end.
No,
One-
that's a
one could say.
fact. That is a fact.
As
So-
someone who's owned him in fantasy,
So we're
yes.
so we're starting to see woof. So we're starting to see some movement here, and I think that's key because we've talked since last night about the Bills having the ammunition to either move up in 3
Yeah.
or just straight trade into 3
Yeah.
if they decide.
Well, I
to.
think
The
you're probably
asking
getting
price
into
gets
the
right.
zone where that's being realistic. And now that you're starting to see what the cost is, like the fact of the matter is that the Raiders traded up and gave up a fourth. Is that what they gave up? They gave
Yes.
up a fourth
120 something.
to go
Houston,
get.
Houston, yeah.
Houston.
Houston
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still a little steep, right? To give up a fourth.
But they gave up 8 picks, right?
yeah,
So
that's what I mean. For
yeah.
Buffalo to jump in here is almost unreasonable.
So Goncalves is off the board. So one of the better tackles in this draft goes to Indianapolis. He was one that kind of slid a little bit unexpectedly. Questions as to what position is he? Is Goncalves a tackle? Is he a guard? He's one of those guys. That
He was a captain.
Guys, I'm telling you, you keep laughing at me, but being a team captain matters.
You don't have to. It just like automatically tells you that these guys are self-motivated.
Right. I think that's the idea.
That's the huge.
right.
That's the huge part.
Have we done Senior Bowl recons? I didn't pull up the Senior Bowl rosters to look to see who's still on the board that was a Senior
Who's
Bowl
still on the board because
participant.
Cole
Chris, wanna
Bishop.
give that a Google
Cole
and throw it
Bishop.
up there on the board?
Let's see.
See, this is why you got to get yourself a Jamie Vernon like I have.
Yeah, I know. This is nice.
I just ask Chris to Google things, and he puts it up there on the monitor, and I get to just
Entertain me, puppet.
Well, no, but it's like, hey, you're behind the computer.
Yeah.
You're faster than me. I'm drinking behind a microphone.
So the
find me some
Bengals
information.
at 80, they're gonna go out and get a weapon as they potentially lose T. Higgins. They go up wide receiver Jermaine Burton.
Yeah.
Damn.
Alabama is going
Yeah.
to
But-
to them here.
But that's one of those things that we talked about yesterday with San Francisco. The fact that they already made the pick, does that lessen the value of
Okay.
Ayuk and
All right, there's
Samuel?
the,
So elite trader.
yeah, the American.
Does this
Thank you.
lessen the T. Higgins value of, all right, hey, you already got your receiver. I don't need to take him off your hands now. You already got your receiver. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's going to be interesting to see
Great,
how
thank you.
that manifests. Who do you have there that you were looking at?
I just want to see what
Running
running backs were. I attended the Senior Bowl.
So Cody Schrader, Ray Davis. Okay.
Yep. So the
Oh,
Bengals.
Monty Bailey.
the
Okay,
Bengals.
cool.
So they're gonna run. Well, they did lose. So the Bengals did lose Taj Boyd, right? So he's
Yes.
gone.
Yep.
So they did need a third wide receiver,
Right.
for at least this season, potentially into wide receiver 2 next year.
Right.
It's
well,
nice
I mean,
They're
draft.
going to have to pay. They just picked up Jamar Chase's 5th-year option,
Yeah.
and
T. Higgins is already.
T. Higgins is gone.
Yeah.
Right?
he's-
Like
he
T.
wants
Higgins is
out.
going to be gone because there's not a world that I can envision Jamar Chase playing on the 5th-year option.
And
Like,
when
they're
in
going
doubt,
to-
draft a wide
And
receiver
I
from
think the
Alabama.
broadcast
Question
they
comes-
immediately cut to Nick Saban
And I think the
talking
question,
about Burton.
the question about the wide receivers is if you've got Jefferson and Chase both need new contracts. I think the argument can be made that you make all the time with quarterbacks, right? Like you want to be the first one to sign. So
Yes.
so Cincinnati's and Minnesota are in a race to sign their wide receiver first because whoever signs their wide receiver
And
first,
Jefferson's going to get a
is-
$200 million deal. Guys.
Yeah.
It's going to be 6 years,
and
$200 million.
Whoever
There's
signs
just
first
anything
is
less
going
than
to
that
get
is-
less.
Yeah.
Right. Like
Well, that's what I mean. You project AJ Brown's deal out as 3
Yeah.
years, $98 million or something like that. Jefferson will
extension,
get
right.
6 for 200.
Right.
Like it's
which means Jamar Chase is going to get 6
For
for
210.
210.
Yeah.
right?
yeah, that's how that goes.
Or 209.1.
Right. Yeah, that's how that's going to go.
So that's hard
right.
because I wouldn't want any part of that.
Well, look at the money you're paying a wide receiver plus the QB, right? Like if you're Minnesota, you can get away with it because there's no quarterback that you're paying, right?
Mhm.
But if you're Cincinnati, paying Jamar Chase that much money is just not
No.
feasible.
No, it's not.
Like,
And you
can't
gotta
do
love
it.
the heat that Detroit put on Minnesota, like within the division, at least by signing Amon-Ra St. Brown to that deal
Well,
for the
I guess-
guaranteed amount that
I
he
guess
had.
this
You know
is
what I
the
mean?
thing. If you were serious about keeping your players, right? I always say this: if you're serious about keeping them, it's why the CeeDee Lamb thing in Dallas is so funny.
Mhm.
When you talk about being all in on something, if you care about your player and you want him to be your guy, then you should run to him with a contract. Because if he has any corollaries at the same position who are also due for contracts, and they get to sign first, all it does is cost you more money.
How's Allen's deal look now that they ran first and got
Right.
his
That's
done? Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, but you knew that was going to happen,
Yeah.
right? Like you knew that was going to happen. But there's no promise that they won't re-up that deal, add
Sure.
money, right? They could add money at any time.
Patrick
Adding money
Mahomes,
is easy.
there was rumblings that Mahomes was like, after he won his second Super Bowl, he goes, all right, now
At some
I've done
point,
right,
at
right?
some
Like, I've done
point,
right.
it's so much money.
You've gotta
doesn't
pay me.
matter.
you've got to pay me. I want to be known as the highest paid quarterback in football.
But that stuff only lasts for 5 minutes.
Yep.
Like
So
And then all
so
of a sudden-
here's so Ryan Talbot does obviously does a great job on Twitter. So he's kind of breaking down pick 95. He gives us the information that we're kind of looking for. Guys that the Bills might be interested in: Peyton Wilson, linebacker, still on the board.
yeah.
Wide receiver
Right,
Jalen
right, I tell you.
McMillan.
What'd I tell you?
Wide receiver Jalen McMillan. He did have a private workout with Buffalo. Edge Jalix Hunt, who they met with at the combine. Wide receiver Troy Franklin, who was a top 30
Yeah.
visit, private workout, combine meetings. Edge Adisa Isaac. The Bills met with him after his pro day at Penn State. Wide receiver Devontae Walker, who Drew talked about a little earlier, a lot of contact with the Bills there. Roman Wilson, wide receiver from
Really like Roman
Michigan,
Wilson.
Zoom meetings with the Bills throughout this entire process. And running back Jalen Wright. The Bills have shown interest in the Tennessee back and have talked behind the scenes about him quite a bit. So those, as we approach,
I don't know.
again, there's a lot of names out there that the Bills could be interested in, a lot of reasons that they could be, a lot of reasons they could be. One thing about Franklin, Matt Miller tweets out, personally, I had Franklin ranked in round 3, which is a little surprising because that's not where the consensus seemed to had him. He said, I am a bit of surprised he's still on the board at this point, though, but he does have a slender frame, narrow lower body, tight hips were a concern. He's a one-trick receiver, even if that one trick is really good, and that's his speed.
Sure, your coach is eating a cream pie like Mark Smith.
I like how they're all eating Little Debbie's snacks and trying to act like they enjoy it.
It's easy to like, isn't it?
Yeah, I know.
So the Cardinals take a tight end off the board, Tip Ryman from Illinois. So another guy that Bills fans don't care about comes off the board to Arizona at 82. 81. Trying to go back. I didn't see who they took at 81. The Seattle Seahawks.
They just showed a stat.
It's right here. It'll be up in a second.
They just showed a stat though. The Seahawks have no playoff wins since the 2019 wild card.
Yeah.
That's a
And
thing.
Geno Smith's been your quarterback.
Well,
last
yeah.
2 years.
What are you? Well, no. The ghost of Russell Wilson was your quarterback for a long time. The artist formerly known as Russell Wilson.
This
Tyler
guy,
Lockett.
Jalen Wright, has 370 touches in college combined.
Sounds like James Cook had fewer. Than that,
Yeah.
and they still took
Boasts top tier pass blocking ability, giving him 3-down potential.
Jalen
Wright.
Wright. Yeah.
21 years old, 5'10", 5'11", 210.
Okay,
So
so
are we
another
warming
guard
up
comes
the
off
idea
the
that
board
running
for
back could be
Seattle.
the pick here?
I feel like it almost has to be.
Could running back, if you're the Bills or any NFL organization, the way that it works, if you don't want to pay running backs, they don't.
Draft them
They draft them. But do you not want to tip your hand and try to draft a guy that's similar to the guy that you have, so that you don't have to change your offensive philosophy when they come in?
Yeah, no.
Cameron in the chat likes, I hope it's Blake Corum.
I didn't see Corum as a fit,
He's
but
tiny, and I don't like his size. I just don't like his size.
I don't like the cut of his jib.
What?
I don't like small running backs. Not
Well,
for this role.
well, the thing
Don't
about
do it.
the thing about Wright is that he's the youngest of the guys that are left. I think he's 21.
right. And Blake
So-
Corum's 24.
Yeah.
Or it's 20, almost 24. Like, and again, like I'm telling you, that
But if you don't
matters to
care,
this
but it
Bills.
matters.
It
If you-
matters to this
Well,
Bills.
what I'm
Hey,
saying is, though, I think it matters at certain
How about the
positions, though, Paul.
Browns?
If you're
Yeah.
going to recycle running back positions, you don't care if they're 24. You're getting rid of them at 28 anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, when you have a running back that's 24 coming out of college, how many more years of play has he had that wasn't at the primary university that he was at? You know what I mean?
Very true. And that's where we come in with the 2,500 rule. I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
it's
That's
huge.
right.
It Okay, so there was a game where the Browns. I'm having trouble remembering this guy, and maybe you guys in the chat can help me out. The Browns spent a first-round draft pick on the oldest quarterback to be drafted in the first round.
Brandon Weed.
Brandon
Brandon
Weeden.
Weeden, yeah.
And there was a Thursday night football game that I'll never forget. It started out as
271.
Brian Hoyer against EJ Manuel, and ended up being Jeff Toole against Brandon Weeden.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they won the game. They won the game.
Oh, it was fun covering that game.
No, I remember I was living in a 700 square foot apartment, and I threw a party. There was 8 people. I kicked them all out of my apartment. I sat alone with a cookie cake, shirtless on the couch. And
So
just
This is
wallowed.
like a very White Goodman sort of ending to this story.
So there goes one of the options for the Bills. So Blake Corum comes off the board. He's
There you go.
going to the Rams.
Okay.
with-
And that's
with
fine
pick
for
number
them.
83.
I mean, they
fine.
they
But
got
the
rid
idea
of
is
Cam
they're
Akers.
old.
They
They've
got
got
yeah.
Kyron Williams.
I really like
but
Kyler
where
Williams.
I kind of went with this is it just reminded me of it.
Yeah,
Old.
get to the point.
Old sucks. Old sucks and nobody wants it. And when you
Mhm.
get it in the NFL, when's it worked?
Well,
Tell me a time when you drafted an old player.
hey, you be careful. Chris Winkie was badass.
Chris Winkie.
Well, and I think part of that too is that in all of these positions, other than running back, you're looking at second contract, right? And 24 is
Yes.
too old to
That's
give a
what
second
Mario's point.
contract
Yeah,
to, right.
that's what
So-
Mario's
trying to
point
build a
is, though. If you're not
cash
worried about a
flow,
second
can't
contract, then what do you care what the age of the player is?
Right.
You know, and that's a fair point to make.
I'm with you.
It's a very fair point to make.
By the way, just obviously, you draft a 6'5", 270-pound tight end. Arizona's having a really nice draft, guys.
I know.
mean,
That's why.
this is-
That's
this
why I
is-
I know,
said.
but I looked at it again after you said it. I'm
Yeah.
like, hell
This is the
ooh.
first. This is the
Okay.
first pick that leaves me questioning though, because they've got Trey McBride,
Mhm.
right? So do you need another tight end in the third, or are there other needs you maybe could have filled if you're a
Well,
if you're
also,
a basement type team? I mean, they had the
maybe-
4th pick in this draft, so
Yeah.
they're not a good football team by any stretch of the imagination.
But
And
he's
Trey McBride,
271, so
Yeah.
you want a guy out there that he's probably a throwback.
There we go.
so Tip Ryan, woo.
Tip Ryman 9.92 RAS score.
4'6" at 270.
I think
What?
when you look at it though, right?
That
They
should
don't
be
have a lot
illegal.
of wide receiver weapons.
Yeah.
So why not just go with the easiest thing, which
Sure.
is to
Double
shake
tight
the
ends.
tight end. Yeah, to shake the tight end free up.
Jeez.
Now, I
And
will
that plays well into Kyler's game.
Yeah, because he's
Kyler's
so
gonna be a
impatient.
moving type
He's
of
so
quarterback,
impatient.
yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So
pretty much everyone there at the top of the market's still there.
So that leaves. So the Rams
JJ
again
obviously
are on the
broke
clock.
it.
They just
Still
took
Big
Blake
Ten.
Corum. So Pittsburgh's
Still
on
Big
the
Ten.
clock.
That's all I
Pittsburgh's gone.
Wisconsin, Ohio
Pitt-
State.
Pittsburgh's gone. Interior offensive line with their first 2 picks. They probably still need wide receiver help.
Yeah.
I think at this point. And then obviously defense is always something that Pittsburgh
Yeah,
has an appetite for.
to
But
me-
I don't know if they have a need on defense at this
I think they
point.
probably could still use a corner, but I mean that's a 5th round problem.
Sure.
Like
Sure.
they throw the resource at it later. No, I agree with you. Wide receiver makes a lot of sense.
Or they
And
bring
Troy
back
Franklin
Levi
makes.
Wallace.
Be careful. Be careful.
Ruh-roh.
Talking about roll tide, baby. Roll tide.
I ran into
So they
Levi
gotta go
Wallace
with
at the
a
airport.
perimeter
and
Yeah, I remember.
I had to not geek
Yeah,
out.
you had to get his luggage for him out of the overhead compartment because he couldn't reach it.
It's not his fault, guys.
Short arms or short body.
A little bit of both, but it's all right. We're not going to besmirch the man.
Yeah,
He's
no.
worth more money than me. I can't.
That's
say.
true.
Realistically, the thing I was just showing Mario is that now the Steelers are on a threat to take this, but there are still a lot of great center prospects out there, and if that's
Yes.
what you want to do,
Yeah.
you can.
Stop trying to make a center happen. They
Is,
have
is,
Connor
that
McGovern.
it? Is it
They have
fetch?
Connor McGovern.
Is the center fetch now?
Yeah, they have Connor McGovern.
Stop trying to make it happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, here's the thing about it, Drew, is the fact that
They didn't pick up this extra 3rd round pick and
For
trading
nothing.
back to take a center.
here's the
Knock it
thing.
off.
Here's the thing, Drew.
Ah, damn it. Pittsburgh goes Roman Wilson.
Yeah. No, wide receiver.
Ah, that one rips my heart right out. Roman Wilson's one.
All
That's
those guys will still be there for
you want to talk about a
That's
prototypical
That's funny,
Steelers
though.
draft pick?
Yeah.
Roman Wilson is 100% a prototypical Steelers
Yep.
draft pick at that wide receiver position.
Yep. Loves to pass block.
How dare he
Or
take?
loves to run block.
Loves to run block.
How dare he?
You know what I do love is that the 85th pick is coming up. The Browns are on the clock, and then you get the Miami forfeited pick in the 3rd round because remember they lost a pick. Just makes the soul happy. But we're in Buffalo trade up territory here.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So you got Cleveland on the clock now. Miami forfeited. The Eagles have traded down a bit, so I doubt they're willing to do it again. Dallas, Green Bay, Tampa, Arizona, Green Bay, Tampa again, Baltimore, San Francisco, all in front of
Only
Buffalo.
one AFC team ahead of you
No.
until that pick.
Here,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Tampa's like a really good team because they go pick, open, pick.
Richard. What?
nothing. Go. Keep talking.
What the heck?
He whacked his knee on the table.
Keep
Oh,
talking.
geez.
All right. But Tampa's a great
He's a
target
big dumb
for you
animal,
to
isn't
trade
he,
up
folks?
Yeah.
because Tampa's sitting at 89 and 92, and I don't think they'd be afraid of that, right?
No, I don't think so.
He's so pretty.
Now, Buffalo did have the 91st pick, which is now Green Bay's, but that's why Buffalo grabbing the 95th pick, getting him back in this round, really, really, really big thing for them. But if you're Buffalo and you're going to trade up, have you met enough needs to get away from need at this point?
I don't think so. And I think you're, again, like here I am talking about centers, but centers not a need. That's the thing that's a luxury pick or a pick you can address in a later round, to Mario's point.
Mm-hmm.
You still have this need at wide receiver. You still have a need at edge, but as you've pointed out, that's almost, you might as well light it on fire then
Yeah,
if that's what
that's
you're going
right.
to do with it at this point.
Yeah. Oh, that's so
Nice
cute.
It's a
Aw,
nice pick,
that's so
guys.
cute.
Guys, he literally just handed
That's the
me
most adorable nice pack.
like
nice
a
pack ever.
fox face ice pack for my kneecap, which, guys, I just want you to see it. Like, there it is. Smile.
That's why he's the best producer in the business.
That's why
That's
he's
it.
no.
100%.
Chris literally does paper over most of my garbage. He makes most of my garbage seem like it never happened. So with that in mind, I just think you're no, to your point. This is where you right now, the way the board's falling and the way that there's just too much there at wide receiver. You have to look at it.
Well, and Troy Franklin continues to fall, right? So what is it about him that causes that to happen? Like, I know Troy Franklin was somebody
Well-
that was mocked to Buffalo, but I mean, mocks are mocks. Anybody
First,
can do
right?
them.
Like,
yeah.
I'll tell you why. The same thing that everyone talked about Xavier Worthy being, oh my God, he could be a player taken in the teens, and then he falls to the late 20s where Buffalo
I mean,
trades
I
back.
think there's a big difference though between getting mocked at 28 and being available at 95.
Well, here's the thing.
Right.
They have this similar style thing where everyone's like, well, they can do a lot of things, but they're small, they're slight, they don't handle contact well. Okay, so now you're a slower version of that guy.
Mhm.
GMs are probably looking at that going, well, if I want guys that I'm going to draft, if you're not explosive the way Worthy is,
Mhm.
then what do you do that's special? You run okay routes and you get open in a system that's designed to scheme you open.
Mhm.
What happens in the NFL when you at 6'2", 170 go up against NFL cornerbacks?
Mhm.
I don't know what you are now. And maybe your value is muted because of that.
So here's an idea. There's a lot of wide receivers, obviously, still on the board. 14 teams, including the Buffalo Bills, have already taken one. With their so subtract that out of there. You got 18 teams left. How many of those 18 teams that are left actually have a need at wide receiver? So this could be the reason why some of these guys are falling the way they are, is because there's such a huge volume of wide receivers left that hey, we'll just wait. Let's get a
And
couple
nobody's
of these other
taken
guys.
two yet.
Nobody's
Right.
taken
No.
two.
No. So, question in the chat from Corey. And first up, I want to thank John for mentioning that Franklin was mocked to Buffalo at the early part of the draft season. So Corey says, how many spots can we move up with our best 5th round pick? Is it time to go get our new favorite player? Right?
Yeah, so
So-
with the top 5th round pick that the Bills have, which is 141, 95 and 141 probably gets you anywhere you want to go
Now.
No.
So they could come up at any point now. Now again, at a certain point that becomes an overpay, right? Because you're
Yeah.
not far off at 144.
But you've got
with
so
your
many
second.
picks. Does it matter?
No.
Right?
I don't care about overpaying.
Well, no, but I mean, again, it doesn't mean that you go 141, right? Like, if
Yeah.
you're going to come up 4 slots, 141 is probably off the table. Now it's like, well, we'll give you 144 instead. And then when you get into the realm of like 160 gets you where you want to go, you're at 163, right? So
Right.
you're going to try to bargain as much as it's like, I don't really want care about 141 versus 144. It doesn't mean you automatically give up 141,
Right.
Like, that's negotiation 101. So,
Right.
Yes, but also at the same time, that's like talking about with the wealth of picks we have late in the draft. That's the difference between talking to, like, just to make a joke here, that's like talking to Chris or talking to me about what we care about, what we spend on something.
Well, I think there's also a point where you have an embarrassment of riches, and when somebody calls you in the
Yeah.
5th round, you're like, just
I
give me
don't
the
care.
fifth, just give me your 5th
I'll
next year.
burn one of these. I
Yeah,
don't-
you're
I don't-
you're just
it
like, just give me your
means
5th
nothing
next
to
year.
me.
So just for context, so the Eagles just traded out of
Okay.
86. The 49ers came
trades are
in.
And the 49ers were right in front of Buffalo.
So 49ers give up 94 and 132,
That's still rich.
so it's still about 7 picks or 9 picks higher than what Buffalo has in their 5th round
So
cash. So
So I wonder who they were afraid of.
Philly got this 86 pick from Houston when they traded back from 78.
Yeah.
So now they're trading back again because again they're not interested there, and then the 49ers decide to come up and take that pick. So
I want to point out Zach Zinter, the guard from Michigan, is going at 85.
okay.
That's what puts San Francisco
so
on the clock.
Cleveland takes
Zinter.
Zinter,
Yeah.
which we talked with Spencer German last night. He was mentioning that they needed some help along the offensive line and look for that tonight. So
Was there another Zinter that played?
No.
That
I don't know, but having double Z's as initials is weird. ZZ.
You want to take that up with his parents, Drew?
Kind of. I kind of do. It's almost like when you name your kids something where the last syllable like flows into the first syllable of the last name.
Like Tom, T-H-O-M.
T-H-O-M. No. So if you were to say like
I was
there was a play.
specifically talking
I know.
about your child.
Yeah, you're an idiot because you don't know how to pronounce it. It's Thomas, and he calls him Tom with an H, like T-H-O-M, and he won't spell it any other way. So it's like there was a Matt Zuccarello was a player, but it was M-A-T-T-S Zuccarello, and it was so 1T. But so when you combine those two syllables and put them together, Matt Zuccarello. Well, is it Matt's or was it Matt Zuccarello? I don't know. I can't tell the way you're saying it. Don't do that.
I always get confused when for F's sake. I never know if there's an S on the F word or it's
See?
the sake.
Yeah, like weird.
You put an extra one on there? I'm
Why
not
is there
sure.
an extra syllable in here? I digress.
How many do you give is the question.
San Francisco on the clock, trading with them. Now,
They're going tackle.
so again, tackle run.
That's what I mean, right? It's everything's been offensive line. So you almost have to wonder if Buffalo was targeting a tackle, they'd have to move, right? I think they would have moved already.
Yes.
They would
So
have
they're
taken
going-
a couple
well,
of
they're
the
going
5th round
guard,
picks.
right. They're going
So
guard.
maybe that also speaks to the
Right,
fact
yeah.
that they don't believe that there was one they were going to either trust or be able to get reasonably who could project to replace Spencer Brown.
Well, because you're
Fif-
not
15 tackles taken.
Well,
That's the 15th
the other
one.
thing to keep in mind too.
But
is
again,
that
a lot of those get projected down to guard, like Ryan was
True.
just
the
saying.
other thing at
Very
this
true.
point is if you're the Bills in round 3, and a lot of teams in round 3, you're looking for guys that are going to start, right? You're not looking for competition for
Yeah.
Osiris Torrance or insert whoever Edwards. You're not looking for competition because
Right.
you have needs that you need to fill
Right.
at starting positions. You need to get a running back. You need to get another wide receiver.
Mhm.
You need to go out and get probably a corner, guys that are going to not just compete for snaps,
Right.
but
And
they're
you
going to
still do-
compete for snap share.
Well, and
right?
let's not forget, you still do need some help at linebacker depth, right?
Yeah,
you
absolutely,
still
yeah.
you still do, and Buffalo has been
outside
smart,
specifically.
right?
Yeah.
And Buffalo has been smart there, but you make a free agent signing, and then you're like, well, hold on, is Buffalo going to run a 3 linebacker set? Because, like, who's the linebacker that the Bills signed right when free agency
Morrow?
started?
Morrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And from a profile
200 tackles
standpoint,
over the last 2 seasons.
that's what I mean. But
Yeah.
from a profile standpoint, doesn't exactly fit what you were doing.
Sure.
Right?
You guys all just missed something hilarious that happened on TV. Jerry Jones was in the war room
In his
This-
lair.
this lair of a draft room, and he had the phone in his hand, and one of his handlers was like almost like she was trying to hang it up for him, and he was like, "No, let me talk," and like went to go get it back, and then the camera cut away. I want to see just an extended shot of. I could watch that war room all night long.
That'd be funny.
Show me what Jerry Jones looks like when left to his own devices, and he forgets people are watching.
Mike McCarthy has to be just the most miserable person for the
Well,
life that he's
look
chosen
at the
for
way he's
himself.
lost all these playoff games. I'll tell you, he probably is just happy to still have a job.
Aren't we there?
Paul,
Like, aren't we there with McDermott then at this point? Like, I don't want to go there, but
Well,
like,
that's
it's
a whole other
Mike
podcast. You and me-
McCarthy, he's
hey,
lost all these
we could
playoff
do
games.
After
Like, what?
Dark.
Hold
We
on
could do-
a
Chris,
minute.
Chris, we could go
Difference is
live
McCarthy's got a
on
ring.
Rock Power Report.
So it gets you a
We
little
wouldn't
bit
want-
more slack than
We wouldn't want to besmirch the hashtag brand with this kind of talk. So what we would do is we'd go live on Rock Power Report, and we could do a whole podcast about the future of Sean McDermott.
we've complained about him quite a bit.
Yeah, the chat Garno Frack says Jerry Jones' secret volcano lair. It's got to be in a volcano.
He has sharks with lasers on their
Lasers on their heads.
so the Cowboys were the Cowboys take a linebacker off the board, Maris Liufu from Notre Dame. So, again, if you're talking linebacker,
Sure.
maybe that's the guy that
Who'd they
maybe
draft?
that's a guy
Lene
Buffalo's
Kakua?
looking at.
So I want to point out that we're in a really weird spot because like PFF has a draft like tracker that they put up.
Yep.
And for the last 6 picks, it's either been Troy Franklin, Peyton Wilson, or TJ Tampa to every team as this is the next player that should be drafted. And it's been like that for multiple picks across the 3rd round that those were the players that were coming up.
So maybe got hacked, failed.
No, I mean PFF's grades on them are clearly just higher than, higher than what their actual value is.
You know
Well,
what?
and
But
that's
I wanna
where
hark-
you get away, because here's the thing. All of the people, I was thinking about this today as I was, working and kind of walking around the house and doing things. I go, what's hilarious about this draft process is every year we get so wrapped up in perceived value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then at the end of the day, a bunch of guys who do a job that none of us could do. None of us. I couldn't put you or you or you or me or any collection of us into an NFL front office and expect us to do a good job. But they're doing a job that so few people are qualified to do. And then they make decisions that everyone goes, "Whoa, that's wild," because some analytics guy on the internet told me that that's not a good pick. Guess what? That guy has never had to have the pressure of knowing that, like, hey, jobs ride on my decision. My job rides on this pick.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it changes things. When all you look at is numbers and analytics, your draft takes and your rankings and all of your formulaic stuff changes when your job doesn't depend on you getting it right.
Oh yeah.
Just as I thought.
Just as I thought. Oh my God.
He didn't.
Chris, I love you. Chris, I love you and I hate you.
He had that in the holster the whole
Legit.
night.
No, because
Well-
he's the king of the one-liner.
And now here's where the problem starts because running backs are going to start coming off the board. Green Bay's going to take Marshawn Lloyd from
Yep.
USC. Tampa is up next and 100% could use a running back.
Sure, Keyshawn Vaughn's the only one on the roster.
That's
right
what
now,
I
right?
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what happened
Arizona,
to, what's his face?
Doug Martin?
Rashad White.
Rashad, I thought
2005
Rashad White's
called.
gone.
Like,
He's gone. I
Right,
thought.
yeah.
Where'd he go?
Wasn't he in? I forget where he went.
Hold on. We'll let the internet answer that.
If only there was a machine at our fingertips.
Chris,
that
Google.
could give us the answer.
Yeah, says the guy who literally asked me via message. He goes, I tell him, hey guys, they're
No,
traveling
still
into
on Tampa.
Is he?
they're traveling in to come to the studio to do the show tonight. And I say, hey, I was just driving around and there's a massive wreck on the 90, the 90 interstate. And he asked me, well, where is it? How is it going to impact my drive? As if he doesn't have a computer in his pocket with a GPS that
Well,
can actually in real time
and it's
tell
a-
him where
and
it
it's a-
is
and
and
it-
how to go.
Well, it's important to add context in your answer in that I don't know. I'm on the taking a shit like that. Like that's helpful in any way, shape, or form.
You shouldn't have to ask the question.
Well, you
You
said you
should
drove
go
by
in
the
your
accident.
phone and-
You said you drove by the accident.
I drove
Phone's not
by
gonna
a
tell me where
bridge
the
and
accident
saw
is.
the 90 at a standstill and said, well, I'm not getting on. I might as well just keep going. So I took surface streets, and even that took a half hour.
Yeah, seems like it took a long time.
So
You sound really passionate about this.
no, what I hate is that the talent over here.
The talent.
The talent is he's
The talent.
proclaiming himself.
You should say this into the microphone.
I say a lot of things. Most people don't need to hear them.
So the it looks like Tampa is going to take Tyke Smith, the safety from Georgia,
Okay.
bypassing the right to draft a running back. But Tampa does have another pick at 92. If you take a look at the other teams there, Baltimore probably isn't hunting for a running back. Green Bay probably not hunting for a running back. So, and the Eagles probably not hunting for a running back. So Buffalo's just got to get by Tampa again if running back is really who they're targeting. And if Wilson's their guy, I mean, I don't mind it, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think, again, it's speculation that running back is what they're looking at, but certainly.
With the ball security issues, Ryan, how could it not be, right?
Yeah, I just don't know if it's.
And
I don't know
But
if
this
it's
is
a
where they've
three.
addressed this need in the past.
Sure.
You know, and they've drafted 3 running backs in the 3rd or 2nd round the last 5 years.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
this is where they've done this damage. So how could we not assume it to be a running back here?
Good talk.
Marshawn.
Good job.
Marshawn. Yeah. Thanks,
That
guys.
is.
Thanks.
That's always good for a live stream. Here's a question.
Did we lag? I think we lagged.
Well, no, I just stopped talking.
You
for some
remind me
reason.
of Harry Carey sometimes.
Yes.
Hey!
Hey, guys.
Hey, guys. Hot dogs on
moon.
a stick. Huh?
The moon. Is it, if it was made of cheese, would you eat it?
I know I would.
I know I would. I wash it down with a cold Montucky. Here's a question. Tyke Smith was a question for me. Now I'm happy we drafted a safety. I thought we might wait a little bit longer. Tyke Smith with his size, was that a concern for you, Paul?
I mean,
I liked him, but I watched a lot of SEC football. But is a guy who's that size, that safety at the NFL level a concern?
yeah, I think with what Buffalo was really looking for, not with his profile, right? If they were looking for a guy down in the dirty stuff, he's not the right fit there.
No. They want a bigger, more physical profile.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if they got the speed?
I mean,
Oh,
so
sure.
Look at,
Yeah.
Right
But I
behind
mean,
you, Paul, turn to your right. Rest
Yeah. Height 1.38.
1.3. He's the shortest. He was the shortest safety in the class.
And it almost makes him impossible as a nickel corner, right? Like, because he's just
Yes.
almost too small to even play nickel.
Yes.
At 202, yeah, probably. Well, how big is Johnson?
Don't you dare speak his name in the same sentence as Tyke Smith.
I'm just wondering
man
what,
is royalty.
what his size was.
Guy's royalty.
Guy's royalty.
Hey, he's one of the highest paid defensive backs in the NFL.
He's untouchable.
Highest paid slot corner.
Highest
One of
paid
the highest.
defensive backs.
Wait, I have a machine to look this up. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to,
That's right.
to
You
upset
sure
you.
do.
That's a
Ryan,
weird.
sure
That's a
do.
weird pick by the Green Bay.
Ryan, I don't know if you know this, but there's a thing in your pocket that you can just pull out and ask all your questions to, and it'll answer it. You don't have to put it in a
You
group
also,
chat.
you also have that in Chris.
I know. I'm lucky enough that I have a guy, when I have a question, I ask it, and he just puts it on the TV.
So
Why don't you all
So
have
Paul,
this?
if you're Green Bay, I mean, what's the logic
smaller
in
than-
going running back there? Because you just signed Josh Jacobs to a big deal. You still got AJ Dillon on the books for another year.
Mhm.
Like, there's no pressing need for a running back at this point.
Yeah, well, we were just talking about that, right? Like Green Bay probably wasn't going to go there, but I suppose, you know, you look at what Green Bay has done in the past, and Green Bay has prioritized the running back position, right?
Mhm.
You had AJ Dillon, you had Aaron Jones. Green Bay has put resources into the running back position in the past. So I guess it does make sense for them to take it in as a need from their perspective. I don't really agree
What, a
with
running
it.
back, you're saying?
Yeah,
No, they took running back?
yeah.
Oh, I thought they were going to take a corner and give him to us in 4 years.
Well, the thing though is that like you look what they did when they had Aaron Jones,
Yeah.
and then
Yes.
they doubled down with the AJ
AJ Dillon, yeah.
AJ Dillon had a very specific job for that team, which is
Yep.
we want you to do the dirty work. You're going to be the pass protector. You're going to. it's almost the thing the Bills should be doing, which is like, hey, get a big physical dude who doesn't cost you anything.
Right.
And when the time comes and his contract's up, you just literally throw him out the door.
Well,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is,
Don't
we-
even entertain the idea of keeping him.
what you do
Just push him
offensively.
out and go find another 22-year-old who can do the same thing.
Who are you, Leonardo DiCaprio? Jesus.
Push them off.
Just find another one. No, but the point is, you don't want to tip, as far as from an offensive standpoint, you don't want to tip your hand with some of those things. You want to, if you have a running back and you want to bring in another one, you want to be able to run the same concepts so the defense doesn't have tendencies. If you bring in a running back that's just a ball, you're like, oh, they're passing. He's not getting the ball at all.
But I do disagree because I think they saw A.J. Dillon as more than that, right? I don't think they saw
About
him
that
as.
guy.
They
Yeah.
thought
Yeah.
A.J. Dillon was going to be more. And there were some games where he showed you he could be in limited. But then the thing was, you couldn't do it for 4 quarters.
No, you couldn't.
You couldn't do
He
a
was, he was
whole
too.
game
He was
of
too.
A.J.
He was
Dillon.
too limited in
Yes.
in what he brought to you.
And as soon as the other team figured out, like, oh, well, he's not going to beat us around the edge. All right, we're going to line up in between the tackles, creep our linebackers forward, keep an extra safety in the box. All
Right.
of a sudden, the big plays disappeared.
Yeah, sure do. That's
It's a
exactly
reason,
right.
It's a reason they lost a game in the snow, famously. The Green Bay Packers lose a game in the snow to the 49ers to go to the NFC Championship game. And I think the score was like 10 to, what was it, like 10 to 7?
Was that Rodgers' last game there?
I believe it might have been.
Okay, yeah, that was. No way, his last game was the one where he got there was a punt blocked, it got returned. I think it was.
Yes.
It might have been the Eagles. I'm not sure.
No. They never saw the Eagles. They
They
saw
never
the
did?
49ers at home, and they lost.
Yeah, they lost.
And
Oh wait,
that's-
hold on, Ryan. They don't go running back.
Who's that?
The Packers.
Tyron Hopper.
They go linebacker.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Well, they went
Wait,
linebacker
so
at
how many?
91.
Oh, piece of
Yeah.
candy.
They
Yeah.
had 91, and they also had
we gonna get you in a
86,
box?
88. 88
Oh.
was where they took the running back.
Oh yeah, Marshawn Lloyd.
Yeah.
So now, how many linebackers have the Green Bay Packers taken?
2.
2.
Makes
Yeah.
2 linebackers. off
Two
the board
and-
for them, yeah.
Okay.
So Bucks are on the clock. This was formerly Detroit's pick, and then Baltimore, the Eagles, and then Buffalo.
Okay.
Wide receiver is listed as a need for every team except Tampa.
Let's go
according to
around the
PFF.
room. Who? If you had to make one pick right now, make a wish. What do you got?
Make a wish or make a pick.
What do you want the Buffalo
I
Bills
knew
to
that was
do
coming.
right now with this last pick?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver what? Who's the
He's not
who's
getting
the
off
guy
that
you
train.
He's
like?
not getting off of it.
I'm not getting off the train.
so who?
I refuse to get off the train.
Who's the guy that you want?
I've been
at that
silently
pick?
on the train for wide receiver because I think that's the biggest need at this point in the draft.
In-
I mean, if it's like pick a wide receiver, probably not Troy Franklin, just because
Clearly,
I think
something's
there's
up.
concerns,
Something's
right?
up.
There's
Yeah.
some type of concern on him. I mean, the guys that are there, Malik Washington, Jamari Thrash, Jalen McMillan. Like, McMillan, same argument that you can make that we talked about a little earlier. Like, he was the third option in Washington, and he was still fairly productive. Malik Washington played in a pretty bad offense in Virginia. So I guess by process of elimination, that leads us to Jamari Thrash. Has the size, has the speed. He's not bigger than anybody. He's not faster than anybody, but he's kind of got like a good combo of the two. I guess that would probably be my choice here.
See,
if have to
I
pick
hear.
one.
I'm waiting for Drew to make his Javon Baker argument because this feels about right.
It feels like a setup.
This
It feels
feels
like a
about
setup.
right.
I want to hear it. Paul, what do you got?
Well, you guys know me, right? I'm going to tell you that I want a running back here just because the Bills, that's the history that they've had, right? Is to take a running back here. It's not if I were GM, I can't walk by Peyton Wilson anymore, right? Teams have walked by him plenty. At this point, I just can't imagine him to. I don't know why he's still there, right? So I would go Peyton Wilson. I understand it's linebacker, right? But this team has had linebacker depth problems for some time,
Mhm.
and
Not TJ Tampa?
the corner, no. I trust the Bills to use all 4 of those
Okay.
5th round picks to find me another corner, right? Yeah. So no, I'm probably taking Peyton Wilson. I just can't imagine walking by him one more time.
Mario, what do you got?
I wouldn't go specifics, but I wouldn't be mad at an interior defensive lineman. So I mean, we talked about the edge. Once you get out of the first round, it's just a graveyard. But I think they could find a guy because that's if there was another need that they have after getting a wide receiver and getting a safety.
So there's McMillan off the board to Tampa.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I would go try to get an interior defensive tackle.
All right.
Maybe a one tech somewhere.
See, McMillan was a good idea. Obviously, other people had it.
Is that the third wideout,
he's the third wideout in Washington. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
sir?
Pac-12 comes
Sir.
crazy with the offense, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they are.
So now what you're left with is Javon Baker.
See, there it is.
Yeah,
There it is,
what's
right?
left is
There it
Javon
is.
Baker, Devontae Walker.
It was
Now-
an ambush.
It was Tez Walker. Honestly, now I'm still sitting here looking at these center prospects and going, you still have. I know you.
That's DoorDash.
I know you think that they have, like, hey, you can
Yeah.
get these in the fourth round, but can you? Will they be there when you pick in the fourth round? Because I'll tell you what happened to the Bills.
Those might be compensatory picks now.
Well,
I'm thinking about it.
And I'm telling you what happened to the Bills the year they drafted Spencer Brown. In the post draft press conference, Brandon Beane was visibly annoyed that he did not get. Now he didn't have a fourth round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And he was visibly annoyed that the fourth round is where the run on D tackles happened, and there was nothing there to be had by the time they came to the table.
Okay.
So I'm sure he remembers that.
I don't think you can put a former draft on. I think you learn from it,
Yeah,
but
you
I don't
learn
think
from
you
You don't
hinge
put it
your
on it.
former
But what I'm
future
saying is,
drafts on that.
when you talk about how they feel about a position, right?
Oh, yeah, they
then
go
he
and get
goes,
it,
I came
though.
in here and I wanted to get this thing and I didn't get it and I felt like I needed it. We need interior defensive line, but right now, what's the value?
There's
left there?
there's one player from Oregon, and then after that, it's
Exactly.
a pretty big valley, and I wouldn't be interested in the player from Oregon.
So you
myself.
look at where the rest of the value they could get, and I look at the interior offensive line, and I go, there's guys who are here who could be starters this season for you. One of these guys might prove to be a better center than the guy you're planning on slotting in there. Now, the question is, do you want to risk passing now and watching that run at the top of the fourth round when all the centers start to come off the board, and by the time you get back to the board, it's gone.
So I look at the
It's
center.
not a reach if it matters to you.
I think the center
philosophically.
position is one where you don't need to rush to fill the position, right? Like you've already got a contingency plan in Connor McDermott. The fact is, if you're really settled there and he played center in college, right? I think you're probably fine.
Connor McDermott's your backup plan. I want to hear you say this.
No.
Connor McDermott's your-
No. If you're drafting a center in the third round and expecting him to start, then I think that's the problem.
He can challenge like Torrance did.
I think if you felt like you needed to take a center in the first 2 days of the draft, you would have looked to restructure a Mitch Morse rather than cut a Mitch Morse.
That's why
I think that
that's why
move
I'm
of Mitch
saying
All
Morse
right.
shows confidence in
All right.
McGovern being able to step in to that particular
Well-
role, and also shows confidence in Edwards to slot in and allow
Yeah.
Bates to leave.
Well, and let's not forget the other side of the ball, right? Because you have Adisa Isaac, who is from the edge defender from Penn State, probably the last. I'm not going to call him phenomenal talent, right? But I think he's got he could play for almost every NFL team, right? So he will contribute for you, but he's not fast. He's not strong. He's going to be fine. He's just going to be fine,
I
right?
just want a dude who's middle of the road.
That's
at
it.
everything.
Well, that's what I mean. He's going to be
Middle of the road at everything.
He's going to be
Paul,
just
is-
fine. That's it.
Mario, middle of the road everywhere. NFL players, those guys bounce around the league forever.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but they
Yeah.
stay in the league forever.
They stay in the league forever.
Yeah. Well, and I think
Explain Nathan Peterman.
I think
Explain
we've seen
Spencer Long.
I think we've
Remember him?
seen,
Yeah.
McDermott's love of the guy who just sets the edge, right? Like he does have a love for that player.
It's over now,
Russo-
though.
Well, no.
He doesn't love that anymore.
I would like to believe that, but you look at the roster, and I don't know if I can get behind
So
that.
there's
I am looking at the roster.
there's an archetype.
Yeah,
But-
Dookie.
Your two one techs are over 30.
Yeah.
That's why I said
At a
get a
certain
younger
point,
guy in there.
All right, so that's why you want to invest at D-Tac.
Yeah.
Ugh.
All right.
Adisa Isaac goes to the Ravens. So
Ah,
there goes that
there it is.
idea. There goes that good idea. So that puts the Eagles on the clock. Actually, they have already picked. They take Jalex
edge,
Hunt
yeah.
from
Another guy
Houston
that makes
Christian,
them potentially
another
NFL.
edge defender.
And so now the Buffalo Bills are
The
on
Bills
the
are
clock.
on the clock with
They
the
have
pick
their
that they got
pick
from Kansas
of
City.
Any of those guys you were talking about. Well,
Yep.
except for what, Isaac? You wanted Isaac?
If they take a cornerback
no,
right
I
now,
didn't.
who's going
I
to
didn't.
free?
No,
Hang on.
no. I
Ask-
said Peyton
hey,
Wilson.
hashtag nation, how many of you are going to lose your fucking minds? Sorry, I shouldn't say that so aggressive.
Well, when they draft a kicker,
When they draft a cornerback and they just take TJ Tampa.
Corner, I wouldn't be upset about.
And they
it.
just take TJ Tampa
Your-
because they're
Your
like, "You shouldn't be
cornerback
here."
one is 31 years old.
They
I'm
go,
not mad at
you
that.
Yeah.
shouldn't be here right
What
now,
you
and we're
said,
taking
I
you.
like where your head's at is the fact that they could scout late round corners and develop them. So one of the fifths, I'm fine with if they don't want to take one here, because we know they can't draft them in the first round.
well, and they've proven over time that those 5th round picks, they're going to throw picks like that's where you get a Jack Anderson, right? Jack Anderson was a 7th round pick, but if you look at what the Bills had done in the 5th round last year, that was Justin Shorter.
They need a
The 5th
quarterback.
round the year before that was Khalil Shakir. The 5th round before that was Tommy Doyle. Well, Jake Fromm. We don't have to talk about that, but outside of that,
His mom is
they've gotten players that have contributed for them, except for Justin Shorter, who
You
contributed
sounded
to the
like
IR.
Zach Wilson just now.
Hey, he's going to Denver. It's ski country. Cougars love ski country.
Somebody said that like
he's going to clean up out there.
Bo Nix and Zach Wilson in the same. They already have the hottest quarterback room in the league or something like that. I can't remember who posted that yesterday.
Who was it? JJ McCarthy that said he looks like the yard sale version of Zach Wilson.
That's so good.
I think it was JJ McCarthy.
He's the Dollar Tree version of Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I think so. I
Love
think
it.
that's what it is.
All right, so guys,
Bills are on the clock at 95. Ryan is
go.
feverishly scrolling Twitter.
He is
Feverishly.
He is.
I like how
refresh.
you're glued in.
Refresh.
You're not even talking.
Refresh.
You're just watching. Refresh. Like, what's happening?
He's like, Talbot, hit me with something.
Why don't you tell me what you want?
I already said. It's a
No,
wide
no,
receiver.
No. You want a wide receiver, but what wide receiver?
I already said. I said Jamari Thrash.
And why?
I
Expand.
think. Well, I said he's got the. I think he's got a good combination of size and speed.
You think that?
Yeah.
$188? You think he has size?
Yeah, I mean he's got size in terms of like when you compare him to like a Curtis Samuel. What are we laughing at, Paul?
No, I'm just laughing at the $188. You think he's got
You
size?
think he's got size at $188?
Why does Drew, as we get into the wee hours of this draft, why do you sound like the villain from the Matrix movie, Mr. Smith? You asked that question to him so deliberate.
Yeah.
Who is your pick?
Because I'm a bad person. At my core. Like, we talk about it. If I ever won the Powerball, I would be a societal net neutral. I would give a lot to charity. I would also buy a firehouse and staff it with employees, which is another name for henchmen, where I would just have them carry out things. Like, I could call a number and just have things done. And this is why I'll never be allowed to do it.
How do you do it, Chris?
You should call them henchmen though, because if you call them employees, you probably got to put
give
them on
me
the
$500
payroll.
million, I'll be the
You
worst.
probably gotta
Talking
put 'em on the
about
payroll.
Jalex
If
Hunt,
you
yeah.
give me $500 million, I'm going to be the worst
That's
human being on earth.
the Eagles are drafting him
The
because
worst
of
human being on earth.
You're
profile,
having
right?
trouble.
Like look at the size of him. Like mind you, he's
Yeah.
playing tech. He's went to
I'm buying a village, and everyone I know that wants to live in there will live in there.
Well, the thing is, no. You
Half
buy
a billion?
What you do is you buy a floating thing, and then you make it like. Look at Bezos. He's doing it. You build the biggest yacht ever, and then it floats everywhere. They need to take down bridges to move it.
Yeah.
I can't swim.
That's a fortress. And then you have employees, but you could easily call them henchmen. And all of a sudden,
I feel like
Bezos
with the-
is this close to being Lex Luthor.
I feel like for the Bills on
I
the
would
clock,
take
this is not the conversation we need to be having.
I
right
would
now.
take it.
So here's the announcement for
Here
the
we go.
Bills right now.
Pick is in.
I
What do
feel
we
like I'm
got?
watching a 1990 Cinemax movie.
Wait, what? Who is that? Is that-
Skinamax.
Yeah. Wait, hang on. Who is announcing the pick?
Dwayne Carter.
Oh, the
defensive
Bills
tackle.
go
So there's
defensive
your
tackle.
interior defensive
Hey,
lineman,
defensive
Mario.
tackle.
Hey, there we go.
Dwayne Carter.
Will you stop?
Duke.
Center. Oh, look,
Isn't
he's a
this
captain.
lineage?
Hey,
Here we
look,
go.
he's a
Look,
captain,
Paul,
guys.
He's a
Is it-
captain.
I
is it
told
his son,
you.
though? Oh yeah, his father played. I
So
saw
we have
the,
a captain.
Hey,
we
here
have
we go.
pedigree. Did he
Dwayne-
wrestle?
Dwayne, yeah, was he a wrestler?
6'2", 303. He's a monster.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
That's a mess.
Paul, can you explain when they talk about the combine stats? There's something called explosive factor.
Oh yeah, so explosive factor is the vertical, the broad, and the 10-yard split.
10-yard split.
Yeah, the 10-yard split, and you make an aggregate into those and give it an overall score. So like David Johnson back years ago,
Ridiculous.
had a huge explosive factor, and when you watched him, that's what you saw. You saw David Johnson get from 0 to 60 in 0.2 seconds. Like he was incredibly fast, incredibly twitchy. He just couldn't run through the line
Well,
because he'd get tackled.
I mean, you look at Dwayne Carter. He has 3 green spots on his RAS score, and 2 of those are within the explosive factor.
Mhm.
So he's got a really good vertical, really good 10-yard split, and his broad jump wasn't as good. But this is what we talk about with Brandon Beane, and he went back into his old ways. You know what I mean? You got your one techs, the 2 1 techs that you have on your team are both over 30 years old.
Yeah.
You knew you were going to have to cycle that position out. Maybe in
Yep.
the 4th round wasn't going to be a good idea. So you try to get him now.
Mhm.
So
Dwayne Carter, a one tech.
Dwayne Carter played most of his snaps in the B gap.
yeah. So could he play the one tech?
I mean, he's
haven't-
6'3", 305.
More importantly, is he going to bring a gun to a water park?
What did I miss?
He goes, "What did I miss?" Hey, but don't worry, guys. He was
Adolphus
an off-
Washington.
Don't worry, he
Oh,
was an
Jesus.
off the bus starter.
Well, I mean, if you think about it in that way, is that if they're going to still continue to rotate defensive linemen the way that they do, this is probably a good idea.
Well, I mean, if you're going to rotate like you have been, then yeah, you need bodies.
Yeah, and plus there's still a bunch of wide receivers still on the board for you in the 4th round.
I will say, I think the only reason that I'm still over here just making faces and I don't like it is because
know.
it's not.
It's just not sexy.
If
Yeah,
you,
it's not a
it's
sexy
never
pick.
sexy.
But
Center-
the idea
interior
is-
lineman.
A steak and potato isn't sexy if you serve it on a paper plate, but it'll still fill you up, right?
But did
Like at the end of the day, it might be what you
Did
need.
Nick- Didn't we
Nicholas
see a lot of
Bahoon in the
defensive tackles
comment
go this
section.
round, or no?
Adolphus Washington was not on my bingo card for tonight. Jameel Moore. We drafted Little Wayne.
We drafted Lil Wayne.
And TV and
He
Sleep says,
is-
"Why do I feel so underwhelmed by this?"
He was the only interior defensive lineman taken this round.
That's
Yeah.
why you really didn't see any
There we
movement.
go.
Because you took
There
the
we go.
last of the last. It was the bottom of the barrel before the drop.
Well, I think with defensive tackles, you have to kind of look at their versatility a little
Now
differently.
there were 7 taken in the 2nd round.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you have to look at their versatility a little differently, right? Can Dwayne Carter, can Dwayne Carter hold up against double teams? Yes, very strong guy can hold up against double team. Team captain, all reports, very intelligent football player. They're not looking for a guy to get 10 sacks out of this, right? They're looking
No.
for a rotational player to sit next to Ed, to soak up some doubles, to say, listen, just hug the big guys. That's it. Know your role and hug the big guys and let Ed do what he's supposed to do.
So let me read this description. So Ty Dunn retweeted it. Bob McGinn does a series. I'm sure you've been reading it too. So tell me this doesn't scream
Sean McDermott.
pick. Like this
Yeah.
is why the pick came through. Unsung hero of the trenches, Dwayne Carter Duke, finalist in the 2023 for the William V. Campbell Trophy, known as the Academic Heisman. Carter is a 3-time captain who served in various leadership roles outside of football, 3-year starter, 12 sacks, 11 passes defended. Quote, high effort guy, one scout said. Quote, kind of wills his way to make plays. Probably goes top of day 3.
So
So
The-
top
the
of day
scout-
3
the
is
scout,
about right.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
day
not a
3,
reach.
yeah.
Yeah, not a reach. But the 3-time captain, 3-year starter, high effort guy.
100% he wrestled in high school.
Scream-
I will
yeah.
bet money on it.
well, let's find out, shall we?
Screams
Let's find
screams McDermott guy.
It does. It
Right,
does scream
like-
McDermott guy. But the fact is, we as Bills fans, #Nation, we came into this draft. Now there's 2 days gone, and if you said, hey, Bills are going to make 3 picks in the first 2 days. In the first 2 days, you're like, okay, sweet. 2 of them are going to be on defense. There would have been a mutiny on Twitter and everywhere else.
He minored in theater studies.
Oh, come on.
Minored in theater studies. He said, "quote It was for me."
Now you've got it. He goes.
Come
He
on.
literally is that meme of from Django Unchained where he goes, "You had my." He goes.
At first, you had my attention.
my attention.
Now you have my interest. Did he wrestle?
I don't see
So it said
anything
when they
stating he
asked him
wrestled.
why
He's looking
why
it up.
he minored in theater studies, he said it was for me to branch out and use college for everything it had. I figured it would help with interviews and being in front of a camera.
Prior to Duke.
And his dad played 4 years at
See,
Ohio State.
there
His
we go.
grandfather played.
Yeah, there we go. It's the pedigree. We
pedigree,
talk about
yeah.
pedigree all the time.
It's kind of
man.
like he knows how to be a professional type of
Yeah.
thing, right? Like he's learning from
He
guys
comes
that
in
know how to be a
a
professional.
little bit more polished than maybe, Sweat.
We joked. We were like, "Hey, you know what the funniest thing about Sweat's arrest report was?
What?
That the driver of the other car ran away. But also, what would you do if a mountain of a human being you hit a car?
What would you do?
You hit him, because that's ultimately how it broke out. Another car ran into him while he was hammered in a vehicle. He got out, and the driver of that car went, "Oh!" and just ran off into the woods, which is exactly what I would do, and that's what
That's
all
crazy.
of us would do.
Same thing Rasheed Rice did.
Yeah.
Hey, easy.
If what's his face? We were just comping him to who on the Bills? Ted Washington. If Ted Washington climbs out of an SUV after I just ran into it, yes, I will flee the scene of an accident because I'm not going to have that conversation
And
with
another
that guy.
tackle.
So here's your guy, Drew. So for what it's worth, banged up Bills.
Yeah.
Says he's super clean injury history. Only found 1 minor injury in 2022. Left for part of the game in return. 52 games played. Started every game in the last 3 seasons.
All right.
and played baseball in high school.
Durable defensive tackle. Something
Yeah.
the Bills have needed.
Yeah,
Need
that's
desperately.
right.
literally.
So
Yeah.
a durable space eater.
So we don't hate it, basically, is what we're saying.
And so also though we can all acknowledge the fact that
There are
in a-
picks that would have made me more angry tonight.
in a,
yes.
in
True,
a
very
year where the Bills needed offensive help, they still chose to sink most of their assets into the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Three
they did.
three picks in day 2.
Well, I
only
mean,
one
look at
goes to
the
offense.
games that you've lost in the playoffs. Can any of you blame the offense for any one of those games?
No, but at the
No.
same
Right,
time, are more
yeah.
defensive pieces going to help you in areas that?
No,
I-
there's nothing
yeah.
you're going to do defensively. What you need is to be the better offense.
Well, because at the end of the day, if you're in a firefight with Kansas City, it doesn't matter what you've got on the defensive side of the football. Like, there's no defensive player in this
You said
draft,
if, though, you're in a firefight.
but you're
if
going to
they-
be in a firefight because it's Kansas City
Well,
or Cincinnati.
wasn't it
or
like 17 to
Baltimore.
10 and like late in the third quarter, and then
And it came down to
Yeah.
who had the ball last
Yeah,
and could
true.
score, right? And there's not a defensive player in this draft that's going to stop Patrick Mahomes from asserting his will on your defense in crunch time.
But who was your? So you would have liked, and obviously you said it multiple times, get another wide receiver in the third round. Now instead of that, you have a rotational defensive tackle who's more than likely going to be on a rookie deal for 4 years. So you don't have to get these Jordan Phillipses and all this other guys. You don't have to delegate any money to that because you're paying Oliver. You get to do that if it works out. If the guy's is durable and his pedigree is enough, then you could probably now throw picks. You don't have to go for a defensive tackle next year. You could throw.
Yeah, but I
picks
think
at that.
I think what it comes down to is the frustration point for me is that it's been year after year after year that they've gone defense in the draft, and the argument has been, well, they went defense this year, so next year they can go offense, and then they don't go offense.
And then it never comes.
And
Yeah.
and they
Right.
trade
True.
they trade away Stephon Diggs, and it's
CCR
well
wrote
you've
a
got the
song
draft
called
coming
Sunday
up.
never comes.
You've got the draft coming up,
Our
and
Sunday it's never gonna come.
they trade back twice, and then they take a wide receiver. Great, but offense is still the primary need on this team.
Yes.
Like at the end of the day, you can say, well, they got value with the safety, they got they got a good defensive rotational type guy on the defensive line. Cool. You're still going to have to go out at the end of the day and score 30 points.
Right.
And the way this offense is structured right now, do they have the guys that can go out and score 30 points?
the-
If the answer is no, then go get more.
Well, the question here to me is, have you gotten better than the teams that have beaten you, right? And when you look at what the Bills have done, have they answered some of the needs? Yes. Were they the best players on the board at the time, I think that's actually debatable, right? So you walked into, if you're getting 40% snap share out of Dwayne Carter, are you calling that success year one? Like, I think in the third round, what did you get last year? You got Dorian Williams, and you had
You
linebacker
didn't
problems.
play
You
him,
couldn't
so, yeah.
even play him.
Yeah.
So I think you have to. Whoa, this guy.
That looks familiar.
I think there is a point here where you have to look at the round that you invested
Whatever.
the resources in, right? And what you got out of it. And if you get 40% snapshot of Dwayne Carter, I think that's a plus from where you were last year.
Yeah,
And-
but I mean, we're arguing like, yeah, is Dwayne Carter a nice piece to a defense? Okay, fine.
Right.
But this defense
Oh, I
has
totally
time and
understand
time
the other
again,
side of the argument.
The defense time and time again has fallen on its face to the tune of a defensive coordinator losing his job, a head coach bowing out of a defensive coordinator
We'll have
spot,
to call
deciding to
yours
hire
and
another
this
guy.
too,
Like,
but this doesn't matter.
how many times are you going to continue to invest in a defense and a coach that can't show up in the big games?
Right.
Can't, when his defense has to get a stop, he can't go get a stop. And
This-
you've rotated defensive personnel throughout his tenure there. Like, there haven't been that many stalwarts throughout the time that McDermott's led the defense. It's been Hyde, it's been Poyer, and it's been everybody else who's been rotated in, picked up. Milano's hurt, Edmonds leaves, and it's the same defense year in and year out. It's a top 10 defense. It gets the job done in the regular season, and then they fall in their face when you really, really, really need them to go make a play.
So
right?
if
Yeah,
that's
Peyton
what,
Wilson goes to the Steelers because, of course, he does.
I'm gonna make a hot
is
dog,
that-
and then I'm gonna make a point.
make a hot dog at a point. Then what we're doing right now, watching this and commenting on it, is moot because it's never going to change unless McDermott's gone. That's your number one thing.
So let's
So
get,
it could-
I'm on record with Drew and
Yeah,
Chris
no, I understand.
3
but-
seasons ago saying McDermott needs to go.
So
So
if they went all offense today, you would have had more confidence
Yes.
in the okay.
Yes,
all right.
because I have confidence that what Sean McDermott is going to bring you is a top 10 defense and an opportunity to be in a game at the end.
Yeah.
But what they have not done is shown a propensity for being able to stop. So what you need to do is at the end of the game, you need to be up 2 scores instead of 1.
Yeah.
Because 1 score isn't getting it done. You were up 1 score against Kansas City, 13 seconds, you lose it. You were up 1 score against Kansas City last year, you go out and you lose it. So go get the weapons to be up 2 scores when your defense plays well for the first 3.5 quarters.
Yeah.
And then the end of the game when they give up or his scheme or he panics or whatever happens with Sean McDermott's head when there's less than 5 minutes on the clock and he doesn't have any timeouts because he's used them already, or he needs to use a timeout for his Kodak moment so he can kind of get a look at what the offense is going to show. Like, again,
Yeah.
it's once is a Once is a
Once
trend,
is a fluke, 2
once
is a trend,
fluke, 2 is a
3's
trend, 3 is a pattern,
or something
right?
like
Like,
that.
we're past pattern phase. You guys
you're
are
dumping
out of
everything
control
over.
there.
Not my fault.
I do want to get to some of the comments because obviously the Bills making this pick wraps up the first 3 rounds for them. So let's look at what the comment section has to say. Garno Freck says first 3-time team captain in Duke history. That's a pretty big deal, right? Desu F1 says I just heard a Senior Bowl interview from Dwayne Carter. Dude was well spoken and smart as all get out. Bills fans 21 character guys, all 3 picks so far. You could take that for what it's worth. Nikki G, glad being traded back for a depth DT. That's to your point, right?
Yeah.
To your point,
Glad we have 4 fifth-round picks that you didn't use for anything,
right?
but you're
Yeah.
apparently going to draft 4, or what are they going to do? Move up, into the 4th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark C says horrifically bad pick at 33. I've seen a lot of Coleman's interviews. He's a weird kid. I can't imagine they interviewed both him and McConkle.
There
50.
goes Kitchens.
Have they ever heard DK Metcalf talk? Because DK Metcalf is kind of weird.
Yeah, DK Metcalf. So yeah, he's an odd guy.
And have you met
Um,
Antonio Brown, sir? But you know what? Sometimes weird
You
weird
met
wins
Antonio
games.
Brown,
Bills
sir.
fan 21 says not an indictment of the picks, but this is the least sexy draft for the Bills since 2020, which they didn't even really care about since we got Tiggs, which I think is a fair
That's
enough
fair.
statement.
That's fair.
That's a long time hashtag follower. It's got to be. We've said
Nikki,
that forever.
Nikki G says Bean's out here playing chess while 31 other GMs are having an NFL draft.
That's a good one.
That's a great
That's
comment.
a top
Can I
top
tweet
notch
that?
comment. That's a
Yeah.
top notch
Can
comment.
I tweet that, please?
Yeah, Can we give us Nikki? Can we?
Nikki G.
Yeah, Nikki G. Can we tweet that out?
Yeah.
Elliot Iser says homeboy needs water with that hot
Oh,
dog.
look at the Rams. They had Cameron Kitchens. That's a great pick for them.
So
I mean, look, it's not again. Dwayne Carter, first 3-time captain in Duke history. Great.
Awesome. I don't hate the pick.
Great. I don't hate everything you read about the kid, everything you see about him. Great. Good pick. No problem with it. The overall issue is this team's approach to their
roster building.
Their roster building.
Yeah.
And the fact that McDermott seems to prefer defense and will that to whatever he kind of wills that into reality. The other problem that I have is that can Bean and his scout staff, can they identify skill position talent? Like, can they identify skill
I don't
position
trust them
talent?
to.
Because you've gotten. I mean, what skill position players have they drafted since Bean's tenure?
Well, let's look.
Well, James Cook, who we just vehemently railed against and talked about why you needed to use a day 2 pick on a running back still when you supposedly have a guy.
Yep.
Dalton Kincaid, good pick so far, but it's his rookie year, so
Kyer
we'll see.
Elam.
Right? Skill position. Let's just do offensive skill position.
Okay,
Sorry,
all right.
offensive skill position.
Okay.
So Justin Shorter, who was a
Yeah,
late
we don't
round pick,
know.
don't
right?
know. Question
Shakir.
mark. Khalil Shakir, okay so far. Like,
Yep.
but nothing.
It gets bad.
world-breaking.
It gets very bad after
Yeah, but
that.
all those guys
So,
are
Marquez-
late picks.
Marquez
They're all
Stevenson.
But are they late because they're trying to get value, or are they late because they just don't know?
They don't do a
just
good
don't
enough job of
know,
identifying
right?
at the top of the round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say the same thing about Kansas City, right? Like, Kansas City, outside of Kelsey and Tyreek Hill, have done a really poor job of drafting offensive skill position players. But that can all be covered up because you've got Andy Reid at the helm, right? Like, Andy Reid makes a lot of things go away. Travis Kelsey makes a lot of things go away. Patrick Mahomes, right? Like, when you have those 3 guys, you can afford to misses. You can't afford misses if you're the Buffalo Bills because
Right.
you're chasing the guy that can afford misses. And eventually he's going to hit. I mean, Xavier Worthy, maybe that's a hit. Who knows? Maybe Rashee Rice, for whatever reason, winds up back in the NFL. Looks like a pretty good wide receiver. Like, the frustration point for me is just it's how many times, and we joked about it last night with the Howie Roseman thing, right? Like, how many times are they going to let Howie Roseman do this? Like, how many times are the Buffalo Bills going to do the same exact approach before they figure out that it's just not working? Is it going to be when
Is it
Josh
not
is
working,
32
though?
years old?
Is it
Is
not
it?
working?
Is it working?
They're second in the league over the last 4 years
How many
in
rings
wins.
do they have? How many
They don't
Super
have
Bowl
any.
trips do they have?
They don't have any.
Then what are we talking about? Because at the end
They're
of the
at
day,
least in
I
a
don't care
position
how many
to do
times they
it.
make the playoffs. I don't care. I don't care how many times they make the playoffs.
I'm not
All
the
these
one
people that
raising
want to look
hell.
at it and go,
I love
well, they didn't make the playoffs for 20 years and now they're in the playoffs. Who gives a shit? They don't have a ring. You're judged on your rings. When Josh Allen retires at the end of his career, he could be one of the most talented. Look at Dan Marino, one of the most talented quarterbacks ever to play in the NFL. He's not talked about as a GOAT because he doesn't have a ring. Nobody gives a shit.
Yeah.
Like,
Wait, first of all, how dare you speak of Marino and hook me, you son of a bitch? That's number one. Number two, anyone who knows anything about football, this is aside from the argument that you want to make. Marino is talked about as one of the GOATs.
but he would be.
He would be the ultimate
But
GOAT if he
he's-
had a ring. I understand what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
Yeah.
And I understand your frustration with this team. But until there's changes at the top, this is what you're going to get, Ryan.
That's
Because
what I'm saying.
if-
good,
Then
so
there
we're
needs to be
just gonna
changes at the
draft
top.
if they
right?
go
Like,
6-10 for the next
We're
2
a
years,
team
then
that
you might see
start-
change.
Hey,
But
whoa.
they're
We're a
second in
team-
wins.
Yeah,
We're a
and-
team
and
that
I'm-
literally
I'm-
traded
yeah.
away our best offensive player, and their answer is, "Hey guys, we'll make it up in the aggregate." And I go, "Okay, cool, that's awesome. Let's build the aggregate that we can build it through." And they go, "Funny thing about the aggregate." Funny thing about the aggregate. And then you go, "Wait, what?"
Well, and if you really look at what you got for Diggs right now, so if you look at the snapshot of what you got for Stephon Diggs, you got what? You got a second-round pick next year,
Okay.
right? You still have nothing.
Yeah.
You still have absolutely nothing for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah,
and,
and
and
I
I don't
think-
think you've answered to that
I think
need.
when you're looking at where the Buffalo Bills are, and I think this goes along with I brought it up earlier, where I think Bills fans are struggling to figure out how to be a fan of a good football team. Like, you went 20 years without making the playoffs. The first 2 years that you make the playoffs after that, you can be happy with making the playoffs.
Yeah.
You've got a $250 million quarterback who's 27, going to be 28 years old. You've had
Who depends on
you've
his
had,
athleticism.
you've had one
Tick, tick,
trip.
tick,
You've
you
had
know?
one trip where you were 13 seconds away from the AFC title game. You had another trip that you absolutely got embarrassed at home before the opportunity to go to the AFC title game. And you've got nothing to show for it other than, hey, they go to the playoffs. That's fun. We get to go to an extra home game every year and watch the team play. Cool, neat, all well and good. But at the end of the day, your goal needs to shift from being a successful franchise, however you define that, to we need to just go all in and capitalize on the fact that we've got a unicorn at quarterback.
Otherwise, you're the Chargers. Is that what you're
You're
saying?
the Chargers.
Yeah.
You're, insert team name here. You're
Well,
getting to the point where you're going to be the
I
San
used to
Francisco
ask
49ers.
I used to ask this question. Would it be better? This is back drought era Bills. I used to ask the question, is it better to be us or the Colts? Because the Colts make the playoffs every year, and all they have is dread. They have this looming feeling of dread every year because they know their team is good enough to make the playoffs.
But
They're
that's
waiting to find out how their hearts are going to get broken this year.
Isn't that where the Bills
And
are now?
meanwhile, but this is the thing. During
Yeah.
the drought, every game we won was a party because it was like, oh my God, we did the thing. We won a football game. Now, it felt like the guy pushing the rock uphill. Sisyphus. Now, we are the Colts.
You uncultured swine.
You literally could have said anything that sounded Greek. Yeah.
He could have, and
Yeah.
I would have agreed with it. You're not wrong. We are now the Colts. In that position where you're making the postseason year after year after year, and you're not making it all the way. And the problem is that comes with its own demoralization, and it's almost worse.
You're to
Like-
Paul's point, you're the Phillip Rivers Chargers.
I called it the gilded drought because now it just looks prettier, but it doesn't feel better.
Yeah, and the
You're
question.
you're right back where you
So-
were in your feelings of the drought. It just looks better.
So a question. Like let's pose the question, and I'd be interested to hear what the chat has to say as well. If I were to tell you that you were going to go back to the drought, you were going to go. It was going to be another 20 years before you made the playoffs again. So what's that? 2045, 2044?
I won't be here.
Right?
He goes,
But-
"Well, 'cause
but-
you're old as shit."
But before you go into that drought, you're going to win one Super Bowl. This Bills team is going to go to the Super Bowl. Josh Allen's going to retire, go off, whatever,
Whatever.
live in Hollywood,
Give
whatever
me
he's
that
going to
one.
do. Do
I'll
you
take
trade?
whatever
Do you
comes
trade
next.
one Super Bowl win for 20 years of what we went through as fans in the drought?
100%.
Because if the answer is yeah, then you cannot be satisfied with this draft because this draft didn't do enough to put you over the top.
Was it going to anyway?
I think
2 seconds and a third?
You would have had a better opportunity.
Okay. Because
Now-
you wanted them to bundle and move up and make some drastic moves.
I wanted. I
Who-
guess there were a couple people in the chat that made
You want to
comments.
see them see
I
the
wanna-
offense
I want to feel something.
for what it is.
I want to feel
God
something with
damn
this
it.
draft,
I
right? Like I
wanna
want
know-
to feel like they're better, and I don't think the answer tonight is this team better than it was yesterday? And the
That's
answer is I don't know.
probably
I
the
don't
wanna-
know.
Well, I want to know what of the 61 other players that were drafted would have been the needle mover for you.
Marvin Harrison.
No, I'm talking about just today, because they had 3 picks and there was 64 picks. What today could they have done differently that would have moved the needle for you? Which one of the 61 other guys that they possibly could have taken would have moved the needle for you?
I mean, I think they're.
No, I mean, no. That's you don't have to
Yeah,
answer now. But
yeah.
that's the question. You're like,
Yeah.
okay, what would have that done? Would it getting rid of that second and third round pick that they had after they got Coleman to San Francisco, and then next year second for a guy on an expiring deal? Would that have done it?
Well, I
Like, I don't know.
I want to pause on that thought real quick because Mario, you bring up something that's interesting, right? So, and I don't think it was intentional, which is why I want to talk about it. So, if we go back to,
He goes, Mario. You said something.
We've been
really
doing this
interesting,
for
but
Great
you didn't.
point, Mario, but I
Yeah,
think you did it on accident.
we're doing this for 4.5 hours at this point, guys. So, if we go back and look, the Bills voluntarily took their first pick in the second round, right? So, what did the other draft classes look like when their first pick was in the second round. It's a far from ideal circumstance, but let's go and look to see what were the results then. Different regimes, but still fair point, right? So Ronald Darby, John Miller, Carlos Williams, Tony Stewart, Nick O'Leary, Desmond Lewis. Desert. Awful, right? Awful. Now let's go to the AJ Epinesa draft.
Yeah.
AJ Epinesa, Zach Moss, Gabe Davis, Jake Fromm, Tyler Bass, Isaiah Hodges, Dane Jackson.
Nothing.
You best not say anything horrible about Dane Jackson.
You better, yeah,
motherfucking
yeah,
Jackson.
Dave motherfucking Jackson. But again, when you start in the second, you are behind the 8 ball for what the overall draft class looks like, because it almost feels like you're chasing your tail the whole time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you compare your draft against everybody else's draft, literally everybody else
they
except
all
the
the key
Raiders will
players?
do better than you.
Ever except for the Raiders.
Well, because they're all gonna have better. They're all gonna have that elite level player first.
Yeah.
It's like if you're building a team in Madden, do you pass on your pick in the first round? Absolutely not. You keep recycling that franchise till you get the first overall pick. That's what you
set
do.
yourself as the first pick.
Right. That's what I mean. But you wouldn't start in the second. So anytime you start in the second round, you're saying, I'm willing to be disappointed with this draft class from a fan's perspective. But just look at the last 2 draft classes where you started that. Guys, that's what happens, right? And I feel like we're on the road there. Here.
Yeah, I think what it feels like, and to kind of answer your question, Mario, is I guess what I would have preferred to see is a go for it move versus a we're going to sit back because we think we're close and we just need a couple pieces. So let's gather some draft picks. Let's fill out some depth with our 3rd pick of day 2. You know, like
yeah, because you thought that by acquiring having 4 5th-round picks, those are the
they're going
things
to
that
move
you
back
bundle
up into
to go-
3rd,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
They're going to
yeah.
move up in the 3rd, or they're going to get back into the 3rd and get 4 third, day 2 picks, because I think it's just more like this team has, for me, this team was close 3 years ago.
Mhm.
They were a piece away after 13 seconds, right? It was, gosh, 13 seconds, defensive flubs, they're going to fix those things. They're not that far away because they were 13 seconds away from beating the best team in the NFL. And they keep saying we're a piece away, and then they add pieces, and then you're still a piece away, or you're even further away now because now you've got Baltimore, who's gotten better, and you've gotten arguably the Jets, who might be better this year because they went for it, right, and went out and got Aaron Rodgers, and you've got Miami, who might be maybe. I mean, right?
Maybe
Miami
Miami
eventually could go out and score 50 points a game.
Maybe
Who knows?
Miami learns how, when December rolls around, to stop pissing down their own leg.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're and
But
if
let's
for
call
me-
it what it
That
is.
is true. That
When
is
the end
true.
of the season rolls around for the Miami Dolphins, it doesn't matter who their coach is; they wilt like a flower. And
because
it's the makeup of the roster.
at the end of the day, if I'm expecting my gap in talent to be patched by my poise, my leadership, my character, versus Miami, who's expecting my lack of poise, character, demeanor to be overcome by the talent, like which one's eventually going to win out? Because character typically doesn't. Character wins out when
ruled, but he sucked at football.
character
Ryan
wins
Denny.
out when all other things are equal. But when you're facing a team on the other side of the football field that's just more talented than you, it doesn't matter how much character your team has, right? You've got to get more talented, and you're chasing the best quarterback who has ever stepped foot on a football field in terms of athletic, mental combination, winner type. And by the way, he's got arguably one of the best offensive coaches in the NFL on his side as well. When you're chasing that, like, you got to go for it, man. You've got a quarterback who's making $250 million, who's 27, getting to 28 years old, who plays a very physical style of football. You got to go for it, because if you don't, all you're going to have done is take $250 million and piss it away.
All right,
And
so
go, man, remember when that Josh Allen was a
I
great
just
quarterback?
wanna say
What we
one
did
thing.
with Kelly, right? What we did with Kelly. You put him up on this pedestal. It's like, remember how good Jim Kelly was? Yeah, well, he didn't win anything. So, and he had a lot of talent around him, right? But you
Now-
never gave him that one piece that just got him over the edge. So
I'm
now
gonna
you
say
just
one
talk to
thing.
him in whispered breaths as if he was this, this god among men. And then you go back and you're like, you know what? Jim Kelly, yeah, I would have rather had Marino.
This
Like,
this thing of what happens, and then everyone, like I said it at the start of the show, I go, oh, we could have X number of picks in the top 90 for the next 2 years. Now, being a miserable SOB and always looking at the dark side of things, what happens, right? Like, you're hinging all of this on one guy. You have now, as far as this draft has gone, your cracks at elite talent, abilities to upgrade offensive positions, you have put even more pressure on one dude who has showed you when, like, he's up to the task. But the problem is he becomes more reckless the more pressure you put on him to get the job done. Now, this is something we all just talked about. He needs to learn how to stop taking risks. Well, you're going to make him the focal point of the offense when there's no star players in the offense except for him. Remember 2018 when he jumped over a linebacker? Do you want to see him doing that again?
He does it every fourth week right now.
But we're
Yeah.
trending back towards that.
I
Towards
feel
a 2018 style of football where his skill position players are going to be subpar compared to our opponents.
He tried doing that against the Jets week 1. Too.
Hang on.
It was-
Hang on.
you know,
But my point remains.
yeah.
What happens when that inevitably runs out of runway there?
Mhm.
Something bad happens. And now you as a franchise have to look at it and go, man, I wish we gave him more wide receivers so he didn't have to.
Or what happens when what happens when human nature kicks in and Josh looks around and just goes, I'm tired of not winning, man. I'm just tired of not winning. And if you're not going to get rid of McDermott because Pagula doesn't want to pay a coach to go away, or Pagula likes McDermott, he likes to keep guys around that he likes, and Brandon Beane's doing just enough.
And every year we just draft defensive players.
He's finding just enough gems in Matt Milano and Dane Jackson and these guys that are just enough where it's like, well, yeah, maybe he does know how to draft and he'll eventually get it right? And Josh Allen looks around and he's like, Jesus Christ, man! Like I want to go play somewhere where I'm going to win. I want to go play somewhere that's going to go all in for me.
He could be Matt Stafford. He could be Matt Stafford 2.0 if we continue this nonsense of not putting enough talent on the offense to where he can conduct his business.
I go back to the point that I made earlier about the Chiefs, and I think the Chiefs are. I hate going back to the Chiefs. It's a constant.
They're not a good comp
they're not-
because they're a.
The play style is totally different, right? But the approach to the roster, I think there's a lesson to be learned, right? If Buffalo goes and let's just say tomorrow we wake up and the Bills have traded for T. Higgins, they take Minnesota's that second round, their first round next year, Minnesota. Well, that's probably a little too much.
Maybe both their seconds.
Yeah, you
The
take
2
both
seconds they have
seconds.
next
That's
year.
probably reasonable for T. Higgins.
Yeah.
Does that change the paint job on this draft?
Yeah.
Why? Because
Well,
it's
not on this
unrelated.
draft, no.
But that's why I'm
Not on
asking.
this draft, no.
But if you're effectively looking at it, saying we're going to trade two, we're finally going to get something for Stephon Diggs, right? That's what you're doing, right?
Yeah, but you're not using this draft to do it.
But does it change the way that you look at the picks that they've made? Because now you don't need your second round wide receiver to turn into wide receiver 1/2 because you've got T. Higgins.
At the end of the day, I don't think any of us are going to walk away from this satisfied. And I think it's because of
I think if you walk away satisfied, you're talking yourself into being satisfied.
and it's the nature of the roster. It's the nature of fandom. And I think that you look at the Bills roster, like I see you questioning it. That look on your face.
No,
You're thinking
I
about
know
it.
why they did what they did,
Sure.
but in debating, well, not debating, but counterpoint to Ryan is the fact that they had to miss the playoffs or have a losing record last year before you saw any change. The fact that they won, that's my point. You're not going to see any significant change in this team if they keep putting up double-digit wins every year. And like you guys
So
said,
what-
you gave the San Diego Chargers.
So we could just
Yeah.
return to
example.
this thing?
Yeah, and I mean,
Okay.
I think like that.
We're
That's
just gonna
and that's fine. I
We're
think
the Chargers now?
like moving into
Awesome.
moving
Awful.
into a state of acceptance is okay. Like if you're okay with they're good enough to make the playoffs, and from there football is football, right? Football happens. You only need you need to get hot at the right time. You need to beat the Chiefs once.
Yeah, but here's
like,
what I don't understand.
if you're just looking at it going like, well, nothing's going to change. Okay, cool. Like I choose to be angry at the fact that nothing's going to change.
Yeah.
Like other people may choose to say, well, I'm not going to waste my time getting upset about it. It is what it is. They're just going to do the best they can, and hopefully we can get over the hump this year.
Well,
like
Ryan, in the history of this game, The guys that they keep losing to is probably going to go down as the top 2 that they always talk about, greatest quarterbacks to ever live.
Mhm. Absolutely.
The fact that they're coming up just short on that guy shouldn't be one of those things where you think you have to blow the entire thing up. It's not unsuccessful because you're losing to one of the greatest that's ever played the game.
But I gotta win one. And the problem is, if that's the mountain I gotta get over,
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
care how you do it. I don't care if you dig under I don't care if you dig under, if you drill a train through.
Yeah, I mean,
It doesn't matter how. You have to do it, or
Like-
else it will be a failure.
Look, I mean,
Like over the last 4 years, just real quick, if they lost to a different team every time in the playoffs, they had a different
Sure, you
offensive
fire
philosophy
up.
and stuff, you're like, Jesus, what the hell's going on?
Now, the problem is, though, you keep running into the same thing and you can't beat him. Fine, he's too good. Whatever it is. At the end of the day, you're going to be judged on what you won, how you did it. And the problem is we are entering this era of Bills football where everything feels good weeks 1 through 15, 16, 17, even if it doesn't feel good. And it's awful. And then they ramp up and they win it they win the division in walk-off fashion. Wild. One of the most satisfying division wins of my entire life. At the same time, you go into the playoffs, you win a game against Pittsburgh, and then you host the Chiefs. The thing that you've been asking for forever. And you still fuck it up.
Yeah, the Bills were not in that game. I understand what the score looked like, but the fact of the matter is Pacheco fumbles that ball through the end zone. Like, that game's a different game if he holds on to that football.
Well, but again, I mean, we point at
But so keep drafting defensive players and hoping that that's going to be the thing.
right.
that
I mean,
saves
like, and that's kind of where we're at. Like, you keep losing to the same guy, right? But you
Yeah.
finally get the guy at home. You get the fumble out of the back of the end zone. Things break your way. Your quarterback, your $250 million unicorn quarterback, leaves the field with a lead again for the second time in the playoffs, and your defense can't get a stop.
Yeah, because you're playing AJ Klein, who got off the couch.
let's Dwayne Carter. Like, I think it's just a frustration point of,
I think what they had to do with some of the things in this offseason, they have done some of them, not all. I'm not content with this roster at this moment. I don't think any fan of any team should be content with the roster. I see what they're trying to do, but it's not like there's two different things here to think about it. They're not getting blown out by these teams, and they're losing to the same team.
Yeah.
So your number one goal should be equip yourself to beat that team.
Yeah. But how do you?
And
do
you
that?
don't think they took a step, because there's no neutral in this business. They
Right.
either took a step forward or a step back. You're saying that after today, they took a step back in what the Chiefs have been doing.
I think when you look at the two teams that faced each other last year in the playoffs,
Mhm.
I don't think the Bills have taken. I don't think that the Bills have taken a step to being a better team than they were last year against the Chiefs.
I mean, you have to get a stop. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Bernard's not there. Milano's not there. You have a 33-year-old safety. You got a guy that just got off a couch. You got a guy that can't really cover anybody yet because he was a failed first-round pick. A lot of those things have changed in this offseason.
Sure.
So I think a lot of things have changed for the Chiefs in this offseason. I know they're not the only two teams. Obviously, the Bengals are going to come back. And, the Ravens are good. All this other stuff. I'm saying that I'd like to see how it plays out before I throw my hands in the air and say, the season's over.
Yeah, I mean, we've
This
seen
is
how it plays
bullshit,
out, though,
you know what I
right?
mean?
Like, we've seen how it plays out.
I know.
We've seen for the last 6 years how this is going to play out with
Adam
McDermott.
Sandler said it best in Happy Gilmore. I see what you're doing here.
Yeah.
I think we're probably at wrap-up time,
Yeah,
boys.
we are. So we appreciate everyone who joined us on hashtag Nation. You guys are awesome. We really appreciate it for bearing with us. Thanks to Chris and Drew from Rock Power Report for playing host tonight, and
Thank you for putting up with me.
for not completely trashing the place, because there was definite vocal concern in some of the group chats that I'm in of, will Drew make it through the draft after the first about 20 minutes? I got some messages going, is Drew going to make it through this whole thing? And I said, I don't know if Drew's still with us at this point. So
You're not making it 'cause at the end, just trailing off from the mic.
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
Just not into the mic.
That's true.
Because I want to scream, and I know it's not.
Mr.
The
Anderson.
right-
So
No, because it's almost nap time. That's
so
that's
this
right.
is so we appreciate
Sun's
hashtag
going-
Nation.
Sun's going down.
This is hopefully this is an opportunity for some of your frustrations to be voiced on the show between Drew and I, and hopefully for those of you who are choosing, as Mario and Paul do, to remain cautiously optimistic
Hey, big
around
guy.
this team.
Sun's getting low.
Sun's going
We hope that you stick with us. We appreciate it. Make sure you hit us up on socials if you want any any smoke. I'm more than happy to oblige, and I know Drew's more than happy to oblige as well. I'm at Ryan Lasel _RSN. He is at Rockpile Report on Twitter, and you're probably not going to get Chris because Chris usually avoids the smoke, lets Drew handle that piece of things, and
or
Drew
if
will
you
burn
tweet-
this mother to the ground. He stated that multiple times.
I said it. I go, when this is done, when I'm done with this podcasting thing, I'm gonna torch my account. It's gonna be awful. Like banned.
And with that note,
forever.
also give Drew and Chris a follow on. They are now on Instagram as
yeah.
well, and they're getting the YouTube thing going. So make sure you head on over if you're already following
Yeah,
hashtag
live
Sports.
shows, the whole
Follow Rock Power Report as well. If you enjoy me for some reason, I'm gonna be hanging out with both of these guys on a regular basis, both these teams on a regular basis. So appreciate you guys joining us for night 2 of the NFL Draft. Bills come away with 3 players, and we'll see how they do tomorrow. They've got 7 picks tomorrow, so let's see how things go. We really were hoping that they were going to use some of those picks to get into day 2, but we'll see what they do with 7 picks tomorrow. So tune in. I'm sure we'll do some type of draft recap on hashtag. And then Drew, as always, Drew and Chris on Wednesdays. Usually they record, and then Thursdays first
Nate
show
Geary's
goes
going
up.
to be joining us in WGR 550.
Oh, good. So it'll
Nate
be
Geary.
calm and measured
It'll be
Yeah.
calm and
Yeah.
measured. No, it's going to be
because those are
once-
adjectives that we use to describe Nate these days.
It's literally just
That's cold.
how
That's
do
cold.
you like? What do you want? You have multiple flavors.
I'd like you to ask him about his Xavier Worthy comment on how if the Chiefs
the man has a
if
family.
the Chiefs are interested, you should be too.
Do you
Like,
know
that's-
I've already
that's
written the
interesting to me.
intro to the show, and that's the first question.
Yeah. Can
It's
you also
just-
ask him about? Can you also ask him about the comment that was made about Cooper DeJean or what's his name? The Cole the safety that the Bills drafted being referred Cole Bishop being referred to as the great white safety. I'd like Nate's comment on that as well.
The great white safety.
All right, thanks guys.
Guys.
Thanks for Chris for running